before.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being refreshed!
Too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
Consequences. I'm staying in the race.
Put your drum up.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy. Oh, girl, baby girl.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch. How rude.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, can't get fooled again.
Oh, it never occurred to me. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
for being sad.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
What? Break now.
And now you'll see just how I got that shit again.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks. China. You have to have more China.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Anti-Semitic.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Cal?
Don't even play.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Precision of language. Please.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Welcome to the resistance.
Consequences. No hard right now.
Are you not entertained?
That's hot.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
And the box is full of Pepe!
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a lot to talk about here, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, space fans, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first. Otherwise, you might go floating off to that deep, dark void we call space. Good to see you folks on this Tuesday of News Day. I've never come up with a good name for Tuesday. I feel like that's basically a copyright. Aaron W. Shoutouts first. Mono up second. Angel from Canada third. Icebreaker Gaming a close fourth. Vicky's here too. Mozart. B-Cat. Look Bovine. Atticus Among Us. Mr. Spock. Jerry McLean. Bela B-Bomb. Nightbot 2. Pangea. And Pangea. Okay. Okay, I think I got everybody in there. Hope your Tuesday is going well. For some of our listeners, it may already be Wednesday. If it is, congratulations. You've won. It's been a crazy week already. Shocking. These days, it seems like every week starts off with a bang, and this one was no different. In 48 hours, a hell of a lot has happened. Jeez. I don't even know where to start on the list. Epstein files not released. Trump administration claiming they don't even exist. Actually, even though people within the Trump administration were making all sorts of claims about those same files not long ago. Elon Musk starting his own party. Zoran Mamdani shaking things up in the U.S. political landscape. Re-Liberation Day. Tariff trade war back on. And a hell of a lot more. Goddamn, Icebreaker Gaming starting it off with 5 sweet, sweet Galactic News Network membership gifts. Who got them? Jellybean Algo, Victor Bottino, Apache Aldo, Pepper, and Jeremistic. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's very appreciated. Now to the show. America, fuck yeah, indeed. Let's start off with the first thing I mentioned. Epstein files, or the lack thereof.
Now apparently we're back in business. This one went up recently in Washington, also about 8 feet tall. It's really big. It shows Trump's signature thumbs up photo pose smashing down onto the crown of the Statue of Liberty. It says in bronze letters across the front, "Dictator approved." And then on the 4 sides of the base, it has 4 quotes from dictators, all praising Trump. There's a quote praising Trump from Vladimir Putin, one from Viktor Orban, one from Jair Bolsonaro, and one from Kim Jong-un. That dictator-approved one went up a few weeks ago in roughly the same place as the Pelosi desk poop statue.
Who said that? Wait, I'm sorry. I got Viktor Orban. Great quote from Viktor Orban, Hungarian dictator. Most respected and most feared person, Donald Trump. Great. What a stunning. Oh, Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, Jair Bolsonaro, all the best guys on the planet. Bunch of stunning endorsements across the world. What a crew. What a crew. My God. Put these on plaques.
A few weeks ago,
these are the kinds of quotes that you commemorate, okay? You can make an entire gold plaque for it. You put it up somewhere important where people are going to see it a lot.
Jong-un. That dictator-approved one went up a few weeks ago in roughly the same place as the Pelosi desk poop statue. The White House was apparently very unhappy about this one. They put out sort of sad, scoldy, petulant statement about it. They said, quote, "In the United States of America, you have the freedom to display your so-called art, no matter how ugly it is." They actually said that in a White House statement. The people who created that so-called art apparently heard that statement from the White House and thought, challenge accepted. Washingtonian magazine got a comment from one of the anonymous organizers behind that piece of art, who told them that once the White House put out that statement, you have the freedom to display your so-called art no matter how ugly it is. Once they heard that from the White House as an official White House statement, they decided they would meet the challenge. They would try to create, quote, the ugliest art that we could think of. And so then they put up a new piece. And it actually has that full White House quote on a plaque. And that plaque is on yet another new sculpture, I think deliberately designed to be as ugly as possible. It's got a like gold spray-painted ivy and a gold spray-painted eagle and a gold spray-painted TV. And
don't forget the gold spray-painted garland. That's really adding to the effect. I mean, this is what I call art.
These images, it looks like the TV is off, but in situ, this sculpture actually has the TV playing stuff. The TV apparently is battery powered, and it runs a constant loop of video clips of Trump doing his signature dance, where he looks like he's doing something rude with
Everybody
each hand.
knows the dance.
And these clips that play on a loop on this sculpture, they include a little squib of video of Trump kind of doing that dance at a party with the late millionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
Dancing with my best friend.
President Donald Trump was in fact a friend. Because for our sins, with everything else going on, with Trump today restarting the total economic chaos of random scattershot tariffs on every country in the world other than Russia, with the U.S. government in its infinite wisdom under Donald Trump, getting us back into the measles business, which we had basically eradicated, but now we've got the biggest measles outbreak we've had in more than 30 years, with President Trump saying he was, quote, not notified of the decision to cut off U.S. military support shipments to Ukraine. He said he was not notified and he issued no instruction to do that, raising the obvious question of, okay, then if you as president didn't make that decision, who made that decision? With Trump literally paving the Rose Garden and putting this picture of himself up in the White House,
look,
in the room with all the
can you not see the theme? All right, we all look beautiful, all right, and elegant. Can you not see the elegance in this photo? Come on, Rachel.
Of the first ladies. I mean, this is what he put up, right? I mean, in the middle of everything else, large and small.
Look, I could put up look, Rachel, I get it. I could have put a photo up of Melania, but is she as great of a first lady as me? I don't think so.
There really is a Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump subplot in our lives now, in which this footage exists. And in which the Trump Justice Department put out a statement today saying, never mind all the things we ever said and hyped and screamed about the late pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Turns out it's all nothing and people should stop asking us about it. Headline: Trump administration acknowledges lack of evidence from Epstein documents. After months of promising big revelations, Attorney General Pam Bondi acknowledges a lack of evidence for a host of conspiracy theories, including a, quote, client list. Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi, in fact, not only said there was a Jeffrey Epstein client list that Trump had ordered her to review and release to the American people. She not only said there was a Jeffrey Epstein client list, she said that she had it in her possession on her desk.
Come on!
One of the things that you alluded to, and this is something Donald Trump has talked about, the DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients?
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
It's on her desk. It was on her desk. They must have lost it. The cleaning guy must have come through and like thrown it out accidentally or something. Now it's just gone, just suddenly, just missing.
Oh, yes, it was a directive of the president. The Epstein client list is sitting on my desk right now, says Donald Trump's hand-picked attorney general. New statement today from her department, the U.S. Department of Justice, says there is no Epstein client list. The systematic review revealed no incriminating client list, according to today's DOJ memo. These guys have been hyping the whole Epstein conspiracy theory for years. I mean, this is the guy who Donald Trump appointed to be deputy director of the FBI.
I've already told you the Epstein story. Let's just say a friend who knows about something, if you've heard the story, was on the plane with Clinton with the Epstein thing, and he said, I'm out of here, Daddy-O. I told that story quite a few times, so I know a lot about this story. There are a lot of people who know old Jeff. A lot of people. So it's kind of weird, like this client list is about to come out. Everybody got quiet all of a sudden.
I know a lot about this story.
It's very strange.
Says the podcaster who Trump named to be deputy director of the FBI. Now today, knock, 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 FBI, what's up with that? Today, according to the FBI and the Justice Department, there is nothing at all to this Jeffrey Epstein story. Please stop talking about it. There will be no further information released. Client list, what client list?
Everyone, please stop talking about this now. What did I say? This is illegal.
Illegal.
Any more questions about the Jeffrey Epstein files will get you detained by ICE for an undefined period of time. This is amazing. Just the utter, like the flip flop on this one is massive. This is a whale-sized flip flop. Okay, the entire Trump crew went from being like, we have the Epstein files, they are explosive, and we are going to release them any minute now, to actually who is Jeffrey Epstein? Please stop asking us questions about this. Right? We have other things going on. By the way, I'm sure it's just coincidental that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, was formerly the Florida Attorney General during the time in which Jeffrey Epstein received some sort of a sweetheart deal in some of his, what do you call them, extracurricular activities? Crimes?
Illegal.
Something like that. Now, Donald Trump was asked questions about this earlier today in the cabinet meeting that was held this morning.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for an American or foreign intelligence agency. The former labor secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night staff?
Yeah, sure. Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey
What are you
Epstein?
guys doing?
This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Do
you want to wait?
What the hell are you guys doing exactly? Jeffrey Epstein? That is so last last year. That's so 2024. People, but the last time I heard, I barely even know the guy. And why are you asking questions about it? I don't understand. Yeah, all this other stuff you could be asking about. You're asking about Jeffrey Epstein. So that is done.
We have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Don't be creepy.
Do you want to waste the time? And
Do you want to do it?
Feel
Want to
like
waste it?
answering?
I don't
Pam,
mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're
Are
asking
you going to
me questions
disgrace
on
Pam?
Epstein.
Are you going to disgrace Pam by making her answer this question about Jeffrey Epstein? Something that nobody wants to hear about. Epstein, Russia. What's your deal, guys?
Feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead,
First,
Pam.
to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was,
it's on your desk.
It's sitting on my desk
Yeah.
to be reviewed,
Exactly,
meaning
you said that.
the file along with the JFK, MLK file.
And they got mixed up.
That's what I meant by that.
See, there was multiple files on her desk, and they got like mixed up in there, and now she can't find it. There's really big files, and she has a huge desk, and it's really hard. It's like a jungle in there, and so she's got to get a machete out and like one of those Panama Jack hats. She got to go chopping away to find the files. So you see, there's multiple files on her desk, so that's easy to get lost.
Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn
Nasty.
is what they were. Never going to be
Disgusting.
released, never going to see the light of day.
Never
to him
gonna
being
see
an
it.
agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively. The video was not
It was a
conclusive,
definitive, but not
the
definitive video.
evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old.
Bam is freaking floundering right now. Wow, the Trump administration is handling this with great aplomb. Really impressive stuff. Poor Pam had to debase herself answering that nasty, terrible. Who would even ask that question? Who would ask a question like that? Very nasty person asking questions about stuff that does anybody even care about it? I love that. I love that Donald, all of these people have been screaming from the rooftops about the Epstein files for so long. And they come into power, and they are raring to go. Oh yeah, Epstein files. Oh yeah, we're gonna release that immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And then, in the historic U-turn, historical flip-flop, the orange-sicle flip-flop, truly incredible. Now people are speculating. Why? Why is Donald Trump? Is it due to the fact that he might be in those files? Elon Musk earlier accusing him. Of course, there's plenty of evidence that he had some kind of relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. It would, probably not be great for his popularity for people to find that out. Who's to say? What are the reasons for all of this? I don't know. But it is causing a great deal of stirring the pot over on the right. People upset. Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, all sorts of right-wing figures coming out and questioning this claim from the Trump administration about the Epstein files suddenly not existing.
Quote, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? That post by Elon Musk this afternoon.
Sorry for the lack of Jake Tapper jump scare. I should have given you a warning. Sometimes I forget. I should be better. How can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? I don't get it.
Release the Epstein files. That post by Elon Musk this afternoon gets at a serious question, prompted by MAGA fans, among others, after the Justice Department asserted in a memo that convicted sex offender and multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein did not blackmail high-profile clients, was not murdered before he was found dead in his jail cell in 2019, and in fact had no client list. Despite the fact that the very same administration officials are now asserting there is no there there, many of them were the ones ginning up the controversy before President Trump was reelected and while they were in office. The Justice Department memo, first obtained by Axios, also comes 1 month after the billionaire Tesla founder took to his platform X as his alliance with President Trump dissolved. Quote, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason why they have not been made public," unquote. Musk deleted that post 2 days later, but the new memo has Musk posting this meme, among others. It's a guy putting on progressively more clown makeup with the text, "We will release the Epstein list. We just need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk." There is no Epstein list, with full clown regalia. The desk part refers to a February clip. The list is on my desk. A February clip from Fox that was played of Pam Bondi. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
But here was Attorney General Bondi earlier today.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Trump was asked about the memo today by a New York Post reporter, and he expressed indignation.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. Come on! You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy?
Who's doing that exactly?
That is unbelievable.
Mr. President.
Who's talking about that? Is it Kash Patel and Dan Bongino? They're crazy. That's why I gave them jobs at the FBI.
The reason people are talking about this guy is because people serving in the highest levels of your administration have been talking about this guy for years and talking about how the Epstein list needs to be released. Here's then Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance in October 2024.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously.
Theo Vaughn, this guy is such a great journalist.
Need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Here's Kash Patel on a podcast just over a year before he became FBI director.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Illegal.
Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent turned right-wing podcaster, is now the FBI deputy director. Here he is on his show in February. He was named deputy director just a few weeks later.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go.
Let it go. Dan Bongino will always be on the case. Never going to let it go.
Ever.
Bill Clinton's spokesperson released a statement in 2019 saying that the former president, quote, knows nothing about the terrible crimes. We should note the presence of one's name in the files does not mean they were involved in any way in sex trafficking or having sex with any of Epstein's victims.
Illegal.
Here's Alina Habba, now interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey. This is her in February.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
Oh, weird. I'm shocked. I am shocked by the lack of shock that I'm feeling right now. I'm so unshocked that I'm somehow shocked by all of this. I mean, because of the shock, I was built up for all of this shock by all these different people on the right, basically the entire Trump administration. was telling us to prepare to be shocked. And I've been preparing myself, and now my lack of shock is truly, it's thrown me for a loop.
I'm shocked that none of that's been released. In February this year, Attorney General Bondi teased the imminent arrival of the Epstein files, and President Trump's eldest son, Don Jr., posted about the news, quote, LFG, an acronym for Let's Effing Go. A week later, the Trump administration invited a slew of conservative MAGA influencers to the White House, purporting to give them a first look at a batch of documents labeled the Epstein files, Phase 1, but none of it was a smoking gun. The vast majority of the information had already been made publicly available. CNN's Evan Harris reported in March that Attorney General Bondi directed FBI agents, in some cases, to drop their work on China and Iran and focus on redacting the files before their release. Remember, Trump made part of this his platform. Here he is during the 2024 campaign.
Look, I know we talk a lot about China, but really, more important for us to redact those nasty things that are said in the Epstein files. We wouldn't want anybody to get hurt.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah.
Probably.
Maybe. I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff.
Nasty stuff.
World.
So what's really going on here? What's really going on? Well, experts, such as our friend Julie Brown from the Miami Herald, who's been covering Epstein for years, say that the notion of Epstein having an easy-to-access client list is likely a red herring. And that's what the Trump administration is relying on, that there likely isn't a list per se. But they are also now relying on the fact that because it's MAGA influencers who often put forward so many falsehoods, legacy news media won't push the point, that while there might not be a list, there are certainly files that can be released. There's a trove of information that the Trump administration is right now refusing to share. Information that could well point to the powerful folks who availed themselves of the sex trafficking victims of Jeffrey Epstein. If you go, for example, to the FBI vault online, you can see that there are 22 files containing thousands of pages. Most of them are heavily redacted. Now, sure, of course, redact the names and identifying characteristics of the victims. But why not make the victim and testimonies public? As Julie Brown points out, there's still so much we don't know from the investigations by U.S. attorneys in Miami and in New York, witness interviews in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New Mexico. Brown writes that there's still more evidence that hasn't been published, including, quote, Epstein kept video cameras in most of his residences, and Epstein's autopsy, nor the report of the investigation into his death, has been made public. So while there may not be an official client list to be released, as the administration is now saying, there's a lot of extra information that is not being made public, despite Trump's Justice Department basically now saying case closed.
In fact, this is all these same people that we're talking about have been claiming that there is a physical list that Epstein's been holding. This like some sort of like network of like a network of PDFs that were his friends, but also blackmail the victims in some cases, all this other stuff. And so much has been made about this like supposed list. And now we're to believe that it just doesn't exist?
It isn't going to go away.
When Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused, I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you. Mm-hmm. I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped? Yeah. Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, where are they in jail? What? This is the Department of Justice.
Yes.
That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff. Like, very dangerous.
Well,
I don't want a revolution, but if you wanted a revolution, this is how you would act.
All right, Jamal, what do you think hearing that from Tucker?
Well, first of all, Tucker is being dangerous by alluding to something like a revolution when we're talking about the MAGA people.
Dangerous Tucker. Tucker being a dangerous man. That dangerous Tucker. Yeah, Tucker's always doing dangerous things. It's true. It's true. I'm just sort of basking in this. I mean, so many guys like Tucker have on their podcasts said that this was one of the most important bombshell investigations. The Trump administration, they were going to come and they were going to blast it open. They were going to tear down the curtain that was holding back the deep state curtain that was the reason why we didn't have more information on all this. Now, in the last few days, I don't know if you heard, Elon Musk has decided to start his own political party, which I believe he is calling the America Party, which I find somewhat ironic. Great patriot Elon
Tonight,
Musk.
on the heels of President Trump signing his massive domestic policy bill into law, his former close ally, Elon Musk, announcing the formation of a new political party. Musk, the world's richest person, taking to his social media site X to say, "We live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Today, the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom." Musk, who was President Trump's top campaign donor, has been feuding with the president over the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, which the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says will add more than $3 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years. Musk has referred to the legislation as a debt slavery bill and had been teasing a new political party for days. The Tesla CEO did not respond to questions from NBC News seeking clarity about today's announcement.
The stock market's at an all-time high.
For his part, President Trump has been celebrating the bill. The legislation extends the tax cuts from his first term, reduces taxes on tips and overtime pay, and provides funds for his immigration priorities. It also makes some of the biggest cuts in history to social safety net programs like Medicaid and food assistance. In Missouri, Kimberly Gallagher is worried about how the bill's new work requirements could affect her and her son's access to Medicaid. Her son Daniel has a rare genetic disorder and autism, and she is his primary caregiver.
Medicaid is in every facet of our life. It's not just medical, it's financial, it's care. And to lose any of those parts would drastically change our lives.
Yamiche is traveling with the president tonight. Yamiche, going back to Elon Musk's announcement of a new political party, what could his approach be here?
Well, Jose, we should note it's not clear at this point if Elon Musk has officially filed paperwork to start the America Party, but he has said that a new party could target just a handful of seats in Congress and then act as the deciding vote on key laws. Jose?
Wow. I mean, this is big news. And according to multiple sources, Elon intends to focus on the 2026 midterms. Now, this could have humongous implications, mostly because Elon Musk has a much higher appeal within the Republican Party than he does in the Democratic Party. So the better off that the America Party does, the worse off Republicans are going to be, in my estimation.
New fallout in the very public feud between Elon Musk and President Trump. The tech billionaire is now making good on his threat to start a new political party after Trump's massive spending bill becomes law. Trump announced his America Party over the weekend, writing in part, Musk announced his America Party, writing in part, "When it comes to bankrupting our country with waste, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy." Trump lashed out on Truth Social, accusing his ex-bestie of going, quote, completely off the rails and becoming a, quote, train wreck. Musk hit back by writing, "What's Truth Social?" So things have turned bad again for these two yet again. How worried are you about an Elon Musk political party?
Well, you know,
Abby, I think it'd be easier for Elon Musk to figure out how to get to Mars than it would be to start a new political party. It's the ballot rules in states are very complicated. This is yet another issue that's decided at the states. Whether your party can be on the ballot is subject to 50 different state laws. They're very complicated. In some places, they're dependent on what you did in the previous election, running as an independent, to get on the ballot for a future race. To be a viable party, you'd have to run for all offices. You'd have to run candidates for Congress, for Senate, for governor. And Elon Musk has a lot of money, and he's devoted a lot of money to politics. But if he starts a political party, there is a limit to what he can put in under federal election rules to that political party. So this is a very big undertaking, and I think he's probably blowing off steam.
Well, I am old enough to remember No Labels. Yeah. Do we not remember No Labels? And they did successfully get on quite a lot of ballots.
Yes.
And they did so largely because they had secret donors bankrolling the whole thing. It does take a ton of money, and he just has that. So, I mean, I would say this is not nothing, right?
No. Well, I think there's two different things we're talking about. We're talking about midterms and we're talking about presidentials. So No Labels was the presidential race, and so they were able to get on ballots. And the fear was really on the Democratic side that that would split the party. So if this was 2028, I think you would be more concerned. I do think, though, the amount of money that Elon Musk has that just can throw around, that is not just like backing a candidate, that can just be disruptive. And it seems like elections are so close in these days that 1 point could be a determining factor, and he has enough money to shave off 1 point. So I wouldn't just totally poo-poo it.
Also, I mean, there is no limit still to donating to political action committees. I'm fairly certain you could get most of it done via that sort of route, unless unless I'm missing something. Ross Perot, yeah, he could be the Ross Perot of the 2020s. Let's see what Fox News had to say. Because, of course, the Republican project has basically been intertwined with that of Fox News.
And someone who else is good at that is Elon Musk, who has now even made more headlines talking about a third party and how that gamble could succeed, as Politico puts it. Now, they talk about that Musk's plan can only work if he learns from the most successful political disruptors, including Trump on the right and Bernie Sanders on the left, and identifies places where both political parties are neglecting the real preferences of voters. This means not finding a midpoint on a left-right spectrum, but rather seizing issues beyond the standard D versus R menu. Now, arguably, you could say, well, is Elon Musk doing that? Is that what he's trying to do with this proposal for a third party? But we know Andrew Yang's on board, right? He's telling Fox News, I'm excited for anyone who wants to move on from the...
Jesus Christ. Of course, Andrew Yang is on board with this. Come on, Andrew. Get it together, pal.
...duopoly, and I'm happy to help give someone a sense of what the path looks like.
You know, I kind of think this is kind of funny. I take exception to Politico.
Andrew Yang is going to give Elon Musk... I feel like Andrew Yang and Elon have both been equally sort of unsuccessful in politics up to this point. I find it hilarious that Andrew's giving out advice.
Characterization that somehow Bernie Sanders has been a success. I don't know that he has been a success.
That's right.
But the problem for Elon Musk right now is that we already have a third party. It's called the Republican Party, and Donald Trump took it over and completely remade it. So the idea that Elon Musk, and with help from Elon Musk even, I'm really sort of doubtful that this is going to make a big difference.
Splash.
So that's such a salient point, Charlie, because if you go back to 1992, Ross Perot got 19% of the popular vote because people were disillusioned with the two parties, because there wasn't enough emphasis, and I'm paraphrasing here, but there was a push for the economic issues that Americans were struggling with, and neither party was paying attention to. That was the driver. There were other things, but that was a big one.
Who won the 92 election? trying to remember. Was it George H.W.? Was it Clinton? Didn't Clinton win in 1992?
President Trump got reelected by identifying exactly the things that the American voters across political lines cared about, not just the economy, which he's now got his plan going forward, but also the border security. And it doesn't, I am fascinated to see where it goes, but it's hard to imagine the political desire, appetite for an alternative even exist after what President Trump has done to refocus and reimagine the Republican Party.
Well, that's the point. There isn't one. There is zero appetite for someone coming in and fracturing further what has been unified. And when you talk about those issues, I mean, Bitcoin and pro-Second Amendment, welcome to the Republican Party. I think it's better likenable under Trump. It's better likenable, I think, to the Tea Party.
It's better likenable? What is likenable? Better likenable, yes. So very better likenable. Fox News coming up with some incredible commentary upon this. I'm hearing a little bit of cope coming out of these Fox Newsites. Little cope, little seethe that Elon might take away some of the Republicans' very thin margin right now. And the fact is I don't know whether or not Elon is thinking about it this way. His backing of people against Republicans, and it would be against Republicans, because I don't see this taking many votes away from Democrats. This would absolutely wind up taking some seats away from the already incredibly thin margin that exists for Republicans in the House and Senate, and could create a a situation for a real upset for Republicans in the old midterms. They're kind of coming up. It feels like a long time away. But the first 6 months of this year feel like some sort of fever dream. Oh shit, I'm gonna start a goal. How long have we been going for? An hour now, right? Yeah, okay. I've been trying to start goals at like an hour in, so you get like a completely free hour of content. Yes, and so when the first goal ends, it's like 4 hours in. Seems reasonable to me. Okay, goal initiated. Now, Donald Trump was asked point blank about Elon Musk's new America Party. Let's see what he had to say.
And can I follow up? This is, I think, the first cabinet meeting since Elon Musk has not been a special government employee, not here anymore. He's now saying he's going to create a third political party. Are you worried about the impact that could have?
No, I think it'll help us. It'll probably help. Third parties have always been good for me. I don't know about Republicans.
Oh, it's been good.
Are you second guessing any of the cuts that DOJ made? Since you described it as off the rails.
Look, we cut hundreds of billions of dollars with DOJ. We could have.
It's great. I'm actually really excited about Elon's new party. It'll be good for me. Even though I won't be running in any elections, it's going to be great for me. I honestly have struggled to understand how it would be good for Donald Trump. Like, if it's just going to take away from his very thin majority right now in Congress, and he doesn't have another election to run, does he think that... I think Donald Trump does think he's running for a third term. I'm pretty sure. Whenever he says stuff like that. Okay. Now, let's go from talking about Republicans, what's been going on internally over there, to talking about what's been going on inside of Democratic, small d, Democratic, big D. Okay, that doesn't sound right.
Phrasing?
Democrat politics. Let's talk about it. Because things have certainly been moving among Democrats. Due to one man, Zoran.
What? Zoran
Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Right, that's what we say. Zohran Mamdani. That's right.
Understood is that in order to win, you got to be more than charismatic, and he is. You got to be more than smart, which he is. You got to build a strong grassroots movement around a progressive agenda. He had thousands and thousands of people knocking on doors because they were excited about his message. And his message said, you know what? In a time of unprecedented income and wealth inequality, yeah, we are going to ask the richest people in New York City to start paying their fair share of taxes. So among other things, we can address the major crisis facing New York and America, by the way, is soaring housing costs. They're going to freeze rent at a time when families can't afford decent quality food. He's talking about helping to create publicly funded grocery stores so that kids can get food that's affordable, making buses free. He's giving people a positive agenda, not just going after Trump, but giving something that people can believe in, an analysis which reflects their reality. So I thought it was a great campaign, and I look forward to continue to work with him.
Here we go. That was Bernie Sanders on with Chris Hayes on MSNBC, laying it out, saying what we and many others have been saying about Zohran Mamdani. Focusing on the issues people are facing and speaking to those issues rather than ignoring them or trying to tell them what their issues should actually be. Telling them what their experience should actually be when they're the ones who are living through the experiences that they are in fact living through. Columbia Rican, thank you for the sweet, sweet membership re-up. I think, what is that? Three months? What is the green one? I always forget the color associations. I need to make different membership tags, whatever you call those little pictures, just more easily distinguishable. Appreciate that. I'm going to count that in the goal. I'm also going to count the gifted memberships from Icebreaker from earlier. So we're going to be 3 of 10, even though it says 0 of 10. Don't listen to YouTube. We're only 7 away. All right, let's keep talking Zoran. What did we just do? Why?
Zohran Mamdani.
God damn it. Please hold.
Peter, you did a guest essay for the New York Times. Its headline, Democrats Need to Understand That Opinions on Israel Are Changing Fast. And the image that accompanies the essay is a photograph of Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate for mayor of New York. If elected, he would be the first South Asian and Muslim mayor of New York City. He calls himself a democratic socialist, was a former state assemblyman. I want to ask you about Zohran Mamdani and particularly coverage in the New York Times. We'll get to that coverage in a minute, who they wrote a piece against him when they said they weren't going to endorse anyone in the Democratic primary, and then have written another piece. But I first want to talk about the significance of his win and how it is tied to that changing opinion on Israel around the country, why it's sent shockwaves through the Democratic Party throughout the United States.
Right. I think one of the reasons people thought Mamdani couldn't win was they had a set of assumptions about what was politically possible on the question of Israel-Palestine that are just really out of date if you look at public opinion. I'm not sure there's any political issue in the United States, perhaps other than gay marriage, over the last couple of decades, where public opinion has shifted as fast as it is shifting on Israel-Palestine. Just to give an example, in 2013, Democrats favored Israel over the Palestinians by 36 points. Today, they favor the Palestinians over Israel by 38 points. Even young Republicans, even Republicans under the age of 50, now a majority of them have a negative view of Israel. So what Mamdani is doing is revealing a dramatic shift that's taking place, being led by young people, but not only among young people. That's happening in New York and across the country. My article, what I was suggesting in the Times is Democrats running for president in 2028 should look at what has happened with Mamdani, because he has revealed that the politics on Israel in the Democratic Party and beyond have radically shifted in terms of public opinion.
And let me ask you about the Times coverage and what exactly they are doing. I wanted to go to a piece that Margaret Sullivan wrote. She used to be the public editor of the New York Times. It's been
Columbia Rican, the sweet, sweet super chat. In Gary we trust. Indeed. Trust in Gary. You shall be freed. That gets us up to 4 sweet, sweet super chats. 4 of 10. Only 6 away now. Making massive progress. Short period of time.
Widely criticized the Times because it has relied on widespread information that was hacked on Columbia University databases. The information reached the New York Times through an intermediary who the Times didn't identify, but it was later revealed to be Jordan Lasker, a well-known eugenicist and criticized white supremacist.
Don't be creepy.
The former public editor of the Times, who I was talking about, known as the Ombudsman, Margaret Sullivan, called the decision to publish the piece based on stolen information unwise, and that it fell far short of the newsworthiness bar. During the primary, the paper officially doesn't make endorsements. They published an editorial urging voters not to even rank Mamdani in New York's ranked choice voting system. Sullivan writes, quote, "The incident raises a larger issue. The Times' apparent opposition to Mamdani's candidacy." She writes, quote, "The opinion side of the Times is entitled to its opinion, however misguided, but straight news articles, by contrast, aren't supposed to go to bat for or against candidates. With this made-up scandal, combined with the pre-election editorial, the Times looks like it's on a crusade against Mamdani." And she was also referring to the fact that the documents that were gotten from a Columbia database show that when Zohran Mamdani applied as an 18-year-old to college. He applied to Columbia. He wasn't accepted, but he checked the box African-American, among others, also South Asian, and under it wrote Ugandan, where he was born, where his family, his father's family, had lived for 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's really important to understand about Zohran Mamdani and about his father, who's a very, very distinguished political scientist, Mahmoud Mamdani, is that their identity was as Africans, right? And that the vision that they had of Uganda was of a country that was multiracial, an African country that was multiracial, that included people like their families who came from South Asia and people who were black. In fact, in some ways, this was the struggle against Idi Amin. I mean, not to get into the weeds here, but Idi Amin had expelled Asians from Uganda precisely because of his racist view that South Asians were not truly Africans. And so for Zohran Mamdani, it was an important statement to say, I am an African. And this is actually important. My family are South Africans, right? Obviously, my family are South Africans, Jews who came to South Africa. But it was very important for many of those Jews to say that we are also part of this country. And I think when you see when you understand it in that context, it's not the case that Zohran Mamdani was trying to pull some sleight of hand to try to take advantage of affirmative action. This was a very deep statement about what he believed it was to have grown up in Uganda. And I think that's what's perhaps not really understood about the context of this story.
Peter, going back to this
I love I love this sort of, what do you call it? Like outrage, this manufactured outrage over him clicking African on a form when he is in fact from Africa. Like, is this like, what do you call it? It's almost like, it's like a reverse, like this reverse affirmative action type anger. It's like, oh, but he's not actually like it's so nonsensical. It's like his family lived in Africa for 100 years. Okay, what is not to be understood? Or Rumor, thank you for the super chat, even though it's blank. Counting that as a fifth of a super chat, bringing us to 4.2. Then PB coming in with a sweet super sticker. Multiple mood dangs popping up out of the water, bringing us to 5.2 of 10. Now I'm doing decimals. Yes, 5.2. Great job, everybody. We're making moves, very early moves on this chat goal.
The race for mayor in New York. There are news reports now that the financial elite of New York are trying to convince all other candidates to eventually drop out behind one, whether that's Cuomo or Eric Adams, and even convincing Curtis Sliwa, the Republican, to drop out. They're trying to make a pact to all unite against Mamdani. I can't remember anything like that.
I'd love to see old guardian angels decide to step down. It would be so funny. But no, all those guys have like personal vendettas and like reasons for why they're running. Like they just, a bunch of sort of egotistical weirdos over there. Andrew Cuomo, your Curtis Sliwa, Eric Adams, all these guys.
You'd have to go back to 1950 when Vito Marcantonio was the East Harlem congressman, and the Democratic, the Republican Party, the Liberal Party, all united to behind one candidate to defeat Marcantonio, who was the American Labor Party candidate and a socialist. Wondering your thoughts about this incredible attempt at an unholy alliance.
Well, in many ways, it kind of illustrates Mamdani's whole point, right? Which is that this is a city that is not working, that is really unaffordable for so many working class New Yorkers. But it's a city that in some ways is politically only working and so many ways controlled by people who have vast amounts of wealth. And, if people have vast amounts of wealth, fine, but they should think about the people who live in their city who don't live in multi-million-dollar apartments and go off to houses in the Hamptons, and have a little bit of empathy and concern for the fact that there's so many New Yorkers who would really benefit from having free buses or not having to pay so much for rent. Like, have some human concern and empathy. These people don't care at all about that. All they care about is making sure that they don't have to pay a little bit more in taxes, even though they would not even notice it given the scale of their wealth. And they're threatened by Zohran Mamdani's support for the idea of equality between Israeli Jews and Palestinians, right?
Peter Baynart, spitting truth over on Democracy Now! That was, I believe, from their show yesterday. I could be wrong about the exact date of that clip. But people are not slowing down their attacks on Zohran Mamdani, whether it's people in business or in politics. Venture capital freak Sean McGuire of Sequoia Capital, after being criticized by a large number of people online for calling Zohran Mamdani an Islamist,
Zohran Mamdani
has decided to not apologize, but instead double down if you will. All the worst aspects of the stuff that he said. Sequoia's Sean Maguire doubles down on Mamdani Islamist comments. Sean Maguire, a partner at Silicon Valley venture capital firm Sequoia Capital, has continued to target New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, who he previously labeled an Islamist after hundreds of tech industry founders condemned his actions as Islamophobic. Maguire slammed Mamdani, who is of Indian descent and born in Uganda, for labeling himself Asian and African American, stating Mamdani comes from a culture that lies about everything to advance on his... Wow, that is wild. Zohran comes from a culture that lies about everything. So all Muslims lie about everything. That is what this guy is. This is wildly racist. This is so wildly racist, dude. Jesus Christ. People are coming so mask off. Like, Zohran is causing so many people to come out and say just wild shit. It is insane. The reporting stems from Trump's claims on June 10th that he last spoke with Newsom the previous day. More than 800 tech founders representing more than 750 tech startups quickly penned an open letter denouncing Maguire's comments as a deliberate and inflammatory attack that promotes dangerous anti-Muslim stereotypes, urging Maguire to apologize. Maguire has since doubled down on his Islamist comments and made a range of other attacks on Mamdani on social media. Wow. So good and so great. What a time to live in. Columbia Regan, thank you for the sweet super sticker. That's going to get us to 5.6. 5.6 of 10. Getting very close. This goal is only going to be going for 20 minutes. We're only 4-ish super chats away from completing the goal. Truly a stalwart effort already among chat right now. Let's keep talking Mamdani. Oh no. I'm so sorry, everybody. I had the sound off because I didn't want to... I've been getting copyright claims from whoever owns that song that Forbes uses underneath their videos, like the ones where they do text instead of actual clips. So sorry. So sorry, everybody. It's my bad. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I mean, you literally have an African socialist Muslim man this time around, like the real Obama.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, none of the liberals that would back him are out there defending him at all.
This is a moment where I think that may turn. Here is podcaster Jennifer Welch. I mean, we saw her.
She's a good friend of mine.
Yeah,
oh,
is she? Okay.
Yeah, she's been on my podcast before. I've had it, ladies.
She's pretty like normie coded.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they are from Oklahoma, and they definitely are definitely a lot more progressive than the average Democrat. But I know for a fact that the Democratic Party really wanted to use them as like this this non-hostile space. I mean, they've interviewed Barack Obama. They've interviewed Hakeem Jeffries in the past.
And what's his face? Oh my God! The chief of staff for Obama. Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And Rahm Emanuel got eviscerated on there. And here she is on Hakeem Jeffries, that same issue.
I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real, and he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand up against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries, AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity. And then if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite. The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zoran Mamdani and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity. And this type of crap is so disgusting to me. And it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last two elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out. Come on.
So Chuck Schumer doing a great job keeping the Democrats pro-Israel, huh?
The thing that is impressive is, I mean, that last part where she was saying, like who is Hakeem Jeffries actually delivering this stuff to? Yep. Like every New Yorker has seen Brad Lander walking around. He's the highest elected Jewish official in New York City. Every New Yorker knows this. Anybody who's paid any attention to this election in the days before, whether it was on, Colbert's show or what, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries talking to? It's almost like they don't realize they are in a small, like, black box theater. That's the size of their audience now as to who they're even communicating to. It is fascinating. They like, we need to reach across the, sort of the divide, and they keep talking to a smaller and smaller group of people.
Yeah. One thing I always get really frustrated by, because I think people on the left also have a tendency to do this, where they're like, oh, well, like, he has to address Israel because there's a lot of Jews in New York and they all care about Israel. And I feel like it's just like the dual loyalty trope, but like on a woke, I guess, on the woke side, it's like the woke dual loyalty trope. And my question always is like,
yeah, it's like, oh, you're ignoring, like, it is weird, like, and it's almost hard to put your finger on how to describe it, but it's like saying you're not ascribing this stereotype to all Jews in the United States. Like, it's incredibly racist when you actually try and break it down. You're not doing that, and that's actually you're the one who's being racist by not using this, damaging stereotype.
New York City is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Sometimes Tel Aviv, I think, has a higher number of Jewish people living in it, but I think New York City is either the number one or number two largest Jewish city on the planet. It predates the invention of the state of Israel. Yep. Like, Jewish people here have stronger roots to the United States of America and New York City in particular, and Los Angeles as well, than they do to Israel as a nation state. Israel is an ethno-state. Zionism is an ethno-state project. They incentivize American Jews and Jews all around the world to go and live in Israel. So my question always is to these people that say like, oh, Jews really care about Israel. That's all they care about. It's like, but these are American Jews. These are New Yorkers. If they cared about Israel that much, they would live in Israel.
Yep.
Like they would just go and live there. There are tremendous incentives to go and live there. You actually get health care if you live in Israel, as a matter of fact. It is a comprehensive health care coverage that they can afford because they don't have to actually spend a dime on their defense because we got that covered.
You get Palestinian land.
Yeah, you get free housing if you want, government subsidized housing in the West Bank if you want, like, and yet so many Jewish people choose to live here and be American citizens and not be Israeli citizens in spite of all that. That to me is a clear indication that American Jews, just like American Muslims, just like American Christians, have American problems, and that's what they care about. They don't care about Israel to the degree in which people talk about it in the media.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think there is, based on my own experience, there is a learned attachment to Israel in relationship with Israel, as opposed to, say, like, I don't have the same relationship with Uganda. I mean, maybe if the Zionist project had landed in Uganda, which at one point was banded around, but I don't. But that is different from saying this is the premier issue that they vote upon or they act upon or they move through life with. It is also different from saying that Israel, that this relationship isn't complicated. And I think it's different for people who have like direct relatives there, obviously in the same way that, like, you know, I grew up in Worcester. There was a lot of people, like, you know, when you talk about the IRA or stuff like that, people are just like, oh, F the British, you know, like, and I'm in Worcester.
They traffic guns. They directly traffic guns to the IRA.
Exactly. And
fundraise for the IRA in every bar. There was a Republican congressperson.
100%. And so this is, you know, there are different dynamics at different eras. But the fact of the matter is that New York Jews didn't even for a moment, as a whole, you know, I'm just talking in generalities in terms of the vast majority, this was not an issue for them at all. That's my point about the increasingly, when Hakeem Jeffries gets out there and says that, when Gillibrand says this, they are talking to literally a room full. It's the same people, frankly, who Carvel was talking about. I don't know if you caught that clip of Carvel.
Carvel.
Yeah, Carvel.
He says Carvel every time.
It's like an ice cream brand.
I have to pick and choose what I correct.
Exactly. He was on with, and I can't remember the guy. He was an old Al Hunt, and he said, "I go to these, you know, big Jewish donors of the Democratic Party. They tell me they don't want to, you know, give money because of Israel or whatever it is. It's really just the tax cuts, and it is." For a lot of these people, it is a proxy that allows them to avoid talking about what the real issue is, class issues. And they bring this up because it was a third rail, you know, type of deployment. And it is no longer resonating. It no longer resonates because of what people can see with their eyes in terms of the way that Israel has been, you know, engaged in this slaughter, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think all three probably appropriate. But pick them. Pick whatever one you feel comfortable with saying. And I think people are just like, I'm not going to, you know, make my determination who's going to be mayor of New York City, or frankly, even the president of the United States at the end of the day.
I just don't think it's a detriment in the way that these guys suggested it was for the longest time, and they even did in the lead up to the election. And that was, I guess, the reason why Kamala Harris could not actually chart a different trajectory for herself and like cut her off from the anchor that was the Joe Biden administration, even on this issue that was, again, you know, 75-25% at that point.
Well, that's what's amazing.
I'm staying in the race.
CNN clip from the other day, they played over the course of 8 years.
Yeah.
The people on our campaign must have known that data.
Yeah.
And yet,
we covered
this is absolute malfeasance by that campaign, and it wasn't raised in that way. They talked about it in the context of Mamdani, but
that campaign believed that they could shape the narrative, right? They thought that they could raise enough money, and they raised a fucking boatload of money, but it wasn't enough to make up for the lack of actual clear stance on this situation. Right, that was a complete failure that they actively chose to do. They knew that there was no way that they didn't know the numbers, and they chose not to address it.
Numbers were not dramatically different 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, or 10 months ago.
Right.
And yet the campaign just said, we're not even going to allow this Palestinian lawmaker
not gonna do it. Wouldn't be
to speak at
prudent
the
at this
convention
juncture.
when it was completely benign, everything she had to say.
Yeah, and it would have had reverberations beyond, I think, Israel-Palestine, because it would have shown everyone in America, there would be so much like secondary coverage on, wow, Kamala Harris is actually separating herself from Joe Biden on this issue, which would have been a great marketing opportunity. I literally advocated even for from a bloodless, cold, cynical, calculated stance. If you don't care about the humanity of charred children that we're facilitating the genocide of, the least you could do is advocate on this, because I don't want Donald Trump to win, and this way you can separate yourself from Joe Biden, who was deeply unpopular. Everyone saw him as old, feeble, and monstrous, and simultaneously,
I think that honestly, because of who was on the Kamala campaign, it was a bunch of Biden people, basically. I mean, there was a few other people from outside the camp, but it was mostly Biden people. And I think they saw it from a view of being in power, from Kamala being part of the current administration, and essentially saying the narrative has to be one that is we cannot waver from the stance on Israel that the Biden administration has had this entire time. And it was a complete failure. They knew that it was not, in fact, I say they knew exactly how unpopular that was, but felt that narrative was more important. All this money is tied up in that narrative, in that, not just in, APAC dollars, but in government military contracts and all this other shit. And they're like, this is more important than what people think. This is more important than the voters' opinion. This is more important than winning the election. This is basically the gambit that they took.
Really win favors with a lot of people, because I think that the issue of Israel and your opinion on Israel, I think, is a way for politicians to communicate earnesty, because there's such a division between what the public feels about this versus what the media talks about, or how the media talks about this issue and how politicians talk about this issue. You can really cut away at that. And my fear always is that there are cynical actors, both on the media side like Tucker Carlson, or cynical actors on the political side like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that see that know how to read the room better than everybody else, and will utilize that to win favors with a broader audience.
And just to expand on that, it also indicates I am not a part of the establishment.
Yeah.
Democratic responsiveness.
It shows the responsiveness, it shows the inclusion, it shows breaking with Biden, but it is a proxy. The reason why, Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene find efficacy in it is it shows that they're anti-establishment on some level, because again, they are only speaking to the establishment. Like Hakeem Jeffries is sitting on whatever Meet the Press saying Mamdani needs to deal with anti-Semitism. No one thinks that.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene may not be actually speaking to the Zionist donors that Carville was talking about there, because she is actually an anti-Semite. So she's not in the rooms that 95% of Republicans are in, and 70% of Democrats are in. So when you ask, who is this for? when Hakeem Jeffries is doing this performance, it's for the Zionist donor base.
Yep.
And people can sense that. So when we're talking about it being like a proxy for other things, it is about showing democratic responsiveness. And also why it compounded things for Kamala was the fact that people felt alienated from the Democratic Party's lack of democratic responsiveness.
Yeah.
When for basically since 2023, the polling showed that the Democratic voter base felt that Joe Biden was too old to run again, and they decided to ram him through without really any public debate or process on this front, which made people feel alienated from the Democratic Party. That's a
This Hassan interview was doing huge numbers over there at the Majority Report earlier today when I was watching. It was like 15,000 people all watching at once. Not that the Majority Report doesn't do big numbers as it is, but that's like double like the regular audience. And it's good to have Emma back from her honeymoon now. I think she was stoked that Sam held off on the Hassan interview until this week.
Huge problem, and it's not just a problem of Joe Biden. It's a problem, as we're seeing structurally with the party, where they can't conceive of a working class politics that shows direct responsiveness to people. The only people that the people they're most directly responsive to are donors, and then if they see polling shift enough for them, then they'll decide to lead. The immigration stuff, Trump, his numbers tanking on that front, we can't thank Democrats for that at all, except for maybe Chris Van Hollen and a few, and of course the members of the squad and the left wing members.
Yeah.
But that's all what he did on his own. And the Democrats could have been the yin to that yang. They could have shown an alternative vision, and now it's just like, oh, he's unpopular in a vacuum and people feel nihilistic, which is what he thrives on in the end, and this movement thrives on in the end.
It's strange to watch them kind of get reminded that they're supposed to be anti-austerity. Yeah. Like it almost like every single day since the Trump administration began, they have been actively signaling that they're going to cut all of these federal jobs. They're going to cut these regulatory agencies, and at a time when there's planes falling out of the sky, it's like a perfect opportunity to really drive home this point that these jobs need to exist. You and your billionaire buddies are just cutting these federal jobs that are decently paying jobs for a lot of Americans, tens of millions of Americans. And also these are services that they rely on. And there was no communication from the Democratic Party in the first couple of months. And even now you have this horrifying, disastrous bill. It's one of the most unpopular bills that has passed since we began tracking the popularity of bills that are passing. And it's unpopular in spite of the Democratic Party's positioning on this, because they were able to push it through this expedited process, just like they did the last Trump tax cuts in 2017. And the less time is spent on the gridlock aspect of Congress, the less time there is to communicate all of the awful things that are in this bill to make the bill less popular. The alternative to this is, of course, like the ACA that the Republicans were able to stop at every step of the way.
All right. That's enough of that interview. But I'm not quite done talking about Democrats and what is going on in sort of the wings right now. Donald Trump chimed in about the future of Democrats, specifically Chuck Schumer. Mr. We Will Win.
Brad? Yes, Mr. President, I've got a quick comment, some feedback as a native Texan, someone that I grew up bringing my kids to a camp very near the affected camp now. Thank you on behalf of Texas. I've gotten hundreds of messages that want to thank. If you're in the cabinet room, you can tell the president and his team on behalf of Texans, thank you so much for the quick response.
His name is Schumer. He's a good Palestinian. His name is Schumer. He's a good Palestinian.
I saw that you gave. Two quick questions.
I saw a Palestinian senator. His name is Schumer. He's a good Palestinian. No, he's a Palestinian. He's become a Palestinian. He's abandoned the Jews. But I saw him say It's Trump's fault. Yeah, yeah, that's right. It's Trump's fault. He was actually, do you ever see John Lovett's The Liar? Where he goes, yeah, I went to Harvard, that's right. This was Schumer. He goes, yeah, it's Trump's fault. That's right, it's Trump. I actually saw that stupid guy try and blame it on me, and I said, man, that's a tough one to take. But his career is limited because I hear AOC is going to beat him, and she's no bargain either, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, if you caught that there at the end, past the Trump calling Chuck Schumer a Palestinian as a pejorative once again, even though Chuck Schumer is one of the most pro-Israel senators in the United States Congress. But there's Donald Trump suggesting that somehow AOC is going to take Chuck Schumer's Senate seat, something which we have been talking about around here in recent months. And I do think it's entirely possible that that comes to fruition. And I would love to see it, honestly. I would love to see that. Not that AOC isn't effective as a representative in the House, but I mean, senators have more power, right? And I would love to see somebody like AOC, oust people like Chuck Schumer, who are continuing to do politics as usual in a moment when, not just in this moment, but over time, it's just continued to do this very old school sort of way of doing things, not really listening to voters, instead listening to imaginary characters like the Baileys. We will win. And honestly, the Democratic Party needs a shakeup right now. Okay, I mean, it needed one before the 2024 election. We didn't get that, but right now is the moment to do it. Before any primaries come, we just need to be talking about this, looking at this kind of stuff. Finding the right candidates to support in these sorts of things. Shaikat Chakrabarti over in California looking to upend Nancy Pelosi's seat, stuff like that. I think we gotta have on our radar. Got some other terrible stuff to talk about now. This has been on my radar. Terrible stuff been going on. ICE has been running around the country, continuing to do all sorts of terrible things, frightening communities, terrorizing migrants and Americans at the same time.
Today, I was on my way to the press conference with the governor. While I was on the way, though, I got alerted that there was a ICE operation, military intervention, who knows, at MacArthur Park. I turned around, we went to the park. I could see a helicopter in the air. I think it was a Black Hawk helicopter. And I saw military tanks. It was the Custom and Border Patrol, and it might have been military on the periphery. To me, this is another example of the administration.
I mean, we look like Sudan right now, okay? Like, what is going on? Why are our streets being occupied by a military? What is happening right now? Look at this.
The Custom and Border Patrol, and it might have been military on the periphery. To me, this is another example of the administration ratcheting up chaos by deploying what looked like a military operation in an American city. Now, you can spin it any way you like, but in my opinion, it's a political agenda of provoking fear and terror. Frankly, it is outrageous and un-American. Who were in the park today were children. It was their summer camp. their summer day camp. And I spoke to an 8-year-old. I never let on what was going on upstairs. But did this 8-year-old tell me that he was afraid of ICE? I think it's pretty dramatic that a child said to me that he was fearful of ICE. So what I saw in the park today looked like a city under siege, under armed occupation. I just think it's important that we continue to tell the truth to the American people. There was no protest. There was no disorder that required that.
Would protests have required? See, this is why I hate Mayor Karen Bass. Because time and time again, she has justified the use of force against against protesters, and I am sick of it. I am so sick of it. It does not. That would not have justified it. A protest would not have justified what's going on. Oh, God damn you, Karen! Stop being a goddamn Karen, please. Not my favorite person right now. Nothing that's going on justifies the military occupation going on our streets from Donald Trump's personal military. The $200 billion budget now. It is horrifying. Now, Gavin Newsom had some stuff to say. Apparently, California's Customs and Border Patrol sector chief claimed to not work for California and LA Mayor Karen Bass. Gavin Newsom had some things to say about that. Okay, Gavin, what do you got to say?
Governor, the Border Patrol Chief, Gregory Bovino, said to Fox, "I don't work for Karen Bass. Better get used to us now, because this is going to be normal very soon. We will go anywhere, anytime we want in Los Angeles."
Tough guy.
What's your response?
Tough guy. He does work for us. He may want to check his pay stub. He's a public servant. We're taxpayers. He works for the people of the United States of America, and he has a constitutional obligation in that respect. So, with all due respect to him, he better do a better job.
Do you think Republicans are going to give you the money that you're asking for if this conflict...
We're all in this together.
Yo, Gavin Newsom. Honestly, not my favorite guy right now for so many reasons. Not my favorite guy. But I thought this was a decent comment. Better check your paycheck there, pal. Check your paycheck there, Mr. California Customs and Border Patrol Sector Chief. Karen Bass is your boss, apparently. Okay. Columbia Rican, the sweet, sweet super chat. If I was in Democratic leadership, once Dems take back Congress and Senate is to impeach and then remove the 6 conservative judges, then find a way to amend the big bad billionaire bill, change it, and then impeach and remove Trump in that order. Okay. That's a strategy. I mean, it's certainly a plan. It would take a while, but it's definitely a good plan. Let's get all that done. That gets us to 7 2/3 super chats, which means we're only like 2.5 away, like 2 1/3 super chats away from completing the goal already. We haven't even gotten to the first break yet. It's pretty impressive. We're not even an hour into the goal right now. Really good stuff. Let's continue talking about immigration enforcement. Governor Ron DeSantis was earlier asked, how is the alligator Auschwitz is going to be paid for? Yeah, that's a good question. Who is paying for that? Will Florida be reimbursed for this concentration camp?
How it would be on anything. So federal government reimburses us for stuff all the time.
Mhm.
So, for example, you know, when we had Hurricane Milton, the Biden was president then, he signed 100% reimbursement for debris.
Oh, how nice
and
of him.
For emergency protective measures. And so all the debris stuff would be done by local governments, and then they would submit, and then they would get reimbursed 100%. And the state could get reimbursed if we're putting in it as well. So it's no different than how it's been. That will be something that will be done. And I think that's probably the most efficient way to do it. Now, I think they do have more money now in the agency, so we'll see what they're doing. And part of the reason we've gotten so leaned in on this is because I just know that Biden really decimated ICE. You know, he was telling people just come.
Biden, he was just telling people to come in. He decimated ICE. It was like it didn't even exist anymore. Fascinating. Okay. But there you go. Ron DeSantis saying that, don't worry, Florida's going to get reimbursed by the federal government for this sweet concentration camp that they're building in the Everglades right now. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's very exciting. I'm sure they won't do any sort of markups on any of that work. It'll be all above board, I'm sure. Let's talk about the Trump doctrine.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Trump announced on social media Monday a new round of threatened tariffs ranging from 25 to 40% on imports from 14 countries, including Bangladesh, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, set to take effect August 1st, barring new deals. Meanwhile, Trump has threatened to impose an additional 10% tariff on countries that align themselves with the BRICS group of nations, led by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Trump cited the group's, quote, anti-American policies. The threat came as Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva kicked off a two-day BRICS summit in Rio de Janeiro.
So we don't want an emperor. Our countries are sovereign. If Trump issues tariffs, other countries have the right to do the same. There is the reciprocity law. I think it's not responsible for a president from a country like the United States to threaten the world with tariffs on social media. Honestly, there are other forums for the president of a country the size of the United States to talk to other countries.
This comes as Vice President J.D. Vance has been promoting Trump's new foreign policy approach. Vance addressed the Ohio Republican Party last month.
What I call the Trump doctrine is quite simple. Number one, you articulate a clear American interest, and that's, in this case, that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Number two, you try to aggressively, diplomatically solve that problem. And number three, when you can't solve it diplomatically, you use overwhelming military power to solve it, and then you get the hell out of there before it ever becomes a protracted conflict.
For more, we're joined by John Bellamy Foster, professor of sociology at University of Oregon, editor of the Monthly Review, where his new article is headlined, The Trump Doctrine and the New MAGA Imperialism. Well, why don't you lay out your thesis for us, Professor John Bellamy Foster, and welcome to Democracy Now!
Well, thank you. The Trump Doctrine was articulated in the first Trump administration. Normally, the presidential doctrines are determined by the press, who see the administrations operating in a certain way according to a certain principle, and they designate that as a doctrine. The Trump administration has been different. There was a lot of confusion about Trump foreign policy. Was it isolationist? Was it anti-imperialist? In the first Trump administration, Michael Anton, who was one of the main MAGA ideologues and came from the Claremont Institute, which is one of the primary MAGA institutions, was in the National Security Council, and they basically had him leave the National Security Council in order to formally articulate a Trump doctrine that the media would take seriously and foreign policy experts would take seriously. So he gave a lecture. He was appointed at Hillsdale College, which is a MAGA institution, and he gave a lecture at Princeton University where he articulated the Trump doctrine, and then that was published in Foreign Policy, the leading foreign policy journal in the United States. And the Trump doctrine is said, and now Michael Anton is the deputy. Well, he's the director of policy planning for the State Department. So he's the main idea man, essentially Assistant Secretary of State. He's the main idea man in the State Department, and he articulated on behalf of Trump a doctrine, a Trump doctrine with 4 pillars. The first one was national populism, which is the way in which the MAGA movement designates itself. It's sort of a neo-fascist designation. It resonates with the National Socialism of the Nazi movement. But national populism is the first pillar. The second pillar is that all nations should be primarily nationalistic in their orientation. The third one is the opposition to liberal internationalism and to the liberal hegemony of the United States over the world order that was established after the Second World War and is continued to this day. Instead, what is defined is a hyper-nationalist America First imperium, where the United States essentially rules the world on its own. But the fourth pillar is the most important. And Anton went back to Aristotle, who said there were three forms of political organization: the tribe or ethnicity, the city-state or state, and the empire. And empires are defined as multi-ethnic. And the Trump doctrine is opposed to multi-ethnic empires and multi-ethnic nations, and argues that we should determine our foreign policy by ethnicity and essentially the tribe. In fact, it's a racial definition of foreign policy, with the notion that the United States is a white country and other ethnicities don't belong, and we're going to organize our foreign policy as well as our domestic policy on that basis. So the Trump doctrine was very important. Remember, Anton is now the number one policy maker within the State Department, so this is not a secondary matter.
Professor, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, it's a horrifying doctrine, the whole thing. And the white nationalist element of it is truly one of the more sickening aspects of it. But it is, I mean, we've seen it all, come to fruition, right? Canceling refugee and asylum claims for brown people, Middle Eastern people, Asian people, African people, and then giving white people asylum. And in South Africa, Afrikaners, giving them asylum claims because based upon a supposed genocide that didn't exist. I mean, it's stuff like that we're witnessing every single day.
In your analysis, which is I found to be among the clearest I've seen anywhere about this new fascist movement, you contradict the perspective of a lot of people that the Trump neo-fascism has a working class base. In fact, you say that there were three sectors of the monopoly capitalist class: the tech sector, the oil and gas sector, and private equity sector, that have basically united with the lower middle class, a huge portion of the lower middle class and privileged workers who formed the base of the MAGA movement. Could you talk about that a little more?
Well, sociologically, we often talk about the lower middle class, which is a very clear political, cultural designation in U.S. society. These are small property owners, small landowners, lower level managers within corporations, rural populations. The evangelical movement is tied to this. And the population within the lower middle class is predominantly white and is above in terms of income and property ownership is well above the working class, which we could say is the bottom 60% of the population. And the lower middle class also votes much more heavily than the working class. So this has actually been Trump's political base. The lower middle class is very nationalistic, a tendency to be nationalistic, what we call revanchist, that is arguing that we have to return to an earlier age, make America great again. They tend to be very racist and anti-immigrant, misogynist, very patriarchal in their orientations. So the populations of the lower middle class are very heavily located in the exurbs. So this is the base, the sociological base and political base of Trump. And as soon as Trump phenomena came into being, the New York Times, which hadn't talked about the working class for decades, started to refer to the white working class. But really, it's about the lower middle class. And the lower middle class is traditionally, they used to be called the petty bourgeoisie. It's traditionally the base for all movements in the fascist genus. If you go back to the 1930s to Italy and Germany, it's the same constituency that drove the fascist movement, but it's a result of an alliance between big capital for the billionaires, monopoly finance capital at the very top of the society and the lower middle class.
There we go. John Bellamy Foster, professor of sociology on Democracy Now!, discussing the Trump doctrine and the people who ascribe to this doctrine. We are living in horrifying times right now, people. We are in the midst of a fascist takeover. And how we deal with this in each moment is going to matter in the future, even if it all feels almost unreal right now for some people. I know not everybody's even accepted that Donald Trump is an authoritarian or a fascist, but honestly, waiting around for some sort of sign at this point is ill-conceived plan. All right, we got plenty more to talk about here tonight. Hell of a lot of videos to get through. Over 100, actually. Thankfully, we've already made some progress. But we've been going for 2 full hours, which means we got to take a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you don't get any confusion on when this stream is live. Wouldn't want to miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Now, we're 7.5 of 10 super chats on our way through this goal. We still got about 2 hours to do it. I believe in us. It should be pretty easy. Considering how we got the first part of it done, once you've liked and subscribed, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, not just because we got that goal going, but also because without donations from space fams such as yourself, we would cease to exist. I'd go floating off into space, never to be seen again. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, and memberships, all of which get counted towards the goal in chat, Cash App, and PayPal as well. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you a goddamn avatar shout out at the end of every stream. That's right. Did you ever wonder who all these people dancing and standing in the pool, the puppies, the cats, all of that stuff? Well, those are patron avatars. $3 a month. You can have your own. Anyway, that's enough from me, Chad. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Everybody knows what that sound means. That is the telltale sign that the break is coming to an end. And it is now time for space fams such as yourself to get back in your seats, lest you want to miss the latest galactic content, which is going to begin immediately, if not sooner. Also, want to say thank you to Series for the sweet, sweet super chat. So grateful for the cozy stream and comrades to share it. Thank you, Series. Thank you. That gets us to 8.5. 8.5 of 10, meaning only 1.5 super chats away with an hour and 45 minutes to go. I think we're going to get it done. I don't know about you, chat. Feel pretty optimistic about us completing that goal. All right, let's go back to the war on the working class and broader America. With all the proposed, well, not proposed, but impending cuts to SNAP benefits across the country. Food banks across the United States are very concerned, including one called FoodLink.
Spending and tax bill has caused major concerns for organizations back home, such as FoodLink. Under the act, food benefits known as SNAP are being cut, and it comes at a time when food costs are still high. FoodLink executives call SNAP one of the nation's most effective anti-poverty programs that provides 9 times more meals than all of our nation's 200 food banks combined.
We're seeing we're going to see millions and millions of dollars on a regular basis be taken out of people's pockets that they were using to be able to buy good quality food for them and their families. So the situation continues to be dire, because at the end of the day, what we need is people who have the money to buy the food they need for their families. Nobody wants to use a food pantry or a soup kitchen. Everybody wants to be able to go to the store and buy the food that they want for themselves. Right now, we have been dealt a significant blow, not just as a region, but as a country when it comes to the food security of people. And unfortunately, it's going to take all of us to kind of step up and band together to be able to solve the issues that are about to come down at us.
And still, they say they will do everything within their power to help.
Yep. 8 organizations, charities, food banks are all going to be put under a great deal of pressure, and they are not going to be able to make up for the hits they're going to be feeling from these SNAP cuts. It is a guarantee. SNAP provides 9 times as many meals as food banks do on a yearly basis. And there is no way that funding is going to increase by 8 or 9 times at these food banks. It's just not. It just isn't. And so what that means is that people are going to go without food. But that is what this administration wants, to punish poor and non-white Europeans. Non-Europeans are poor. If you're not white and you're poor, you're fucked. And that's the goal. It's basically the explicit goals of these Project 2025 weirdos. Talk about what they're doing to the VA.
To work with both of you on this really critical committee. Secretary Collins, you are charged with making sure we keep our promises to our veterans. And I will tell you, as the daughter of a veteran, one who had great need for the VA benefits, I take this work seriously. Now, Mr. Secretary, I know you hate scaring our veterans, but here's what I know. When you fire thousands of VA staff with no rationale beside Musk said so, that really scares veterans.
Well,
When
first of
you
all,
cancel hundreds
some of the things that I say
contracts and
will be
create a
incorrect.
cancer registry in my state, that scares veterans. When you muzzle our researchers, that scares veterans. When you eliminate the VASP program, which helps save veterans from foreclosure on their homes, that scares veterans. When you remove language saying veterans and doctors can't be discriminated against based on their political views or marital status with no explanation until after people called it out, that scares veterans. And more than just scaring veterans, it puts the care and the support they have not only earned, but are entitled to in serious jeopardy. So if you're concerned about scaring veterans, my suggestion is to stop doing what you're doing. Focus
Immediately,
on
if not
what
sooner.
matters. Stop implementing policies with no explanation or analysis. Lift the hiring freeze and get our facilities fully staffed. So to that end, I have a few questions about some of the actions that veterans have told me they are deeply concerned about. And I hope today you can put their minds at ease and give us some clear, straightforward answers. Secretary Collins, there's been a lot of discussion regarding your decision to modify VA provider guidelines that would open the door to discrimination. You struck the words age, national origin, politics, marital status, and disability from the anti-discrimination policy that was applied to our VA hospitals and our clinics. When you changed the guidelines and removed the words making clear when discrimination is not tolerated, what you actually signaled to veterans across the country that they may be actually denied the care that they need. So, Mr. Secretary, if you insist these categories are already covered by federal law, and therefore your changes do not provide openings for discrimination, will you commit then to reinstating the previous policy?
Senator, this is exactly what, and I appreciate you taking my own words, because it's about time that somebody up here actually decided that they were not going to continue to repeat.
Look at that. Doug Collins, he's excited. Listen to him. Look at this. Listen to his tone. He is thrilled. He is thrilled to be asked this question. By Senator Murray. He couldn't be more excited about it. In fact, he wants to be able to. He wants to answer this question. He doesn't want veterans to be scared. And oh boy, I can't wait. Are you ready for this? This is going to be a great answer.
Previous policy.
Senator, this is exactly what, and I appreciate you taking my own words, because it's about time that somebody up here actually decided that they were not going to continue to repeat false things that keep people and veterans from actually trusting the VA. And by bringing this up again, which was a guard.
What about that was false? Because if everybody didn't pick up on what's happened here, is that Doug Collins is now the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, right? And the VA has taken down protections for protected classes as it relates to the receiving of health care through the VA, right? Things like marital status, gender, race, sexual orientation. I can't remember the full list, but it's basically all the regular ones, right? The protected classes. They're not supposed to be any sort of consideration on those things when it comes to giving someone medical treatment. Doug Collins, he's like, there's a lot. People are lying about me.
Keep people and veterans from actually trusting the VA. And by bringing this up again, which was a Guardian article.
Oh, my God.
Which, by the way, two major publications, the Post and Times, others who looked into this said there's nothing there. But the Guardian, who wanted clickbait, decided to run with something.
So
and
you
then it was
didn't
amplified.
take the protections down.
Is scaring veterans. And if they're concerned, because also understand something. No, let me finish this, because this is important. Because I've been accused of this. It's not scaring. Nothing was changed that actually affected it. This is the problem we're seeing. Title 5 U.S. Code 2302 prevents discrimination based on marital status, political affiliation. 7102 participation rights and barring interference with those rights, all there. VHA Directive 1019 governing all medical services provided by VA and prohibits discrimination on the basis of marital status or political affiliation. There's nothing changed. By the way, our bylaws
So why would you take it down from the VA's own internal language? I don't understand. If it already exists, what's the point of taking it down?
Don't say that we have to feed our patients 3 times a day. Should we put that in there specifically?
Well, Mr. Secretary.
No, I'm not going to let you get away with this.
I'm going to tell, I have the floor for a second.
No, I mean,
you're
not being truthful with this.
What I'm telling you is what veterans hear and what Americans hear. Please listen. When you take something out, it says that's been eliminated, period.
No, it does not.
Well,
only when you have a cheap.
There we go. They don't believe your lying eyes, is what Doug Collins is saying. No, it does not cause people concern. Those people aren't concerned, is what Doug is saying. That's his answer to this, is people aren't concerned. He goes on for the next, 6 or 7 minutes about how people aren't concerned, even though Senator Murray is telling him that she's talked to a bunch of veterans who are concerned. Right? So it's he's basically gaslighting the senator and all of us. He's like, look, you think that the people are saying they're concerned, and those people, they don't exist. You have hallucinated them, and no one is concerned. And that is all. Thank you. Nobody is concerned about the fact that we've taken down protected classes from Veterans Affairs websites. Don't worry. It won't affect your care at all. That's why we took it down. And you're not even worried. If you're saying you're worried, you're a liar. Okay? That's what Doug Collins has to tell you. Okay? If you're worried, you're lying. You're not worried.
With President Trump's massive new tax and spending law now in effect, states are preparing for its devastating impacts on health care, with nearly $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, as well as cuts to food assistance, housing, and education. At the same time, the bill supercharges Trump's budget for immigration and border enforcement by more than 300%. Democrats like Congressmember Yasmin Ansari on the border state of Arizona hosted a read-in of 1,000 pages of the bill at the Capitol last week before the Senate narrowly passed it the same morning, and Trump signed it into law on July 4th. This is Congressmember Ansari.
To my Republican colleagues, I have a genuine question for you. I'm sure all of your constituents would like to know, have you read this bill? Letting this bill pass will be a death sentence for many in this country. And the fact that you can all sit here so callously, not caring at all, and doing whatever it is that Donald Trump tells you to do is disgusting.
Arizona Congressmember Ansari district includes Phoenix. The larger Phoenix area has the largest number of constituents in Arizona who receive Medicaid and will be impacted by the cuts. She's joining us now from Washington, D.C. She's a member of the House Oversight Committee and Natural Resources Committee, was elected to Congress last year. Before that, she served as vice mayor of Phoenix, was the youngest woman ever elected to the Phoenix City Council, a climate activist. She's the first Iranian-American Democrat in Congress and the youngest female member. Congressmember Yasmin Ansari, welcome to Democracy Now! There's so much to talk to you about, from the U.S. bombing Iran to you going into the detention centers to talk to women who are jailed there. But let's begin with the budget. The budget's been passed. You read a lead-in. It was read by union activists, by students. It went on for, well, it's 1,000 pages. But it's been passed. What's your plan now?
The most important thing that we have to do right now is hold the Republicans that voted for this bill accountable for the devastation that they are causing and the lives that will be impacted by the passage of this bill. In Arizona in particular, there will be hundreds of thousands of people impacted by the Medicaid cuts. There are tens of thousands of jobs that are lost because of the rollbacks in clean energy tax credits. And I have spoken with conservative labor union leaders. I have spoken with physicians, owners of hospitals who are extremely concerned about what's coming next. And the fact that we have members of Congress in Arizona who for months and let's say years, one of them, David Schweiker, talked about how he's concerned about the deficit going up. That is the number one thing that he has been talking about as a
Give
member.
me a joke.
This raises our deficit by $3.3 trillion. Then you have another member of Congress, Juan Ciscomani, who had said very vocally that he doesn't support cuts to Medicaid, that he doesn't support rolling back investments in clean energy. These two members of Congress happily voted for this bill because that's what Trump asked them to do. So accountability is going to be extremely important. I'm going to be doing town halls, not just in my district, but across Arizona to make sure people know, because we do know that still the majority of Americans are unaware of this budget bill and what it entails.
And Congresswoman, at the same time, the bill also has increases for both the Defense Department and extraordinary increases for immigration enforcement, $170 billion for immigration enforcement and border security. Your concerns about these priorities?
Look, there are two themes that I think describe this administration thus far. It's corruption and authoritarianism, and both of those apply when you look at the budget increases for the Department of Homeland Security. The corruption, first and foremost. The private prison industry gave significant amounts of funding to Donald Trump and to helping him secure the presidency this time around. They have already made billions of dollars in profits because this administration is trying to quadruple detention center capacity across the United States. I visited a center in Eloy, which is about an hour outside of Phoenix. The conditions were devastating. And let's be very clear, this administration is not going after serious criminals, as they say. They're going after everyday, hardworking people who are powering this country, especially in Arizona. Second, authoritarianism. Look at what is happening. While they're ripping away healthcare from 17 million Americans, they want to increase the funding for ICE and DHS by billions of dollars so that they can continue to terrorize communities. Why is the National Guard in Los Angeles? Why are masked ICE agents parading around parks in Los Angeles, raiding farms and small businesses and going into schools and snatching people, kidnapping people off of the streets? This is outrageous, and should not be the United States of America in the year 2025. I'm the daughter of two immigrants who fled authoritarianism in Iran, growing up, learning about the fact that you cannot take democracy for granted. And before my eyes, we are seeing this happen in the United States of America with the state-sponsored violence that the Trump administration is leading.
And in terms of the Medicaid and SNAP cuts, are there any possibilities at the state level to mitigate or fend off some of the worst of these cuts?
It's extremely difficult because the states are already suffering. In Arizona, we, have a Democratic governor, a Republican legislature. We rely on federal support for Medicaid. We already have a lack of access to healthcare, especially in rural communities. When I visited community health centers, for example, in my district, they made very clear many months ago that with these cuts to Medicaid, there's not just the direct impact of the people who will lose their insurance. There's also the hospitals and the community health centers that will be forced to shut down because they will not have as many patients coming to them. So when you lose access to community health centers in a place like South Phoenix, for example, in my community, that will make it extremely difficult for many to be able to seek healthcare, to afford healthcare, and it's going to continue to worsen the divide and the wealth inequality and just the health disparities that we are seeing in Phoenix and across the country. I don't see this. The states and municipalities, we rely on federal support, and this was the bare minimum that we were doing in the United States.
Before we
Yeah, this bill is utterly just horrible. The fact that it was passed by so many people who had been outspoken against it, people like Josh Hawley, who complained about this bill, went ahead and voted for it. Multiple Republicans who claimed that although there's so many bad things in this bill, 1,000-page bill, people who used to complain about deficits, increasing the deficit, $3.5 trillion. taking away health care from their own constituents.
Talk about Iran. I wanted to ask you to expand more on the Eloy Detention Center, the ICE jail you went to in central Arizona. You said of the visit, and I want to quote you, "What I encountered today was sickening. So many of the detainees shared that they do not have reliable access to basics like food and water or essential medical care when they're in crisis. Detainees described overcrowded, moldy cells, forced and dehumanizing marches outside in Arizona heat, constant berating from guards, conditions worse than prison." And you particularly talk to women detainees. You know, a lot of Congress members are going to these ICE jails and being turned away. You got in, and these are people you're talking to. So if you can share them with the world right now in this global broadcast.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. There are members of Congress being turned away, and that is against the law. I got lucky. I went to the detention center, and I will say that getting in was relatively smooth, and it was given a tour for about 3 hours of the entirety of the detention center. I was definitely being given talking points. And then when we got to the portion about halfway through of being in the cafeteria where women were having lunch, I asked the man who was giving me a tour whether I could speak with the woman. And at first, you know, he happily agreed. So myself and my staff member who was with me went to speak with the women. And when I say to you that they were extremely eager to come tell me their stories. When some saw me sitting down, others rushed to me to very quickly tell me what was going on. I'm not even slightly exaggerating. The women described specific stories. Many of them told me the exact same story of how they were forced outside. They pointed to the man who forced them outside, who was in the cafeteria, and said, "He regularly dehumanizes us. He forced us outside in the heat to march around in circles over and over and over again until one woman fainted." They told me that he was screaming and yelling things like, quote, "This is the price of the American dream." I have never heard something more dehumanizing in my life. Arizona is deadly in the summer, by the way. So any sort of forced march in the heat can lead to health issues, and it did.
This is one of the most despicable and disgusting stories amidst just a slew of horrifying stories that we've heard. This one really takes the cake, at least for now. In my mind, I am utterly just aghast how anybody could feel that's an acceptable way to treat another human being, let alone in the United States, where we are supposed to be, you know, our diversity was supposedly our strength at one point. People used to say that all the time. You know, the great melting pot. And now you have people torturing, you know, immigrants in this country. It is, it is like Nazi camp shit. Like, yeah, like some chatters are saying right now. It is, you know, like it's like some sort of re-education camp type, like, just cruel, but like with the basis of cruelty. People are just being literally tortured and held without due process, and then just having some person in a position of authority demeaning them and putting them into conditions that are literally dangerous and life-threatening in the middle of the Arizona sun. Anybody heard of Arizona before? It's pretty hot. And you just leave people baking in the sun and mocking them. It is, yeah, it's like it's Guantanamo. PB, thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat, the Sour Hour sticker. Those two citrus fruits look like they're enjoying themselves. 9.5 people. We're at 9.5 of 10. So close. You could accidentally complete the goal at this point. All right, let's get to talking economics and trade policy. Because, of course, we have been talking about this day in, day out for the last 90 days to the day. Re-Liberation Day. Wednesday, July 9th. It is here. Or is it here? Is it here? It's unclear whether it's here or not. It is here. I take it back. It's here, but it's only partially here. It's like half here. You know, it's like it's a quasi Re-Liberation Day, if you will. We haven't quite hit full. This is the lead up. Now it was supposed to be today, and it still technically kind of is. If you're confused, don't worry. You're not the only person. Everyone's confused.
Markets closing in the red after their worst day in almost a month. Why? Well, that came after President Trump sent a number of trading partners letters this afternoon detailing new tariff rates they will face starting August 1st if they
immediately,
do not
if not sooner,
agreement with the U.S. by Wednesday or by August 1st, or who knows, that could be extended as well. We'll wait and see. Trump threatening a 25% tariff on South Korea, Japan, Malaysia, 30% on South Africa, 40% on Laos and Myanmar. Now, these letters are just the first of 14 that the president is expected to send today to trading partners. My panel is back with me. Catherine, I want to start with you as our resident Bloomberger here. So you must know all the things about all the things.
Some of the things.
What's fascinating about this is if you look at the rates that are in the letters, there may be like a percentage point to 3 at most away from the original April 2nd tariffs. So I read the letters and I thought, this is essentially just an official delay of the deadline. Am I not seeing something?
They are not that different. I mean, this whole process has been deadlines and delays and a lot of confusion. And I think that's been very hard for countries that have been trying to negotiate these deals because they don't really know what is the real deadline, what isn't. It's interesting, I think, because the president pretty effectively weaponized using a deadline with Congress to get his legislation passed. But it has turned out that deadlines with foreign leaders who have a lot of other concerns about trade and the world economy have not been quite as moved.
It is shocking. It is shocking that foreign leaders don't have the same sort of malleability as people in Donald Trump's own party. Shock of shocks. You know what is shocking? We just completed the goal. Let's go. We did it, people. Great job. I know that YouTube says 3 of 10, but we just crossed over the great Rubicon of goal completion, meaning we get all of the sweet, sweet content tonight. Thanks to all the people who helped contribute to this endeavor. Thank you for your attention and your support. Okay, back to talking about the economy. And those Re-Liberation Day tariffs. And this guy made a fascinating point, one which I would like to echo. But, you know, we were told 90 deals, 90 days. At one point, Donald Trump said he could announce 200 deals right now. We've waited 90 days. And now Donald Trump is just now, this Monday, sending out letters to trading partners across the planet. Letters, of all things, not calling them. You could tweet it. You could, I don't know, you could do something other than letters. Seems like a slow format if you want to get these deals done. I'm just saying, we're talking about a short timeline. Today was supposed to be the actual Re-Liberation Day. Now we're being told that it's going to be actually in 3 weeks from now. But even then, not taking it with a ton of haste here, sending snail mail for some reason. And, you know, it's almost like it's an afterthought. And all of the tariff numbers are the same as the ones from the original Liberation Day tariffs. So it's like, what have they been doing? We were told there was a ton of negotiating going on behind the scenes. So much they couldn't tell us any of it. They were like, look, we can't tell you what negotiations are happening because they're ongoing negotiations. And yet it's like nothing, in so many of these cases, literally nothing happened. And they're just like, hey, remember those Liberation Day tariffs? And they took the time to send that in a letter.
By these deadlines.
Competence.
So now it looks like it's being pushed. This was after weeks of them saying they were about to announce deals with major, both the president and top officials were saying deals were coming with major trading partners. We were going to see up to a dozen deals. We haven't seen those yet. There's been a couple of deals, some of which we still haven't seen sort of full details on.
Yeah, they're all half
and
deals.
We certainly haven't gotten 90 deals in 90 days.
I mean, that was an attack on Peter Navarro, and that will not stand. And I'm kidding, but that was what he said initially. The rest of the administration has not said that since, but what they have said, to your point, is every single week, to an advisor, multiple deals are coming. 2 deals are coming by Friday.
Yep. 2 weeks, we're going to have all the deals done. 2-3 weeks. 1 week, somewhere in that range, we'll have 90 more deals. I just found it fascinating that they wasted the time. They took the time to write down all of the same numbers from Liberation Day 1, as if these countries did not know what those numbers were. Sent them to these countries saying, hey, remember, we said 90 days. We're going to give you a little longer, but hey, don't forget, we could put these tariffs back on. And we're so serious about it, we wrote it in a letter. Look, I even did one of those fancy wax seal stamps on it. Don't you like that? It's very official. Take it seriously. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say. Is this the one? Is this the fucking one where he says this ridiculous shit?
President, on tariffs, what happened to 90 trade deals in 90 days?
Oh, we've spoken to everybody. We know everything. It's all done.
Well, it's day 8.
I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever. We have, I don't think, and you're going to see these numbers soon. We've never had numbers like this. We've never had investment like this. We have more than 90. We're going to have much more than 90, but most of those are going to be sent a letter. This is exactly what I said. Now, we've made a deal with United Kingdom. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal. We're close to making a deal with India. Others we met with, and we don't think we're going to be able to make a deal, so we just send them a letter. If you want to play ball, you have to. This is what you have to pay. So as far as I'm concerned, we're done. We're sending out letters to various countries telling them how much tariffs they have to pay. Some will maybe adjust a little bit depending if they have a cause. We're not going to be unfair about it. And actually, it's a small fraction compared to what we should be getting. We could be asking for much more, but for the sake of relationships that we've had with a lot of really good countries, we're doing the way I do it. But we could be getting a lot more. We could ask for a lot more than what we're asking for.
Let's say we're done because you're sending the letters. To follow up on Ed had asked earlier, you're counting these as deals by saying, here's the tariff rate we're going to charge.
I'm saying, here it is. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States. I hope you make a lot of money, and you're going to pay us money. They were.
This is Donald Trump's trade policy, everyone. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Holy shit. We're sending out letters. The deals are the 90 deals that Donald Trump is announcing. Sending letters out with all this, basically the same tariff rates as before from Liberation Day. And they say, They say, "You're welcome. You're welcome." He signed Donald Trump. P.S. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Ripping us. They were charging.
I gotta hear it one more time. Well, you're welcome. Great job.
To follow up on Ed had asked earlier, you're counting these as deals by saying, here's the tariff rate we're going to charge.
I'm saying here it is. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States. I hope you make a lot of money.
Congratulations. Here's your tariffs. Welcome to the United States. Congratulations. I mean, it's a real. I thought about getting you a medal, but I was like, this is not as good as this letter telling you that tariffs are now going to be 45%. But enjoy that. Welcome. Congratulations. China. Congratulations, France. 35%. Congratulations, South Korea. 30% for you. Welcome to the United States. Make a lot of money. Enjoy that. I just loved that. There's something about that. Congratulating people. Congratulating people on the tariff letters that he's sending out to countries. Unilaterally, you're welcome. The king has taken a lot of time out of his day to sign this letter saying, "Go fuck yourself, South Korea. Sorry, Mr. Japan. You can pay tariffs." And by you, I mean consumers in the United States. Congratulations. You're very, very welcome for my great generosity. Let's talk about some of those countries that received these letters. Apparently at least 14 as of yesterday received these very congratulatory tariff
Turning
letters.
now to the Trump administration, which is pushing back their Wednesday deadline for countries to reach tariff deals with the U.S. until August 1st. Earlier today, the president sent letters to at least 14 nations, including Japan and South Korea, informing them of his plan to impose tariffs at the start of next month. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins me now. So the question is, a lot of back and forth, Kelly, why this extension? And also, what is the purpose of these letters?
So, look, I think this is a bit of a negotiation tactic. I think it's very important that these new tariffs aren't going to go into effect until...
I mean, didn't Donald Trump just tell us that they were a done deal and that these are the final rates? Congratulations. Welcome to the United States. That's how we negotiate? Strange.
August 1st, right? That gives a little bit of time here to come to a deal. And I will highlight at the very end of each letter, it essentially said, hey, if you're willing to take your tariffs off of us, we are willing to revisit this. So they're leaving the door.
Most of the countries listed in this list don't have tariffs on the United States. That's an important thing to remember. But didn't they put a list on here? I could have sworn they put up a list. Here, we'll do it. I'll find the goddamn list. All right, here's the AP. Jesus Christ, CBS. How hard? How hard was it? How hard is that? Myanmar, 40% for Myanmar, starting August 1st. Down 4% from the April. Ooh, wow. That's generous. Down 4% from the announced April tariff rate. Laos, also 40%. Down a whopping 8% from the 48% tariffs announced in April. Incredibly generous. Cambodia getting, a sweet, sweet deal of 36%. Down from the 49%, which was announced in April. Wow. Wow, I wonder what Laos had to do to get that Cambodia had to do to get that sweet, sweet deal. Thailand also going to get a 36% tariff deal. The exact same rate that was announced in April. Bangladesh, similar figure there, 35%, down only 2%.
from the one in April. Like, the changes to these deals are so minuscule, they're almost just inconsequential. Serbia, for some reason, 35% tariff, down 2% from its previously announced April rate. Indonesia, 32%, same as its previously announced rate. Bosnia and Herzegovina, for some reason, not clear why, down 5% to 30%. South Africa getting its same rate, 30%. Japan, 25% up. Wow, what did Japan do to Donald Trump? The only nation in this list with an increased rate from 24 to 25%. Kazakhstan, 25%. Malaysia also getting hit with a 1% increase from 24 to 25%. South Korea, same rate as before, 25%. And Tunisia, 25%, down 3% from April. There we go. Mostly South Asian countries, a couple in Africa, I think, are in there. But yeah, everybody getting those tariff letters. And Donald Trump said they were done deals. You know, welcome. Congratulations and welcome to the United States. Here's your tariff rate. What is the new tariff rate on Penguin Island? This is a good and relevant question. What is the rate for, not the Falklands, what was it? What is that island down there? I can't even remember it now. Can't even remember. All right. Let's go to the Ministry of Truth. Press briefing room in the White House. Caroline Leavitt, head Truthian official, had some stuff to tell us about these great tariffs that Donald Trump has.
Sure, go ahead. Thank you, Caroline. Given the fact, this is on the trade letters, given the fact that the president put into effect the tariffs on April 2nd and then put the pause into place, is the president at all concerned that these countries that are receiving the letters won't take them seriously because the deadline seems to have shifted already and may shift again?
They will take the letters seriously because they have taken the president seriously. And that's why the president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time, who are begging him to come to a deal. And this administration is working hard to ensure those deals are in the best interest of the American people. And this delay, again, is in the best interest of the American people. And you all.
Well, there we go. Caroline Leavitt, head official at the Ministry of Truth, here to tell us that you stop that. You stop that, okay? No. The world leaders are going to take Donald Trump seriously, even though he has delayed the tariffs multiple times now. And you're being a stupid idiot. You're being a big stupid head for thinking that they won't take him seriously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Caroline. For a second, I was thinking they wouldn't take him seriously, but now she's reminding us that his phone is ringing off the goddamn hook. People just across the planet calling him, begging him for a trade deal, so they're definitely going to get those trade deals done any minute now. And Caroline definitely hasn't been saying this exact same line for the last 3 months. No, wait, what's that? For the last 90 days, Caroline has said this on multiple occasions? No. What? Huh? No.
What? What you talking about?
That's true, actually. Carolyn's been saying they're going to take us real seriously. That we had a lot of deals that could have been announced that haven't been announced and still aren't being announced.
As you see, we have these beautiful letters that the president has signed. This one is to the President of the Republic of Korea.
Carolyn really loves her job. You know, like, when she found out that she was going to be the head of the Ministry of Truth, she picked up her copy of Orwell, hugged it real tight, said, "Thank you, big brother," and rushed to the White House
Almost forgot to pack her bags. Thankfully, she thought twice about that, so that we can have her here, just with these great sort of displays. She really knows how to sell it.
That the president has signed. This one is to the president of the Republic of Korea.
Now we made a deal with
the president of Korea. Is that different than regular Korea?
This one is to the president of the Republic of Korea.
Now we made a deal with United Kingdom. We made a deal with China. We made a deal. We're close to making a deal with India. Others we met with, and we don't think we're going to be able to make a deal. So we just send them a letter. If you want to play ball, you have to. This is what you have to pay. So as far as I'm concerned, we're done. We're sending out letters to various countries.
As far as I'm concerned, we're all done. 90 days is up. Everybody, Re-Liberation Day. See, this is why I'm saying it doesn't sound like a real bargaining technique. Donald Trump is saying out loud. Granted, he's gone back on all sorts of things he's ever said. It's hard to take him seriously on anything, but I feel like if you don't take him seriously, you wind up being proven to be a fucking idiot later on. So I'm cautiously trying to take him seriously here, and it sounds like these are the deals. These are those great deals. 3% off, 4% off, but across the board, 30, 40% tariffs on a lot of big trade partners. And if you add up all the current tariffs on China, China's got like 50% tariffs or something like that, depending on what you're buying. It could be higher.
He's telling them how much tariffs they have to pay. Some will maybe adjust a little bit, depending if they have a cause. We're not going to be unfair about it. And actually, it's a small fraction compared to what we should be getting. We could be asking for much more, but for the sake of relationships that we've had with a lot of really good countries, we're doing the way I do it.
Doing it very nice.
Firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now. Yeah. We're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've...
It's a semi-firm, maybe negotiating, maybe not, maybe done deal. So it's a semi-firm, definitely done deal, final tariff, the way I'm doing it, might negotiate it, I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Son of a bitch. Now, Donald Trump had some things to say in recent days about BRICS nations. Carolyn Levitt asked a question back at the Ministry of Truth.
It's a follow-up on the BRICS question. So does President Trump believe that the BRICS are getting stronger or trying to isolate the United States? And how close is he monitoring this summit that is taking place in Brazil right now?
He's closely monitoring it, which is why he put out a statement himself. He does not perceive these countries as growing stronger. He just perceives them as trying to undermine the United States' interests, and that's not okay with him, no matter how strong or weak a country may be. Go ahead.
It's not okay. Donald Trump is closely monitoring. He's so close. He's got his nose pressed up against the BRICS glass. Not because it's growing stronger, but because they're just anti-American. Fuck yeah! That makes sense. That makes sense. You just hate America so much. Maybe it's the sanctions. Now, earlier today, Donald Trump announced more tariffs, very exciting for everyone, on top of any existing tariffs for nations in the BRICS coalition. Going to get an extra 10%. Extra 10% tariff being added to any goods being sold in the United States from BRICS nations like Brazil, Russia, India, China, Saudi Arabia.
On the tariff issue, so you talked about India coming, but then a couple days ago you issued a new tariff threat to members of the BRICS countries for if they align with anti-American policies.
10% charge.
That would be India, Brazil,
That's
Russia,
right, they have to pay 10% if they're in BRICS. Because BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar.
Degenerate it.
And take our...
They're trying to degenerate our dollar. It's like the reverse of a regenerate. It's very bad, nasty thing to do to someone's currency, to degenerate it. By the way, just anybody listening, just want to plug my sweet, sweet stable coin, USD1, US dollar 1, the Trump coin, the Trump stable coin. It's very nasty when people degenerate the US dollar.
It's the standard.
Sponsored by Trump's USD1 stablecoin.
Have to pay 10% if they're in BRICS. Because BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting
some say I already am playing that game.
Yeah, pretty soon.
If they engage in some behavior.
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're going to have to pay 10% tariff, just for that one thing. And they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up. But, there are a couple that hang around.
It largely broke up, aside from the main ones, the B, the R, the I, the C, the S. They're still in it, but it's largely broken up. Doesn't, not really a thing. It's actually fine. But that's why it's fine, because they're not good, but I'm also going to do the tariffs. Because they're having nasty anti-American thoughts. People are trying to interpret what degenerate means. It is hard to say for sure, but one would assume it's devaluing. But hey, what do words even mean, anyways?
Precision of language, please.
What do words even mean? Trump had more stuff to say about what would happen if the US dollar lost its reserve status, the global trade system.
BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar.
Degenerate it.
And take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting a 10% charge.
Is that immediate, sir? Or
pretty soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're going to have to pay 10% tariff, just for that one thing. And they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up.
Hey, hold on. We already listened to this half of it.
Stupid president like the last one, you would lose the standard. You wouldn't have the dollar as you. And if we lost the world standard dollar, that would be like losing a war, a major world war. We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you ever hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way, okay?
Make it the king.
And I'm just saying.
Also, buy my stablecoin, USD1. We're going to make it king. It already was king, but we're going to make sure it stays king. Now, if people aren't familiar with what BRICS nations are doing, they are attempting to create they have been, for a long time, attempting to create a separate non-dollar backed currency. But it really hasn't come fully to fruition yet. It was supposed to be backed on oil prices at one point. But it's intended to be a alternative to the dollar for people who aren't friendly with the United States, especially as it relates to trade. Now, Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, had some things to say about these tariffs recently.
All right, that cabinet meeting at the White House we showed you Kristi Noem speaking about earlier, it's still happening at this moment, but just moments ago, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had this to say about the tariff deadline. Take a listen.
We will have taken in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariffs, the major tariffs not having started till the second quarter. So we could expect that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CBO scoring, but for those who do, the CBO scored tariff income over the next 10 years at $2.8 trillion, which we think is probably low.
Now, I just find it fascinating that they are really trying to rest their hat on this particular point, that they've already taken in a massive amount of money from these tariffs. The fact that they are taking in as much money as they claim, if they are in fact taking in that much money and intend to take in that much money from tariffs, then the only thing that these tariffs will do is to raise the cost of goods for U.S. consumers and do nothing else, right? Because, you know, normal, sane people doing tariff policy are doing it to increase manufacturing in a particular sector. But if the tariff is making money, that means that you're not succeeding in manufacturing it, because you wouldn't be making money if people were buying it from companies within the United States. So all it means is that you've taxed people for buying things from outside of the United States and achieved none of the actual supposed benefits that people tout when it comes to tariffs. It's just this regressive tax now that's being used to shore up this fucking tax cut for the billionaires, basically. People like Scott Bessent are coming out talking about it as some sort of great success, even though it's not going to create any jobs, not going to increase manufacturing.
U.S. President Donald Trump says he will now impose a 50% tariff on copper imports. He made the declaration at a cabinet meeting in Washington, but it's unclear exactly when the new tariff will take effect. Trump also says he will soon announce tariffs on pharmaceutical imports. Take a listen.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
So we've already got the steel and aluminum tariffs, which are adding to building costs all across the U.S., like manufacturing costs across the U.S. And now he's going to do a 50% tariff on copper. Do you know how many industrial applications copper has? And he was talking about wanting to build factories in the United States. Without copper, no factories. 0 factories built without copper. Okay, you need copper for all the wires, and so many other things, right? For battery storage, like, I mean, there's so many applications for copper. We don't have time to get into it. Look it up. This is stupid. This is insane. Holy fuck. It's this kind of policies that just make the tariffs and the stated goal of increasing manufacturing in the United States, that they really just sort of come into, what's the word? Friction, right? It's sort of they're opposed ideas that cannot succeed simultaneously, and yet we have to sit around listening to this shit as if it's somehow coherent policy strategy.
Announcing something very soon on pharmaceuticals. We're going to give people about a year and a half to come in, and after that they're going to be tariffed if they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs and other things into the country. They're going to be tariffed at a very, very high rate, like 200%. We'll give them a certain period of time to get their act together. But they were all here, now they all left. They went to other places because we allowed People that sat in this room allowed it to happen. And I don't allow it to happen. The people in this room don't allow it to happen. So we're going to be announcing pharmaceuticals, chips, and various couple of other things, big ones. We did steel, as you know, they're 50%. We did aluminum, 50%. Lumber just came out.
Weren't you? That's copper.
And we did cars. And now, today we're doing copper.
This is fucking insane. This incompetent idiot with no real understanding of manufacturing or business outside of real estate is destroying this country, the economy, the Constitution, our foreign affairs, all of it, all at once, 6 months. He's basically ruined everything. And I'm fairly certain only 5% of the things, of the, at least the stated goals of so many of these things ever come to fruition. And when those 5% of things happen, they're going to have parades in the streets, mandated parades. We will be, forced to check in at some sort of government checkpoint to ensure that everyone goes to these parades. Now, Peter Navarro had some...
So let's talk about the big board. You heard Ed
Oh, wait. No, we'll do Peter Navarro after this.
Keep talking about Wall Street and investors reacting to the tariff talks. Well, this is where we stand at this hour. The Dow is down, although if you play the clock back about 24 hours ago, the Dow was down, almost 500 points. So not as bad of a bleed right now, but we'll continue watching that. This is, of course, the day after President Trump issued that pushing the deadline back to August 1st. Now, let's talk a little bit more about that. At today's White House cabinet meeting, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent touted tariff revenue that will be flowing into the United States.
We will have taken in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariff, the major tariffs not having started till the second quarter. So we could expect that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CBO scoring, but for those who do, the CBO scored tariff income over the next 10 years at $2.8 trillion, which we think is probably low.
So he says CBO Congressional Budget Office. For those who do not know, let's go to CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady, who does know all about that. She's joining us live from the New York Stock Exchange, where we are seeing some of those numbers.
By the way, I just want to point this out to everybody, okay? But, if those numbers are correct, this claim that they're going to take in $300 billion a year from tariffs, that's $1,000 per American in taxes that are going to be paid on these tariffs. That's a $1,000 tax increase for every man, woman, and child in the United States. It's insane. It is insane. They keep talking about it like some sort of great achievement. Great, you lowered taxes for the ultra-rich and then imposed a regressive tax that's going to take $1,000 per person away from them. That's great. That's great. Because where is that money going to come from? U.S. consumers and businesses. These are the only places that's going to pay for these tariffs. And if we hit $300 billion a year, that's approximately $1,000 per person. That's where we're going to shore up the budget. I get it now. It was never for increasing manufacturing. Now, Peter Navarro had some very anti-Chinese things to say earlier today.
China!
Hi, thanks for doing this. Kate Goodell with the Washington Post. I'm wondering if you could...
I don't need Brooke Rollins. Where is this dick? Go away, Brooke. There we go. Peter Navarro.
And thanks for asking that question. If you look at the gradations of threat, that's the most obvious. I mean, how did we let that happen? How did we let that happen? And Siphius, Greek word, I think, for like doing nothing, right? But not during the Trump administration. And I can tell you, if nothing else happened today, having Brooke Rollins on that board, give her a hand. That's a big deal. But if you look at the concept here of unrestricted warfare that I talked a little about earlier, it's not just the idea that you can surveil troop movements, flights, all the things you would worry about just from a pure national security view. But you remember when they arrested the Chinese spies on the Iowa farmland? You all remember that? I mean, that was another turning point in our awareness. China. Where they were, so if they're owning the farmland, they have access to all of they're going to get the seeds that way too. And so ultimately, the other thing they want to do is, which is why they bought Smithfield Foods. I don't know if you know this, but China consumes 50% of the pork in the world. Did you know this? That's astonishing. I think we got the corner on Kentucky Fried Chicken, but they cornered the part. So when they acquire Smithfield's Foods and the entire pork chain, it's like that becomes a weapon in and of itself. So,
wow, okay. So Chinese people owning farmland and farms, producers of pork in the United States is dangerous, according to one Peter Navarro. Somehow Chinese people eating pork is dangerous too. It's not clear how that makes any sense to anyone. But yeah, just sort of blatantly saying, Chinese people are a threat to national security. If they own land in this country, they're a threat to you and me. People shocked to see Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She's the governor of Alabama, isn't she? Arkansas? Something like that. Okay. Speaking of our food supply, let's watch a little bit of this More Perfect Union video.
There is a force in our meat industry that you don't even know about.
This is the biggest story in food.
Josley and Wesley Batista.
Already under investigation for corruption. This is the biggest story for anyone who eats.
The Brazilian meat packer JBS has been steadily taking over the American meat industry for years.
The world's largest meat producer, Brazil's JBS.
This is a company that has been plagued with scandal.
Look at all of the recalls. Look at the child labor. Look at the payoffs and settlements.
Investigating whether Brazilian inspectors were bribed to clear tainted meat for export.
Price fixing
Wait, not China? Not China. Huh?
I have to have my China.
Brazil.
Wage fixing allegations, environmental desecration allegations, discrimination in their plants.
Despite all of that, the company just debuted on the New York Stock Exchange.
You are turning a criminal actor loose on American investors. This makes zero sense.
The government seems to have taken a step back from its regulatory authority. They've chosen cheap meat. Cheap meat wins over pretty much anything else in America.
But what is the real cost of cheap corporate meat? And what could it mean for the food we depend on?
Problem is right now, we have set this up for a major collapse.
You're standing in front of our Angus Wagyu cross calves. We have a couple thousand head in this feedlot. Well, for an independent rancher, this is a good size operation, but in comparison to the industry, it's extremely small. The biggest feeders now are 100,000 head plus operations.
Mike Calicrate is an independent rancher. In over 30 years of ranching, he's seen just how much the industry has changed and gotten worse for small producers like him.
Out of this very facility, I used to sell to 20 meat packers at any given time, and that got down to 0. Why is it that U.S. ranchers are going out of business? It's for lack of market access.
Mike now operates Ranch Foods Direct, a vertically integrated meat business focused on local, ethical, and sustainable meat production.
As far as the number of folks in the U.S. that do what we do at Ranch Foods Direct, which are basically pasture to plate, there's hardly any.
Pasture to plate. That means Ranch Foods Direct raises the cattle, slaughters them, then processes.
I just want to say something because, you know, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but raising cattle for slaughter is not sustainable. It just isn't. I don't care if you do a small farm or a big farm. Neither practice. Beef, our love of beef is contributing to environmental collapse on a scale most people don't even understand. But it's the second largest contributor to greenhouse gases. Beef, specifically. So, I just struggle to be like, yeah, oh no.
And packages for direct sale, but that is not typical for most producers.
The biggest challenge in the production of livestock, if you're going to be selling meat, is that slaughter piece.
That slaughter piece, the processing and packaging that happens before meat reaches customers, is where just a few big meat packers are able to set pricing and squeeze the ranchers selling them cattle. Because of consolidation in the industry, ranchers have basically no other option but to accept, a problem Mike has been speaking out on for 30 years.
Because we only have 3 packers in the business today basically setting the price, we've decoupled supply and demand. So you don't have a high level of competition out there that will pay you a premium for your cattle.
Back then, the Brazilian meat processing giant JBS wasn't even in the U.S. market. But now,
JBS is our biggest meat company in the world, and they're essentially a predator in the industry.
What about the chickens? Chickens are actually much less of a problem, environmentally speaking. Right? It has to do, some of it at least has to do with the digestive process in cows, which releases a great deal of methane, which does not happen in chickens or pigs, actually. But cows, no. No. Cows are producing a mass amount of methane, contributing to global warming every single minute of every single day.
JBS is a particularly concerning company because there's been a history of over a decade of different bribes, over 1,800 politicians in Brazil.
Chloe Sorvino reports on the food industry and the titans who run it, like the billionaire brothers behind JBS.
Joesley and Wesley Batista took over their family's meat packer in their 30s, and they set their sights on going abroad and going abroad as big as possible. And so they...
All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing, but suffice to say, this large Brazilian meat company JBS has been going around buying up all of the small producers of meat across the United States and the Americas, generally speaking. Not China, as it turns out.
China!
Shock of shocks. Just more sort of anti-Chinese rhetoric coming from the Trump administration. Who could have expected that? That is shocking. Now, with the Trump administration being so xenophobic and nationalist in its operation, it is contributing to a number of troubling trends as it relates to people deciding to visit the United States, or, well, lack thereof. Specifically, let's talk about Canadians deciding not to come to the United States. Global news from yesterday got this story.
It's everything from cruise lines to cross-border gas and groceries. British Columbians are slashing their spending in the U.S. Van Cities crunched the numbers, and the results are staggering.
Packed with people, Canada Place home to multiple ships Monday. Most of the passengers, American. Canadians, by and large, avoiding spending on U.S. vacations.
Everything from the day trips to buying less groceries across into Washington State, or going to do a weekend trip to Seattle, or just the family holidays they're not doing anymore.
The numbers go deeper. Spending is down 47% in Washington State. In the U.S. as a whole, it's down 1/3. Online shopping at U.S. retailers has dropped by 14%, with the biggest drop in clothing purchases.
What's really interesting from our perspective is this is really hard dollars data. Our members, we have almost 600,000 of them, are spending significantly less in the U.S. A year-over-year change of that magnitude is would have been unthinkable a year ago.
Experts say the downturn matches the drop in cross-border traffic. Crossings into Whatcom County are down roughly 40%. The holdback of Canadian customers is having an impact on businesses along the I-5 corridor. What's unusual about this downturn is how sharp the decline was and how consistent Canadians have been with their preferences to spend elsewhere.
And while it seems to have stabilized, it is certainly sticking. We will see what happens in July and August, which tends to be the busiest cross-border travel season for our region.
The Van City data agrees. The spending decline did begin to slow during the spring. The credit union plans to continue.
There we go. Canadians across the board traveling to the United States, cutting down their spending and really their decision, Canada and the United States usually have a great deal of cross-border traffic and commerce going on. Canadians saying, no, you know what, we'll spend money inside of Canada instead. All right. Let's quickly talk about AI. If you've been using AI, I'm sorry to tell you that it may be reducing your brain activity.
While many of us find artificial intelligence helpful for completing those everyday tasks, a new study finds that over-reliance on the technology can actually reduce brain activity and critical cognitive functions. The researchers at MIT split a group of more than 50 college students into 3 groups to write essays. The first group was told to rely only on their own knowledge. The second was given access to Google's search engine. And the third was allowed to use OpenAI's ChatGPT. A second round only included the non-tech and ChatGPT groups, but switched who was placed in each one. So why that's important is because researchers found that upon that switch, the original ChatGPT group showed the lowest amount of brain engagement. To talk about what all this means, Natalia Kosmina joins us now. She's the lead author of that study. She's also a research scientist at MIT Media Lab's Fluid Interfaces group. Thank you so much for joining us, Natalia. Can you break down this study and what did you find in these results? Was it surprising to you?
So yeah, great being here with you. So not really surprising, because we actually expected that there will be a difference in brain activity, right? When you use something with a tool versus when you don't use any tools, right? The idea of the study was actually to see what exactly happens in the brain, right? So we measured this neural connectivity. It's like as if I were in the studio right now with you, not connecting to you over Zoom, but together with you in person and with your producer. I would turn to you, tell you something, you would tell something your producer will tell you something, and you will tell something back to me. So that's what we are measuring, right? Who is talking to who in the brain and how much talking is happening? Is it just hi, or it's a lot of conversation, right? And of course, if you only use your brain, there will be a lot of chatting happening, right? Because you need to remember things, think from your experiences. But when you use, LLM in that case, or ChatGPT, there's much less of this chatter happening, so to say.
Well, there we go. According to a recent MIT study, use of AI is causing people's brains to stop working normally and instead relying solely upon these AI large language models rather than critical thinking, trying to connect dots for yourself. You wind up relying on these tools in a way that could be very problematic for the future of humanity if it were to happen on a large scale when you think about it. Starts me really thinking of like Idiocracy times. Really was a sort of prophetic movie in many ways. All right. Let's get moving to talking about environmental issues. I often put AI before environmental issues because it, of course, is using a vast quantity of energy and potable drinking water for its operation. Something we shouldn't ever forget when talking about AI. Let's go to Democracy Now! From yesterday and talk about the full frontal assault on climate justice being waged by the Trump administration.
At the news conference following Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, Republican Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana answered a question from Rolling Stone reporter Antonia Yuhas about how the law's gutting of environmental and climate justice funding from the Inflation Reduction Act would impact rural Louisiana. This was Johnson's response.
I think a lot of the estimations about what this legislation would do in a negative manner to communities in my state or any other are far overblown. I can tell you that this bill is going to be a great thing for everybody around the country, my constituents especially. What's good for Louisiana is good for America. We've got great tax policy here. I think they're going to feel this.
Everything that is good for Louisiana is good for America. Full stop, says Mike Johnson. Fascinating.
We've got great tax policy here. I think they're going to feel this pretty quickly. Wages will rise. I think household income will go up. I think the job participation rate will increase dramatically. I think unemployment will be low. We're going to duplicate what we did in the first Trump administration. Remember, at the first 2 years, y'all have heard me say 1,000 times, it's objectively true. We had one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and we're going to do that again, except this time much more comprehensively. We did tax cuts and regulatory reform, and that brought about a resurgence of the U.S. economy. That's what's going to happen here. It's about to happen on steroids, and we can't wait for that to happen. This is jet fuel for the economy, and all boats are going to rise.
So that was House Speaker Johnson's response to a reporter.
By the way, everyone's cost of living has gone down since that first tax cut that Mike Johnson just referenced. And, everything in America has basically gotten more expensive or just worse. And now we're just going to get that on steroids, says Mike Johnson. How great.
So that was House Speaker Johnson's response to reporter Antonia Yuhas, who's just published a piece for Rolling Stone magazine. One of the groups who will see their funding cut is Inclusive Louisiana. Antonia reports the group received $500,000 grant with local partner groups, Louisiana Bucket Brigade and Rural Roots. The grant was awarded through an Inflation Reduction Act environmental and climate justice block grant program that provides financial assistance to groups working to address local environmental or public health issues in their communities. The grant terminated in May by the Trump administration. This is an ad they had made for their campaign, Imagine St. James Parish.
For too long, petrochemical plants have been poisoning our people. And with the approval of the St. James Parish government,
building more facilities that spew toxic chemicals into historically Black communities.
But now we are reclaiming our future. Together, we can imagine a pollution-free St. James Parish.
And we can build an inclusive economy.
What can you imagine?
Tell us at imaginestjamesparish.org. Paid for by Inclusive Louisiana.
For more, we are joined by Antonia Juhas in Washington, D.C., where she followed the budget bill negotiations, award-winning longtime investigative journalist covering oil and energy and regular contributor to Rolling Stone magazine. Her latest piece, They're Fighting Polluters, Trump's tax bill guts their funding. Across Louisiana, communities are bracing for the tax bill's massive cuts to critical funding for local community organizing and resilience. Among her books is The Tyranny of Oil. Antonia, welcome back to Democracy Now! We just have a few minutes before we talk about what's happening in Gaza. And we wanted to ask you, you got in that last question to the House Speaker. Explain what you were asking about and his response.
Yeah, so I had been traveling across rural Louisiana to investigate the impacts of the tax bill on environmental and climate justice and environment more broadly. And I had asked the speaker, what would he say to those communities that are going to be cut off now as a result of the tax bill? And you heard his lengthy response. The facts are that this bill zeroes out, to the best extent that it could do, the Inflation Reduction Act, Biden's signature climate bill. It includes the zeroing out of environmental and climate justice grants, that some 800 of them, and programs that went to help local frontline communities confront polluters in their area. This bill has been called the worst environmental bill in U.S. history.
Awful,
you started
awful,
with the
awful.
Texas floods.
Weak.
We know that the climate crisis kills. We also know that we have remedies. Cut fossil fuels, transition to localized renewable energy, and support frontline communities. Those programs have essentially been erased to the best extent that they could in this tax bill to remove tax incentives that would help us support solar and wind energy, manufacturing, tax breaks for consumers, producers. Those were entirely stripped away to cut out that financial support for the solar and wind transition. Tax breaks, billions of them, to the fossil fuel industry. And remember, this bill extends all of those tax cuts from 2017, which had already brought billions of dollars to the fossil fuel industry, and just gives them new benefits. One of the perks that Lisa Murkowski got for voting for the bill was opening up the Alaska National Wildlife Refuge to oil and gas drilling. There's other provisions that reduce the tax, the royalties that the U.S. would get from drilling in public lands, so a big giveaway and an opening the door to more production. It provides more tax breaks to the fossil fuel industry. It eliminates rules, for example, that were trying to address methane emissions. It's a Christmas tree for the fossil fuel industry. It's a frontal assault on environmental and climate justice, and it will set us back significantly unless we take action to confront the climate crisis. It was one big additional boondoggle for the fossil fuel industry and to harm local environmental and climate justice organizing and our national and international attempts to confront the climate crisis.
Antonia, the environmental protection.
Yep, this is what we're getting. I mean, in fact, this is what I think a lot of Republicans certainly voted for. I mean, they don't like science very much for some reason, and you know, going after climate scientists, going after regulations on oil companies, going after tax credits on solar and other sorts of renewable energy stuff. Like, we were already not doing enough, and we just decided to quintuple down on all the worst fucking things, remove all the good things that existed. It's just bad. It's bad. We have a lot of work to do to fight back against this stuff. We can't give up. I mean, if we just give up, 2030 comes around, we are over 1.5 degrees Celsius warming for multiple years at that point. We're looking at a very bad potential future if we don't do something to put a stop to this stuff and reverse the effects that are absolutely going to come from this kind of attack on green initiatives.
Agency, the EPA, put 139 workers on leave after they publicly criticized Trump's environmental policies and signed a declaration of dissent last week. Many of them high-level people in the EPA were given like 10 minutes to leave their offices. Talk about what this declaration of dissent was.
So I've been interviewing for months, Environmental Protection Agency staff. So the Trump administration has been working through the DOJ process, the EPA to gut environmental justice rules. It's been losing in court left and right in those efforts. They've been found to be illegal. So therefore, the administration is trying to use, or did use, the tax bill to achieve through that bill what it was losing through the courts. EPA employees working on environmental justice, working on climate, working on protecting our air, our water, protecting us from pollution, have been trying to speak out. They've been put on administrative leave. Many also accepted the early buyouts because they didn't want to have to deal with this administration. Others have been increasingly speaking out, and this letter that came out was the largest organizing of those EPA employees to state their opposition to what was happening, and the Trump administration then put 144 of them on administrative leave.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Yeah. A bunch of dudes who are definitely not scientists in the Trump administration are going after scientists for doing the science that they are paid to do. That's the world that we live in. A crazy nonsense world where the effects of climate change are so evident in front of our own eyes, whether it be in the statistics or in the physical manifestations of these things, become readily apparent more and more day by day. You have an administration attacking the science intended to understand and quantify those changes that are happening and to help prevent some of these effects that we are creating ourselves with anthropogenic, human-caused climate change. And it is both fire and storm season, of course, being mid-summer here, July. Let's start talking fires in
Wildfire
Hawaii.
burning as we speak in Nanakuli. This is a live look at the scene off Lualualei Naval Road.
Now, firefighters are at the scene right now, and earlier we saw several of them at the mountainside. You see some fire trucks there, and we're trying to decide what those firefighters are doing, but we do have our Dylan and Cheta live at the scene. Dylan, what can you tell us?
Aloha, I can tell you that we are located along Lualualei Naval Road, and the good news here is that there are no homes in the immediate vicinity of this fire. As you saw, the flames are working their way up the mountain, so this could prove challenging for firefighters to put this one out. But again, it appears that there are no homes immediately threatened. Just down the road, there are some businesses there, some warehouses, but it's unclear if it will head that way. Again, it looks like it's mostly going up the mountain. We were actually driving through Nanakuli when we saw the first signs of smoke, and we raced to get here as quickly as possible, and it started very low, and I can tell you it went very quickly up to the top of the...
Oh, there we go. Nanakuli, Hawaii, hit with brush fires. I do think that I saw an update on this, and I think they are getting this one under control, but it is fire season right now, and we're going to be seeing more and more of these things as the summer continues. As long as the dry, hot weather, remains pervasive, we're going to see fires. Fires like this, the Madre Fire.
In Southern California, wind whipped flames carving a brutal path.
The Madre fire exploding over the past 24 hours, scorching a massive area 2 hours north of Los Angeles. Air tankers doing their best to corral the flames that have now burned more than 70,000 acres. Crews working 24/7. This water drop saving at least one home amid ongoing evacuations.
What really fueled this fire spread over the last day or so?
The type of vegetation, the terrain that you're looking at, and when it's steep, those drainages go up like a candle. They heat both sides of the hill. It's going to run up a hill rather quickly.
Across the country, 90 large fires are burning, 31 of them uncontained. The majority of them are in the western United States, and this holiday, more than 7,300 firefighters and support personnel are battling the fires.
Large number of fires burning across the United States over the last week and are still burning as we speak. Climate studies that don't include the military are useless. Yeah, but I'm not familiar with many climate studies that don't include the emissions of the military. You know, I mean, we talk about these things a lot, and people absolutely, at least most climatologists, I mean, it would be negligent not to include the military, whether it's concrete for construction of military bases or, you know, fuel expenditures, bombs going off. All these things add to the carbon emissions of the, you know, of human society. Now, another fire popped up in southern California, near Los Angeles, in Laguna Beach.
And that breaking news this afternoon out of Laguna Beach, firefighters battling a brush fire that is threatening homes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Evacuation orders are in place. Eliana Moreno live for us in News Chapter 4. Eliana.
Michael and Colleen, and we're just off the coast here in Laguna Beach. This is a fire that started just 2 hours ago off of Rancho Laguna Road and Morningside Drive. Now, the real danger with this fire is its close proximity to all of the homes that you see here. The fire itself is only 3 acres, but it's a fire that is burning uphill, and fires that burn uphill do burn about 16 times faster than they do downhill. So if this fire continues burning up, it's going to run right into these homes, and that is why we now have a mandatory evacuation for all of the homes on La Mirada Street, Catella Street, Summit Drive, and Baja Street. Now, the fire itself at this point is still under investigation. It's unclear how it all began, but again, it started at the base of the hill, quickly made its way uphill in an area where the winds are approximately 15 miles an hour and temperatures are in the high 70s. Because we are so close to the coast, though, the temperatures will start to go down here in the next few hours. But this, again, is the Orange County Fire Department along with Laguna Beach Fire. We've also got aircraft overhead, some even from CAL FIRE, making fire retardant and water drops over the Rancho fire here in Laguna Beach. That's latest from Laguna Beach in News Chopper 4. I'm Eliana Moreno. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Eliana, you touched on the conditions out there. Let's get the meteorologist to Bigger for the latest. Dave.
Okay, so that was NBCLA from yesterday on the Rancho fire. This was shortly after this thing had broken out. Here's KTLA 5 from yesterday. We could all stop driving tomorrow and not put a dent in carbon emissions? I mean, you mean chat or like humanity? I mean, that's not 100% accurate, I would say. Like, if all of humanity stopped driving tomorrow, it would put a dent in carbon emissions. Not as big of a dent as we were told, perhaps by some, but it would absolutely be a dent. That much is 100%. But yeah, the biggest contributor to carbon emissions is our electric grid, right? And we're still using fossil fuels in most cases, not all cases, but in many cases, We're still using fossil fuels rather than renewable energy to produce electricity. And that's one of our big problems. That's one of our biggest problems, right? But it's about I mean, we have to do something about climate change if we want the Earth to continue to sustain human life. That's just a fact. And so we have to, it has to be a multi-pronged approach, top-down approach, as well as a bottom-up. Everyone, right? Like, we need the government to be doing everything it can to encourage and or do its own efforts in solving climate change, as well as consumers. But the on an individual basis, it's much harder to deal with these things, which is why we constantly talk about what it is that should be done from from governments, because we can't individually as human beings, even mass amounts of people all doing the similar things, still not enough, right? As long as we continue to produce electricity in the way we do. Same thing with our production of beef, like we were talking about before, being massively problematic. All of these things combined would, if we were to solve those things, reduce our consumption of beef and switch from coal and methane and fossil fuels for energy production, we'd have a lot of this solved very quickly. That would be a drastic reduction. Those two things.
Breaking now at 6, a terrifying situation in Laguna Beach as a fast-moving brush fire threatens homes, sparking evacuation orders. We are live with more on the firefight.
Plus, 6 months since the devastating SoCal firestorms, local leaders updating the progress being made and where we go from here.
And a federal sweep with a strong show of force as heavily armed immigrants.
Sorry, this is supposed to be the Rancho fire.
Homes near Summit Drive. KTLA's Sarah Welch joins us live in Laguna Beach with the latest on evacuations and what investigators say may have started the fire. Sarah.
Hey, Sharon, John, good evening. Yeah, they're working on what started the fire. Now, it's not confirmed, but a lot of the neighbors have been saying that they heard a couple of loud explosions just before, and they're hearing that kids may be behind this, that they may have been lighting off fireworks. So we're going to get to more about that in a moment. Let me show you, though. They have done just a spectacular job here today. You can see the hillside where this fire scorched this afternoon, and then you can also see some of those crews working in that heavy brush. And they were working all the way up to the street line there. That's La Mirada, and you can see just how dangerously close these flames came to the houses. And it's been one after another. Again, if we pan up, you can see one of the helicopters right now about to make another water drop. It's been one after another all afternoon since this fire broke out sometime around 2 o'clock. Here's what one of the neighbors told us.
I was working out in the yard trimming the bushes, and I heard 2 explosions. And I said, well, that was weird. And then all of a sudden, about 10 minutes later, I looked over on the hill, and we saw smoke on both sides of the road. And we had a fire, and it was going pretty good. And it was starting to flame and run up the hill.
Did you call 911?
Oh, right away, yeah.
All right. California being hit by multiple fires in a few days. Now, another brush fire popped up earlier today on Tuesday. A UC Davis.
And brush fires. We have new details tonight on that brush fire that forced people out of their homes in Laguna Beach.
Sorry, we don't need this one. This is the one I wanted. Yeah, so this was another brush fire. UC San Diego cameras caught this one. This got posted like 8 hours ago. Heading into the evening time.
All right, let's see. How much time do we have right now? Okay, this is actually probably a good time for us to take a break. We are like right up against 4 hours right now. We're about to get talking about that Texas flood. We still got stuff to unpack with that, even though we talked about it last stream. And multiple other disastrous events happening across the planet, which probably need discussing as well. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you can get the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. Now, once you've done your duty of liking and subscribing, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. You know, it would only take a couple of bucks from every YouTube subscriber that we have to make it so that we have no more financial problems here at this Galactic News Network of ours. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. We got Cash App too, if you prefer directly contributing. Circumventing the YouTube 30% cut and getting that money to us immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Rather than having it take over a month for us to ever see it. Anyway, chat, of course, the best way to get the most benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. So go ahead, you decide how you support this show. Enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. time for us to get back to the stream. We left off talking about fires happening in California. Let's get started. The third half. In Denver, where authorities are warning of massive algae blooms at the Cherry Creek Reservoir.
New at 6. A heads up for people heading to Cherry Creek State Park this week to cool off. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is urging people not to swim in the reservoir. They say it has toxic blue-green algae. Pets should also not go into the water. Fishing and boating are still allowed.
Yeah, not good. We've talked about this for a while. You know, these algae blooms are problematic, and they are absolutely, in terms of the size of the algae blooms that we've been seeing, they're absolutely being contributed to by human activity, such as dumping of waste and agricultural activity, as well as warmer waters contributing all to these massive algae blooms, which there's been a lot of scientific studies going into this. There are suggestions that contributes to Alzheimer's. It is super toxic. I mean, you can just die straight up from consuming too much of this stuff, being overexposed. Same thing for pets, wildlife, fish, birds. It's not good. All right, let's talk about some other situations involving water, starting in Texas, where this tragedy that has happened over the weekend, and the search has now been going on for days, just continues to get worse.
The death toll just rising to at least 104 after the catastrophic flooding in central Texas. Tonight, that region is bracing for more flash flooding. They're anticipated that it's going to be more flash flooding through these next hours. Right now, a flood watch is in effect. Forecasters saying that the atmospheric conditions are just right, yet again, to produce heavy rain, which could seriously complicate what is a desperate search right now for survivors. They are still looking for survivors right now. 24 people still missing, including 10 girls, 10 children, and a counselor from Camp Mystic, that all-girls Christian summer camp, where 27 children and counselors we already know have so tragically lost their lives because of the surging waters of the Guadalupe River on Friday night. The images from inside that camp, gut-wrenching. The beds, which housed some 750 kids at the time of the flooding, now look at it. It's covered in mud. The stuffed animals, blankets, and books just strewn across the floor. No one had time to grab any of them. It is an area of Texas that is home to a number of nationally known children's summer camps, more than a dozen of them damaged when more than an entire summer's worth of rain fell in just a few hours. Now, at this hour, there are rescue crews that are out there. They're pushing forward. They're trying to cut through the debris, the downed trees. They are, at this point, hoping against all odds to still find a miracle and people alive.
We remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river. Our work continues.
And while that work continues, the grueling search, officials from the White House on down are facing questions about the warning system in place in Kerr County, which suffered most of the devastating loss of life. I mean, if you look at the times that warnings were issued in those early hours of Friday morning, 1:14 a.m. was the first warning for a life-threatening flash flooding, right? That's what it said, life-threatening flash flooding you would have gotten on your phone, issued for parts of Kerr County, including Camp Mystic. 3 hours later is when the most urgent warning forecasters can issue came, and that is a flash flood emergency. The problem was, of course, the time of day. There are so many people, including the youngest victims, who were sleeping when these warnings were issued, which raises so many questions. I mean, did anyone in the camp get the alerts? Did local authorities try to alert or evacuate the camps, even by calling people running them in advance, knowing that this area is prone to flooding, and that when you think about, I said there's so many camps there, thousands and thousands of children in harm's way. And were mobile alerts ringing cell phones that at the time were not even close to the kids, to the campers. These are the official policies for Camp Mystic, right? Cell phones aren't permitted. That's part of why.
Yeah, and the fact is you know, defunding the agencies intended to ensure the safety of people, because there's the National Weather Service, and there's also local sort of offshoots of the National Weather Service that are supposed to help further in disseminating this information. And so all these cuts are hitting all of these different agencies across the United States. That does not help. It doesn't help this situation. It doesn't help any future situations. I'll tell you that much. You know, if we want to ensure the safety of kids like this, just people in general across the United States, you do not take away money, funding, staffing from the agencies intended to ensure our safety and to ensure that people are getting those messages, right? Might not be efficient, but what it is effective. If you make sure that you're getting adequate funding, that you have fail-safes and backups and whatever else, right? To ensure the dissemination of important life-saving information. It might cost a little extra money, but, and hey, maybe, you know, you wind up using it for years, decades even in some cases. And then, you know, you have to use it all of a sudden. And the fact is extreme weather events are happening more and more frequently as things get worse, as climate change continues to accelerate. You know, this is more necessary rather than less necessary.
People send their kids to camp, according to this document, right? So they wouldn't have had them next to them, certainly wouldn't have woken them up. Isabel Rosales is out front live on the ground in Center Point, Texas. And Isabel, at this point, we've got these warnings again for tonight of the possibility again of heavy rain, flash flooding. As you are watching a race against time to try to find people still missing from the flooding, still alive.
Aaron, now that we're on day 4 of this, I've spoken to so many volunteers and first responders off camera, and while they want to hold on to that hope, a lot of them are clear-eyed. They're telling me painfully so, that they don't think that they're going to find survivors at this point. The Guadalupe River is to my right over here, but to the left, as a volunteer.
And by the way, we're basically picking up where we left off last stream. You know, I started adding videos basically the second I got done streaming Sunday night, Monday morning, really. And yes, this one's from around then. And this is what I was saying, is that the tone from the media had changed dramatically, as well as from the officials on the ground. You know, because originally they were looking for survivors. And then within about 24 to 36 hours, they started really shifting from talking like that in an optimistic way and more starting to come to this conclusion that anybody that they hadn't found yet, as they had mobilized a massive amount of people to search, anybody that they would find would probably be dead. And the numbers of dead have just been rising precipitously since we last talked about this.
Volunteers and first responders go through this, searching meticulously. Here's what they're finding and laying out on branches: clothing, personal effects left all over the place, and including a children's pajama, it appears, or a shirt over here. The search continues.
Texas is grieving right now.
Grieving and bracing for more rain as urgent rescues are still underway.
I gotta say, I was shocked to see Ted Cruz not in Cancun. I assumed that he would have left the country for some R&R in the midst of a crisis in his state. Really, honestly, shocked that he would show up for something like this. Last time this happened, he was decided to go on vacation.
Grieving and bracing for more rain as urgent rescues are still underway for dozens who are missing after the devastating floods that ravaged central Texas over the holiday weekend, bursting the seams of the Guadalupe River and taking the lives of at least 104 people, including 27 campers and counselors from a summer camp in Kerr County.
There's still 10 girls and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for.
Wait, was he in Europe
and the
before
pain
this?
and agony of...
Wait, Chad is saying he was in Greece. Was he in Greece? He came back from vacation. Really? Wow. What a guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
What a guy. He was out there celebrating taking away health care from his constituents in the Senate. Decided to little European traipse.
Knowing your child's whereabouts. It's the worst thing imaginable.
4 months of rain fell in a matter of hours. The destructive and fast-moving flood water beginning just before sunrise on the 4th of July. The river rising 22 feet in just 30 minutes, taking everything in its path with it. And many are asking why alerts weren't received and evacuations didn't take place.
Well, evacuation is a delicate balance, because if you evacuate too late, you then risk putting buses, or cars or vehicles or campers on roads into low water areas trying to get them out, which then can make it even more challenging because these flash floods happen very quickly. It's very tough to make those calls because what we also don't want to do is cry wolf.
But many families wishing
You could have cried anything. These guys just sat on their hands. If you were doubling up on staffing for the National Weather Service and things like that, maybe someone at the National Weather Service would have called to double check that they actually did something about this alert and took it seriously. Perhaps made clear what the data was showing, that this storm was going to be catastrophic.
had taken that chance. The timeline, as we know it now. The first flood watch was issued on Thursday.
Or maybe if the Trump administration had took this sort of stuff more seriously as the sort of executive branch of government, the head of the entire U.S. government took this stuff more seriously, instead of taking down references to climate change and weather events from government websites.
In the afternoon and in the early evening at 6:30 Central Time. Then the first emergency alert came out at 1:14 the morning of the 4th, and then again at 4:03 in the morning, just an hour before the river burst at around 5 in the morning. Then a second emergency alert was issued for Kerrville at 5:24 a.m., and then at 5:34 an emergency alert was issued for the Guadalupe River area. But phone alerts were reportedly not received by some people in an area known to have spotty cell service. 19 different local and state agencies are working urgently to find those still missing. Some rescue teams using the aid of cadaver dogs in their search. A man in Center Point, Texas, heard the screams of a young woman who was clinging to a tree after being swept away in floodwater from a camping site miles away with her family.
I didn't know that she was in a tree, but as it turned out, I finally spotted her in the tree, and I began to yell back across to her that, "Hey, I see you. I'm going to get help." And
many others have come out to volunteer their time in the search before the next rainfall comes.
I figured I can at least come in.
I wonder if there's some sort of relation to federal tax dollars and MAGA hats in terms of how much Trump will be allaying to Texas. What do you get, like $1 million per MAGA hat in federal funds being appropriated for the cleanup? All right, I'm sorry. I'll stop joking.
Across to her that, "Hey, I see you. I'm going to get help."
And many others have come out to volunteer their time in the search before the next rainfall comes.
I figured I can at least come and help relieve them of some stress and exhaustion. Now, I know that up towards Hunt and everything, they're still expecting possibly more storm surges, so we have to be
That's a big problem.
Yeah, and we have to be on the lookout for that too.
And Aaron, this is rugged, rural, rough terrain for these volunteers, for these first responders. I've seen dangerous debris, down barbed wire that people have stepped on. I have stepped on, but luckily I'm wearing boots. Also fire ants that have bitten up the volunteers. Also, as they're going around, take a look right up there. You see that? That's a paddle boat.
By the way, I just want to point this out. I wouldn't even be bringing this shit up, right? If Donald Trump himself hadn't earlier this year gone to Los Angeles and started threatening both California and other states vicariously of withholding federal funds for political activity within those states, right? Like it wouldn't even be a thing that would come up in my mind. Probably, you know, like the political affiliations of people in the midst of these sorts of crises. If the president of the United States wasn't saying incredibly political things surrounding these kinds. Remember, does anyone remember him going to Los Angeles after the Los Angeles fires and saying, if LA wants federal dollars, you're gonna have to do a voter ID law and a bunch of other stuff that I want.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Showing the force of these floodwaters and also a reminder to look up. Aaron.
Yeah, to look up. And of course, that the miracles that we've seen have been by looking.
All right, let's keep this moving. Why was Ted Cruz in Athens for 4th of July? Great question, Pitchforks. Why? That is not very patriotic. That is not very patriotic at all, if you ask me. But he just got done doing great patriotism by passing the big billionaire benefit bill. Remember? They finished it, and then they sent it to the House. And after getting done pillaging Americans, working class Americans, of their health care, he felt like a good way to celebrate the United States was to leave. Go to a different country, I guess. See people picking up debris at what appears to be the campgrounds. Mud and debris scattered across the entire landscape, trees down all over the fucking place. Some in the water, some on the banks, some just sort of chilling out. Some completely knocked over, some of them are splintered in half. I mean, this was a powerful, powerful wave of water that came through. To be able to do this kind of damage and move this amount of stuff, I mean, is just shows you just how much water was moving, right? Like, it's just an incredible amount. A 20-foot wave of water stretching for who knows how long, 1.5 miles? Just going through this area. Yeah, the aftermath of this storm was pretty incredible to behold. Just how much stuff was thrown around by these floodwaters.
Now, let's talk about this real quick. Now, this organization has received a lot of criticism from Republicans. One of the reasons why we created this fraud of an agency, at least the claim for why we created this fraudulent Gaza humanitarian farce, was that supposedly all these aid organizations didn't know what they were doing and or were working with Hamas. As it turns out, one of those Hamas, these incompetent Hamas aid agencies is actually on the ground deploying a team to Texas to provide aid to Texans. The World Central Kitchen, that's right. World Central Kitchen coming to the United States, to Texas of all places, to help people in the wake of these floods.
Right now, search and rescue efforts continue following the deadly flooding in central Texas, where officials say the death toll has now surpassed 100. According to local authorities, at least 13 people remain unaccounted for across 3 counties. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says that crews are working day and night as they continue recovery and rescue operations. Joining us now is Samantha Elfmont. She is the response director for World Central Kitchen, which is providing support on the ground there in Texas. Samantha, thank you very much for joining us. Can you talk to us a little bit about what your team is focused on right now? What are they encountering on the ground?
Absolutely. Thanks for having us. I'm just here on the side of the road. I just delivered dinner to a community that needed it. What they need right now is just a hot meal to take a seat, and we're even giving them, you're seeing in the video here, those liquid IVs and handing it to them and helping them put it into the water. We're here on the ground. There's no paperwork. There's no lines. What we are doing is making sure we go to those actual communities. So we focus on needs. It changes each day. Day 1, we were here July 4. That was, serving hot pizzas and hot meals at the reunification centers for those happy endings and those kids coming home. Today, now we're focused on local residents, still supporting first responders, but also focusing on the local residents who have lost their homes.
There we go, World Central Kitchen. Doing the job that they are in the business of doing. Not really a business, it's a nonprofit organization. But, they're fully capable of providing aid to people in the United States and in Gaza, which is why we should get rid of the Gaza Humanitarian Fund and just let people like this deal with it. Since FEMA isn't really doing enough, let the World Central Kitchen do it all. That seems fine. It's actually not fine. FEMA should be better. But yeah, there we are. Speaking of FEMA, FEMA should have all the money in the world to do whatever it wants with right now. As the DHS budget is the same as the FEMA budget. FEMA budget is an organization that is an agency that is under the purview of the Department of Homeland Security and Kristi Noem. She's got her hand on the till. She could turn on the aid whenever she wants. Wow. Wow, instant river. I mean, this time-lapse video is wild. Like, you look at this, you got a dry, basically dry, sort of creek bed, almost, right here. Almost nothing here. This is a time-lapse video. You look at how quick this moves. That was in a couple of minutes. That was, if you look at the timestamp up to the top, it goes from 1714 to 1716. By 1716 here, the water's already over the road. And then in another 2 minutes, it's over the entire section of road. and crawling up. Like within 10 minutes, is crawling up the sides of the road all the way up. It's pretty wild how quickly this water came in.
To Texas now, and the devastating flash flooding that has broken hearts across the nation. Tonight, we know more than 100 people died, and dozens are still missing. At least 27 of the victims, campers and counselors at a girls' summer camp. Dick Brennan is here now with more on the massive search effort still underway tonight, Dick.
Yeah, Christine, still underway, and the difficulty right now for the response teams is getting through the brush and the debris. And to make things even more complicated, forecasters are expecting more rain to fall in that flooded area. This time-lapse video shows the water level rising 23.4 feet in Kerrville, and it took only 45 minutes for the Guadalupe River to rise to 26 feet in some places. Here, a dramatic rescue after two people clung to a tree to save their lives. The waters forced many, including children, to swim to safety.
The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk, and we had one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
These two brothers escaped their flooding cabin.
We jumped up to another bed, like a top bunk, and like our bed starting tipping over, and like we got to the top really quick.
Michael McCown drove from Austin to search for his 8-year-old daughter, Linny, trudging through mud and debris.
8 to 9-year-old girls going into 3rd and 4th grade.
Her body was later found. So was the body of her bunkmate, Renee Samastrala, also just 8, whose uncle says the family is thankful she was with friends and that she will forever be living her best life at Camp Mystic. And so many just barely made it out.
I said a prayer when I was standing on my porch. Both my parents are deceased. And I said, Mom, Dad, God, help.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren.
For some, like Emily Gutierrez, who is missing 3 family members, hope has given way to an agonizing reality.
It's day 2, day 3. We don't know. We genuinely don't know as much as we want to pray and hope. There's only so much a human can actually hold on.
An emergency alert system had been activated, sending signals to cell phones, but service could be spotty. The community never installed a siren alert system.
If there had been a siren, maybe that would have sparked people to say, we have a massive disaster like 5 minutes away.
Now, the White House says President Trump will visit Texas on Friday. They say the trip will be...
Yeah, maybe a siren, or maybe these, these officials should have taken it more seriously. Could have sent somebody down from the sheriff's office or something to alert the campers. In many disaster situations, you have police, firefighters, things like that, going to neighborhoods one by one to tell people to get out. You saw it during the LA fires. You see it in all sorts of disasters. When you have enough time to do so, you look at the flood maps and you look at the weather reports, and you figure out who needs to be evacuated. You go to those places and you tell people, hey, you knock on doors, you say, hey, you need to get out of here. That didn't happen.
As the waters recede, the destructive power unleashed on this part of central Texas is revealed. The torrent of water that came through here surged 8 meters, which is more than the height of a 2-story building, in less than an hour.
Texas is grieving right now. The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state. As of yesterday, the confirmed death toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic, that's every parent's nightmare.
Most of the children killed were attending Camp Mystic, a summer camp for girls in Kerr County. The surge in waters hit at 4 a.m, with most people asleep. Jim Tolliver and his wife woke to the loud sound of floodwaters flowing under his door.
There was too much water to walk out. It was too high to drive out. So I pulled the attic door down, and we climbed up in the attic. As soon as we started climbing up in the attic, the doors broke and water started coming in.
The disaster has rapidly taken on a political dimension. Trump has been quick to dismiss the idea his cuts to weather forecasting and other federal agencies had any impact on the scale of the tragedy. And Monday, his border czar was quick to defend the administration.
I looked at response that occurred. It's a far better, quicker, appropriate response than you would have seen in the Biden administration.
Far from the White House and the affected areas, the main focus is still on search and rescue. While
would have been quicker than the Biden administration. So it actually, we did a great job. Did a great job. Saved a lot of people. The people that didn't die were saved. That was great. I'm Tom Thummin.
The death toll from the catastrophic flooding in central Texas has reached 82 people. Dozens are still unaccounted for following flash flooding over the weekend. The Guadalupe River rose some 26 feet in less than an hour Friday amidst torrential downpours. The rain followed a long drought in the region that left the soil bone dry and increased the potential for flooding. Among the missing are at least 10 girls who attended Camp Mystic, located on the banks of the river. In Kerr County, the most devastated area, at least 40 adults and 28 children have died. This is Kerrville resident Scott Walden describing the terrifying moments before he was swept almost 200 feet by raging floodwaters.
About 6:30 in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, we heard some thumps. I had a shed around the corner, and the shed started banging against the house. And my wife jumped up and she looked out the back and she said, "There's a river back there." And so we ran to the front, and by the time we grabbed 2 dogs and a set of keys, the water had risen, covered 4 motorcycles, and flooded a Jeep and then flooded a big truck.
Rescue workers and volunteers are continuing their search for the 4th day. Questions and anger are mounting over local authorities' preparedness, warnings ahead of the disaster, as well as the current and future role of federal authorities. Experts say staff shortages at local offices of the National Weather Service and the lack of a local severe weather warning system, which the state wouldn't fund, may have been part of the problem. President Trump has said he plans to phase out FEMA by the end of this year's hurricane season and shift those responsibilities to states. A reporter asked Trump about his plans for FEMA Sunday.
Are you still planning to phase out FEMA?
Well, FEMA is something we can talk about later, but right now they're busy working, so.
Decentralizing FEMA and calling for states to handle it on their own is such an idiotic thing to do, especially because in many instances, disasters will cross borders, right? And people will get hit, one side on Texas, one side of Oklahoma, or whatever else, right? And it makes sense to have a sort of a presiding group that can work in both states.
Leave it at that.
Trump was also asked if the federal government should hire back any of the meteorologists that have been fired in recent months, to which President Trump said, quote, "I wouldn't know that, and I would think not," unquote. Meanwhile, the Trump administration's 2026 budget promises to dismantle critical scientific research programs that could improve early warning capabilities and upgrade technology. That's according to our next guest, who knows these programs extremely well. Dr. Alan Gerard is the CEO of Balanced Weather and a retired NOAA meteorologist with more than 3 decades of experience. He's the former head of the Warning Research and Development Division of the NOAA National Severe Storms Laboratory. He's been following the flooding closely on his Substack, Balanced Weather. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Alan Gerard. Thank you so much for being with us. This is absolutely devastating. It looks like well over 100 people have died. About a quarter of them are children. We just heard Trump's response, both on not hiring meteorologists that have been fired and not clear whether FEMA will continue. Yet we hear local officials saying how desperate they are to continue to work with the National Weather Service. Can you talk about what took place and the fact that part of the severe flash flooding was caused by a drought?
Yeah, so we'll start with the flash flood. That area of the country is very vulnerable to flash flooding due to a number of factors, partially just due to the proximity of the Gulf and the moisture that can come up from there. And then also that soil in central Texas, which is also very hilly, when there's a prolonged drought, becomes almost like concrete. So the heavy rainfall just runs off into these river basins that run through the hill country and can create these massive flood waves like what we saw, unfortunately, on the South Fork of the Guadalupe.
And can you talk about the National Weather Service? In a moment, we're going to talk about the new law, the budget law that went into effect. But the National Weather Service and the depletion of jobs and what is missing, what, most importantly, as we look forward, what is needed?
Yeah, so the National Weather Service, like a lot of federal agencies, went through a significant loss of staff back in the spring with federal buyouts under the plans for DOJ and the Office of Personnel Management. And a number of experienced staff were lost. The office in Austin, San Antonio, which is the office that was responsible for the flash flood warnings in this case, have lost 2 of their most senior staff as part of that. Their warning coordination meteorologist, who's responsible for the outreach to emergency management, and the science and operations officer, who oversees the operations and training of the meteorology staff. So obviously those are critical positions. I will say that it does appear like overall, for the actual event when it occurred, the warnings went out as they should have, and that the office was staffed appropriately. But it is definitely a concern overall, how well the staff overall would have been prepared given those losses, and how well they'll be prepared going forward as we still have all of hurricane season to deal with.
Yeah, and all the future hurricane seasons to deal with. I mean, these cuts aren't temporary. They're being they were codified in this big, beautiful billionaire budget. It's all a bad omen for the future right now. Having less rather than more people, not good for important agencies like NOAA. This is more video of these floods. You hear people screaming. Yep. It's such a strange moment to be in, right? Me personally, as a guy who's been focused on all these climate change related catastrophic weather events for the last, 17, 18 months, however long it's been. And to have a man in the White House who's trying to dismantle all the climate change related policy and all of the agencies intended to deal with the effects of climate change. And like seeing this horrifying tragedy and thinking like, rather than like there's something about like the fact that Donald Trump continues to try and politicize absolutely everything, including the weather. And it's not just him, it's Republicans more broadly. It's such a weird position to be put in, because like, we've been saying it over and over again. I'm not the only one, right? Like, climate change is preventable. We have a lot of stuff that we could be doing to stop it. And there's a lot of stuff that we need to be doing to prevent the human tragedy is going to be caused by climate change. And then be told, actually, what we're witnessing is actually a great job from the Trump administration. FEMA doesn't need to exist. NOAA, NWS, cuts to that, not a problem. Like, taking FEMA money away from states for projects intended to prevent situations like this, that's fine. It's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to say to that then? Exactly. Thoughts and prayers?
In Texas, just an absolute horrific calamity. Dozens of children at a camp, at multiple camps along this Guadalupe River, which apparently is one of the most dangerous rivers for flash flooding in the country, in Texas. The speed in which this thing goes from like almost a dry riverbed to a small lake is just astonishing. Here, well, let's just give you a sense of this is a time-lapse video. It starts at 5:10, I guess, a.m. on July 7th, and it goes so quickly.
Or no, it's the 4th.
On the 4th.
They did the reverse.
Yeah. And you can see, like, within minutes, the thing just gets huge.
I was reading also that it was particularly acute because there had been such little rain that the
doesn't perk.
It's so flat it almost just like glides across.
Well, the drier it is, when the soil is that dry,
right, it
just does not absorb the water as easily. And so it just, like you say, just slides right off it, and just rather than actually sinking into the ground on some level. I mean, people can go, just with your houseplants.
Yeah, it repels the water. I mean, I don't know if you can, make this happen with your houseplants, but that's absolutely the case, right? You have caked mud. It's not as porous as other soils, and it absolutely repels the water, causing situations like this.
If you allow them to go that long, you can see the difference. A horrific tragedy, and but the bottom line is, we used to have, I think it was a longtime listener of this program, studied catastrophes, and he said there's no natural catastrophes. Nature happens. The catastrophes happen when we as a society are incapable or have done things that make us more vulnerable to these things than we should be. And, over time you learn we don't build on marshes. We don't build on floodplains. But we also measure, we know how great a flood it's going to be, and we build commensurate to that. You don't build buildings in an earthquake zone unless you have built them in a way to sustain earthquakes.
Yeah. And one of the things we've been talking about recently, Alligator Auschwitz down in the Everglades, which is made out of flimsy canvas tents, is literally at sea level and in the path of the majority of Atlantic hurricanes. It's a terrible place to put it, right? Like, but this government just is not thinking like that at all.
And there are other places where, there are buildings that you can build in parts of the country that don't get hit by tornadoes or hurricanes on a regular basis that you can't build in other areas. And what we're dealing with now is a multi-pronged catastrophe. One being that things like this are going to happen more and more and more because of climate change. Can we say there's a one-to-one relationship between this and climate change? Probably not, but we could probably say that there's a 1 to 7/8 relationship. Because the odds of these 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100 year weather events begin to happen more and more and more, and don't become 1 in 100 years or 1 in 1,000 years. They end up becoming 1 in 50 years, 1 in 25 years, 1 in 15 years, et cetera, et cetera.
We heard this about the Los Angeles fires. Yep. Oh gosh, this is once in a century, and that's clearly not the case. Yeah, it's flooding here, but of course we're going to have increased intensity of wildfires and more flooding, and hurricane season hasn't even hit.
And the other aspect of that is the level of preparedness that we have for these things. And to be clear, I've talked about this dynamic. 80% of healthcare costs are borne out by 20% of the people. There's also a dynamic where if you're going to protect 80 people from dying in Texas, you're not going to be able to pick and choose where around the country those 80 people might be vulnerable. Oh, it's Texas. It's on this river. Oh, it's in Kansas on this tornado alley. It's going to be inefficient to protect people because you're going to be paying essentially like insurance. You're going to be paying to avoid the worst case scenario, and it very well may not happen in that one area in which you're paying for it. And the only way that you know is if you're paying for all the areas. Here are the local officials speaking about why campsites were not evacuated. Now, again, this happened very quick, but listen to this.
So we can recover those funds. So yes, it is a full operation.
Mr. Rice.
One more question.
Yeah, well, one of the questions that still hasn't been answered 3 days into this is, despite TDEM's warning on July 2nd and July 3rd that something like this could have happened, that the threat existed, why that information didn't get down to the camps and why they weren't evacuated. Can you answer that now?
That is a great question, but again, we want to make sure that we continue to focus. We still have 11 missing children that we want to get reunited with our families. Until we can get reunited with our families.
But was that a breakdown of communication?
We are not going to stop until we do. So,
but sir, there are a lot of families who.
Question, sir, was any emergency alert given out on the 4th that morning of? Did anyone?
Sir, there are families who deserve better than that.
Oh, they're taking this really seriously.
Gosh, that reminds me so much of the Uvalde fallout and the complete down in Texas passing off of responsibility from official to official until basically the families had to be satiated with the horrible response that they got.
At other points, those same officials were talking about there was a failure to hear from the National Weather Service to predict this. This is a clip. We played this clip a month or.
I mean, we just went through it. I mean, there was clearly some lack of grasping of the severity of the situation on the ground. But there may have been no one on the ground to actually understand this. It's possible. Like I've been trying to figure it out myself, but supposedly, like, the local weather service just did not get the message or something like that. Like the emergency command center, like operating center or whatever it's called, like the EOC, like just didn't have anybody monitoring this or something in this county in Texas. Like, if so, shocking negligence.
I guess a month and a half ago, when it first happened, this is a South Florida weatherman. This is in early June, and he is basically warning his audience that he's not going to be able to do his job in the way that they have come to expect him to do it, because he relied on the National Weather Service in a way that he realized he could not rely on anymore.
Right? When is it going to turn? John, it's not turning. It's coming straight to us. It's going to turn. All right? The turn was never forecast to be on Sunday. The turn isn't even on Monday morning. The turn will come Monday afternoon, Monday evening, into Tuesday. Remember that? That was about 6 years ago. That was Hurricane Dorian, as it was absolutely devastating the Northwest Bahamas as a Category 5, sat over that region for 2 days. It was headed straight west. Lots of people in Florida were concerned the hurricane was heading here. And as you've grown accustomed to my presentations over my 34 years in South Florida newscasts, confidently, I went on TV and I told you, it's going to turn. You don't need to worry. It is going to turn. And I am here to tell you that I'm not sure I can do that this year, because of the gutting, the sledgehammer attack on science in general, and I could talk about that for a long, long time, and how that is affecting the U.S. Leadership in science over many years, and how we're losing that leadership, and this is a multi-generational impact on science in this country, all right? But specifically, let's talk about the federal government cuts to the National Weather Service and to NOAA. Did you know that Central and South Florida National Weather Service offices are currently basically 20 to 40% understaffed? From Tampa to Key West, including the Miami office, 20 to 40% understaffed. Now, this type of staffing shortage is having impacts across the nation, because there's been a nearly 20% reduction in weather balloon launches that carry those radio sounds.
All right, we don't need to see the whole thing, but you get the point here.
The quality of the forecasts is becoming...
The point here, of course, is that it makes a difference.
Yeah, and I mean, the point that he was making at the very end there, before I let Sam go on this, like, about the weather balloons, right? Those weather balloons are collecting important time-sensitive data that would have, in fact, given even more information necessary in the strength of storms like this, right? But if you're releasing, what did he say, 30% less... 20% less weather balloons being launched. Like, these are problems. These are obvious things that could have been stopped. Didn't have to happen. The Trump administration had some sort of hatred of the weather.
Of course, is that it makes a difference. What happens with the National Weather Service to local predictions of what's going to happen? Here is a clip. This is in the, this is the one I put in the, yeah. Here's a clip that outlines the cuts to the local area National Weather Service offices in Texas.
The head of local weather warnings will take an early retirement as cuts happen to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as NOAA. The last day for the warning coordination meteorologist Paul Ura is April 30th. He coordinates the warning function of his office and is in charge of the Skywarn program, spotter training, and sharing information with the community. Ura's retirement is part of an early retirement package offered to National Weather Service employees. He's worked with the service for 32 years and spent more than half that time at the office in Austin, San Antonio. Let's bring in our chief meteorologist, Nick Bannon, now. And Nick, help us understand what this means for you and many people out there in the community.
Yeah, more than any other meteorologist at our local National Weather Service Austin, San Antonio office, we work with Paul more than anybody else. He is a great segue between the studies and the forecasting that the National Weather Service does, as well as the warnings and watches that they put out. And he is a great connector to the media so that we can follow along with their thinking. We can help pass along those important warnings to you at home. And as he leads the warning section of the National Weather Service, he, of course, plays a big role in determining issuance of watches and especially warnings in the local area. Even though the Storm Prediction Center do the watches, they do coordinate with local National Weather Service on the watches eventually, and then the warnings are distributed by our local National Weather Service office. But more importantly than his job description is his experience. He's been working with the National Weather Service for 32 years, as you mentioned, and more than half of that time in our local office. And
all right,
and his position.
Can we say with 100% certainty that if these cuts, these slashing that had not happened on the national level by DOJ and by the Trump administration,
Project 2025.
Project 2025 lays it out.
Like, Rust vote's still there. There's a lot of, I think the press is focusing on DOJ a lot, which they should, but Elon Musk is out of the administration now. Rust vote and Project 2025, they're executing this currently.
They are currently doing this, and I think we may have even like a tweet in the, I think it's page 674 off the top of my head, if I recall correctly, where Project 2025 talks about these cuts because these agencies promote the idea that climate change is real and that we can do something about climate change. Now, at the very least, what agencies like this do in terms of climate change is acknowledge its existence and say we have to change the way that we live. Now, ultimately, the problem is that when climate change becomes more and more extreme, the options available to us in how we are to live become narrower and narrower.
Yeah. It is a cyclical, it's a feedback loop type situation. The worse we make the earth, the worse it is for us. It's fascinating how that works. Maybe it's because we live on the earth.
Climate and everything are the same word.
We often forget this. But we need the earth to survive. And the worse the weather gets, the worse that these climate events happen, the worse the fires are, the worse the droughts become, the worse the storms become, the tornadoes and everything else. The less places that there are to live where the threat of these things does not exist. In fact, there's really no place on the earth at this point that isn't under threat from these things. There is certainly a curve from bad to good in terms of most threat to least threatened. Now, here we are. We're talking about how cuts to the National Weather Service and to NOAA. And, inadequate staffing at these agencies could have contributed to this. We should be reminded by the Ministry of Truth of how stupid we all are.
With our new media seat, Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president, so we're glad you finally have a seat today. Brian, go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much.
I
want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans. We hope that it will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it at the most appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. Want to comment on that again?
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable,
Wow.
especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of...
Depraved and despicable. Wow. Thank you, Caroline. Oh, God. Wow. We are depraved and despicable people for even bringing up that these agencies may have been underfunded and understaffed. It is despicable. We shouldn't focus on whose fault it is. We need to focus on the children. Okay? Caroline's here to tell us, get our priorities straight. Quit blaming the Trump administration and focus on the kids. I get it now. I get it. That makes more sense. Now, officials on the ground were also receiving some awkward questions about their response.
Outline what specific discussions and actions were taken between the time the first flood emergency alert came in at 1:14 a.m. and then when the river first started flooding those hours later. What were the specific actions and discussions that happened in those hours?
Can you repeat that again, please?
Absolutely. I would like to know, if you could outline, please, what the specific actions and discussions were that local officials took between 1:14 a.m., that's when the first flood emergency alert came out, and hours later when the river first started flooding. What happened in those hours?
What I can tell you, when I was first notified, it was around the 4 to 5 area. One of my sergeants was in dispatch when the first calls started coming in, the actual 911 calls come in.
Like at 4 in the morning?
It was between 4 and 5 when I got notified. Okay, but prior to that, in that 3 to 4 area, my understanding is, and we're in the process of trying to put a timeline. You know, that's going to take a little bit of time. As I've told you several times, that is not my priority this time. There's 3 priorities. That's locating the people out there, identifying and notifying the next of kin. That is what I'm taking as my job as sheriff here to do. Okay.
With all due respect, sir, I think that the community here is asking these questions. What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button, okay? There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times.
Oh, boy.
Did it happen, sir?
I can't tell you at this time, okay?
You can't tell me if the emergency...
This angry pink man in a cowboy hat is really getting upset over these questions. Look how pink he is. My God.
Manager of the county actually issued an emergency alert.
Okay, Sheriff, who
Shimon,
is
just give me a second.
the Emergency Operations Center? Who
Let him
runs
answer the question.
the Emergency
I'll come back to you. I ain't going nowhere.
Appreciate it.
Who runs the Emergency Operations Center?
We have a communication center, a dispatch, okay? We have a communication center. That's where the calls actually go to the police department, then they're forwarded to us.
But leading up to this, in monitoring the weather, there's, in any large city, in any state, there's an Office of Emergency Management that is monitoring the weather, that is watching and listening and getting briefings. Who was getting those briefings in this city, in this county? Who was receiving that information? And who would have ultimately made the decision to evacuate, hearing what was coming in from the Weather Service and other people?
Okay, what we would have done when we get notified, okay, I'm going to tell you.
You're not emergency.
Now, I was told if we get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion, all we would have left was competence. Now, I look around at these press conferences that are being had in Kerr County, Texas here. All the officials appear to be white men. A real lack of diversity among this group of officials. And yet we seem to be just getting a lot of incompetence. It's very strange. It's very strange to me.
Okay, what we would have done when we get notified, I'm gonna tell you.
We're not emergency management, though, right? The sheriff's not EOC.
No, there is no, I'm at the city. Yeah, I'll pay that.
So we understand you have many questions.
Right.
Hang on.
No, I understand, but you're not gonna answer the question because that's up to the city manager and the mayor to answer.
Correct.
It's the county emergency.
We understand you have many questions.
The judge is not here.
We understand that, but right now, this team up here is focused on bringing people home. That's our focus. All those questions will be answered, but the priority right now is bringing people home.
We totally understand that, and we value the incredible work that is being done by those first responders. We're seeing them out there muddy and sweaty and grinding it out day after day. But your community is asking these questions.
And we will get answers. Right now, all of our resources are focused to recovery.
I want to now bring in CNN Shimon Prokupecki.
Yeah, they don't seem to actually be. I mean, if they're at this press conference, they're not recovering shit. Seems like a perfect opportunity to answer some basic questions about who the fuck was in charge of this blunderous, almost non-existent effort to prevent casualties from this flood. Yeesh. Now, President Trump and Secretary Puppy Killer Kristi Noem, R.I.P. Cricket, held a press conference here in the cabinet meeting room. A lot to say about this flood.
As you know, Kristi, I'm going to ask you to say a few words about Texas. The first person there was the first person I saw on television was you, actually. And you've worked great with the governor, who's terrific. And you might want to tell a little bit about the trials and tribulations, but we appreciate the job that you and everybody have done. You had people there as fast as anybody's ever seen, so I really appreciate it. We all do, and maybe you could say a few words.
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your leadership. Texas is strong, and the people of Texas are incredibly strong. They've gone through something that is absolutely horrific. And it is heartbreaking to watch these families suffer the way that they are. As soon as this flash flooding event happened, you know, the governor has activated his emergency responders. Nim Kidd is his emergency management director, who is incredible, and has immediately worked with the local first responders to get help to individuals and get them evacuated, put requests in to me. We deployed, sir, right away, as you know, because you and I were talking a lot during this time, the Coast Guard. We also had some assets out of Customs and Border Protection. Our board TAC teams went in and helped with rescues and clearing debris so that we could get roads open and people get the help that they need. I think when I got there the most, sir, that day, as soon as I arrived on site, was getting a briefing from all the emergency responders was just how unified they were in focusing on the fact that we're there to save lives. They were there to rescue people, find people who were still alive, and to reunify them with their family members. We as a federal government don't manage these disasters. The state does. We come in and support.
You're in charge of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. We as the federal government do, and you are in fact the one in charge of that federal response, Kristi. You fucking idiot.
And that's exactly what we did here in this situation. FEMA went to an enhanced level immediately, but as soon as you signed the major disaster declaration.
One thing I would like everyone to note about this response from Christie is that she didn't immediately say FEMA was on the ground. What she said was Customs and Border Patrol were the ones who showed up to help. Because we're sending all of this money that's going to DHS, not to FEMA. This $200 billion that's going to be the new FEMA budget, not the DHS budget, right? It's all going to be going to ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, not to FEMA. We're dismantling and destroying FEMA. So she's talking about it like it doesn't even exist, but it's absolutely her fucking job still. Because FEMA still technically exists for now.
We were able to get them resources and dollars right away, just like you envisioned through state block grants to help them with cleanup. And we're still there in presence, and FEMA's been deployed, and we're cutting through the paperwork of the old FEMA, streamlining it much like your vision of how FEMA should operate, and it's been a much better response to help these families get through this terrible
Much better response than what?
situation. We still are looking for people. We're still looking for
Okay.
a lot of little girls and other family members that were camping along that river, and they will continue until they find every single person, and we will continue to help.
Great. FEMA's going to find all the dead bodies. Awesome. Great job. The way she talks about this is so weird because it's like she's talking about how great of a job FEMA is doing of finding dead bodies rather than, you know, talking about what the Trump administration could have done better to have kept this from happening in the first place. We're not going to listen to that whole fucking thing. It is wild. They just go on and on and on. But there are still 160 people still missing. The vast majority of which we are to presume are most likely dead. Which will bring this the death toll of this to over 250 people. If that winds up being the case. It's horrible.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. We begin in Central Texas, where crews are searching through mud and debris for any sign of life after a weekend of devastating floods. Local officials say more than 100 people were killed when torrential rainfall caused the Guadalupe River to surge nearly 30 feet. Many children are among the dead, and dozens are still missing. Rescue crews have not found any survivors since Friday. The overnight flooding hit Kerr County especially hard. Several campers from Camp Mystic, a girls' summer camp, remain missing. Children at 2 other camps along the river were forced to evacuate, but are all accounted for. Earlier, Texas Governor Greg Abbott gave an update on response efforts, and he describes it as one of the worst disasters in the state's history.
To put this into perspective, just in the Kerr and Kendall counties alone, there are far more fatalities than there were in Hurricane Harvey. That's how catastrophic this is.
President Trump has also issued a federal disaster declaration for Texas. He and the First Lady plan to visit the area on Friday.
It's possible they could have somebody saved still.
Yes,
you know, there's a lot of areas. It's a big area, and you know, it's probably unlikely at this point, but there could be. They're thinking there could be the possibility, but what a tragic situation.
CBS News correspondent Nydia Cavazos joins us now from Kerrville, Texas. And Nydia, thank you very much for being with us. Where do search efforts stand at this point?
Nancy, as of this morning, we were under the impression that searchers here were looking for a couple of several people who were still missing. This is the information we had received from local officials. But the latest update now includes 161 people who are missing. This is the latest update we received from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, and this includes people from Camp Mystic, but people who were not necessarily registered with the camp. They were not staying at a hotel, but whose family members have reached out and they are looking for answers. Now, on the ground, now we have several teams. This is also several agencies federal, state, and local level who are here to help, who are here to try to find some answers, but time is ticking. And like you mentioned, there hasn't been a single person who has been rescued alive since Friday.
Nadia, there's also been a lot of conversation about what people knew and when. What more have we learned about when emergency notifications were sent out and why these floods took so many people by surprise?
For now, we know that the National Weather Service is
Some of the images of this devastation are truly unbelievable. I mean, this was not a hurricane. You know, the power of this storm, combined with the dry conditions on the ground, it truly is shocking just how much damage. You see all these cars on top of each other, these trees completely uprooted. So much of this is just, it's just so hard to fathom.
their own alerts, but this came in the middle of the night and early Friday morning when most people were asleep. But the question here that many people are asking is what could have been done and what did local officials do to make sure that their people knew that this was coming? And local officials have not been answering these questions. They're saying now is not the time to be
Wouldn't be
asking
prudent
them
at
because
this
their
juncture.
priority right now is in locating all of these people.
I love that though. They're too busy saving people that are definitely not alive to answer questions about their own culpability in this. That's perfect. It's really convenient. Really convenient. We're too busy making up for our own incompetence to talk about our incompetence.
Awful. Weak.
Who are missing and in notifying their family members. We heard it this morning. They dodged the questions yet again for a fifth day. They say their priority right now is in asking people for help. They need help with volunteers for this area that spans for miles and miles. And they're also asking for prayers for those who are currently grieving and prayers for the families who are still waiting for answers.
Nadia Cavazos, thank you very much for your continued reporting on the ground there. And I want to bring in now Chrissy Eliashar and her children, Benny, Dove, and Mayan, who experienced these floods firsthand. They were in Jonestown, Texas. Now, they were able to escape, but their home was severely damaged. We really appreciate you sitting down with us and making time. I'm so sorry to hear about what has happened. Chrissy, first, how are you and your family doing right now?
Thanks for sharing our story. We are alive and feeling that miracle right now. It's still really unreal and really difficult to put into words the catastrophe that we have experienced. Our house is completely destroyed. It was shifted off the foundations. The porch is gone. It was a river raging right underneath our house. It just appeared. And we were lucky to escape with our lives.
And Chrissy, we understand that floods hit your house early Saturday morning. Can you walk us through what happened? What was that escape like, especially trying to get everyone out the door?
We were blessed with an angel. Matthew Crowder was just a good Samaritan who happened to be in the area. He works across the street and began screaming and shouting when he noticed that the river was rising so quickly. And my son, Benny, heard him at 4 a.m. and ran to the front door, alerted me. I started to panic and scream, where are the police? Where are the fire department? This isn't safe to even try to cross. It was water up to my knees, up to my daughter's waist. And we, with 4 dogs, we had a friend over that night after fireworks, 4 kids. We walked from our front door through a newly formed raging river in our front yard and tried to make it to my father's truck because my car, I thought, would be our escape, was washed away in front of our eyes. We barely made it to my dad's car and it was already too late there. So Matthew is continuing to tell us, keep walking, keep walking. My aunt slips and falls and her brother Dove grabbed her by her hair and saved her life. We really narrowly escaped with our lives. The house is gone. the car is gone.
It's a harrowing recounting of events from this woman and of her family's escape. Sounds like they barely got out of there with their lives. It's a good point, Christopher DeBlante. It's a good point. $1 trillion military budget, but an underfunded civilian emergency and disaster services. I mean, the very agency, the FEMA, the agency intended to respond to these situations, its budget just pales in comparison to another agency under the same purview of the Department of Health, Homeland Security, right? DHS, right? It oversees both FEMA and ICE. And while we have these sorts of disasters happening, we're allocating hundreds of billions of dollars to the ICE budget rather than to FEMA. Trillions of dollars to the military. It's insane. It's insanity. It's malfeasance. It's beyond negligence. It's a tragedy. It's a self-induced tragedy. That's what it is. We have shot ourselves so many times in the foot in the last 6 months. We are going to need crutches for life. We need a prosthetic foot. No more foot left. Just a bloody stump. Whether it's science and research, healthcare. Ah, God, immigration. I mean, all these things. Now, up in Canada, a state of emergency has been declared over the number of wildfires currently burning. Here's CTV News from yesterday.
After weeks of steady improvement, the wildfire situation is once again deteriorating in northern Manitoba, prompting evacuation orders, warnings, and a state of emergency. Let's bring in CTV's John Hendricks, who is standing by live to break it all down for us. So, John, let's start with the evacuations. What's the latest there?
Catherine, the northern community of Leaf Rapids is the latest to announce a mandatory evacuation order. Now, that means all 350 residents have until 10 tomorrow morning to leave. Leaf Rapids is about 900 kilometers north of Winnipeg. The fire is roughly 14 kilometers southwest of the community. And a fire burning near Thompson has prompted that city to declare a local state of emergency and tell its 13,000 residents to be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. That fire is about 15 kilometers north of the city and has grown to 60 square kilometers. But
well, there we go. State of emergency being declared in Manitoba. And there has been an incredible number of wildfires in that province of Canada this year. It is troubling. The number of acres that have burned in Manitoba alone, let alone Saskatchewan or Alberta or any of the other provinces. And now they're declaring another state of emergency. That seems bad. That seems bad. You ask me. Now, yesterday, while all this stuff was happening in Texas, a storm went through North Carolina, where at least 2 people died due to severe flooding in that state. A place which Donald Trump visited during the campaign to pledge his undying effort in protecting these communities from these horrible disasters.
So I was in the Shake Shack at I ordered at 8:45, and then 10 minutes later, water started flooding through the doors, and then everyone inside started panicking a little bit, figuring out what to do. So we waited inside for 5 minutes until the employees said we should just make a run for it. So then they pushed open the doors, and then I made it out to my car, and I noticed there was already water inside of it.
My team is amazing. They, acted quickly. They cut the power to make sure nobody got electrocuted. They cut the gas to make sure nothing was leaking overnight. They got everyone out safely and made sure everyone could get home. So they're just the best, and they did their best in an absolute awful situation. So I'm very proud of them.
So my fiance moved his RAV4 and I tried to move my car, but I couldn't make it out. So I ended up on the back side of the apartments. I had to stand on the stairs until somebody came and rescued me. And I stood there maybe about 5 hours before they got to me. I had a flashlight and I kept flashing it to let them know that I needed help. So they finally came and got me.
Okay, we got one more on this North Carolina flood.
So while we are still trying to get a grasp on the full scope of those horrifying floods in Texas, a few states away, North Carolina, Chantal, as that system was named, dropped 10 inches of rain, causing massive flooding there as well. In fact, just moments ago, North Carolina Governor Josh Stein visited some of those damaged areas, and CBS News correspondent Chanel Call, she monitored that visit and has the very latest on the deadly flooding there and elsewhere. What's the latest out of North Carolina? It looks like Texas is getting a lot of coverage, but we also have coverage there in North Carolina as well.
Yeah, that's right. And in North Carolina this hour, the focus there is on cleanup. 2 people we know died, and several communities like Alamance, Durham, Chatham, Orange, Moore, and Person counties, they've all seen really devastating flooding from Tropical Depression Chantal. Now, today, Governor Josh Stein, he toured some of the hardest hit areas, including this part of Lake Michael Park, to survey some of the damage. Take a listen.
We all collectively owe our words of appreciation to the engineers and the contractors for the town of Mebane. Similarly, in Asheville, their big drinking water reservoir, just a couple years before Hurricane Helene hit, they put in a new spillway. Had that spillway not been installed, and it was a decision made by a couple county commissioners with local government folks back about 15, 20 years ago, had they not done that and that dam breached, the deaths would have been catastrophic. Thousands of people in this state would have died.
Huh. It sounds like putting money into infrastructure and preparedness for storms saved thousands of lives in this particular situation. A little forethought, little bit of science, a little bit of government effort went a long way here, according to this man. Although 2 people did die, if he's right. It's a small number in comparison to what could have happened here. Now, a little north of North Carolina, in Philadelphia, there was a large and powerful storm which swept through yesterday on Tuesday. It's a time-lapse footage of this storm as it traveled through Philadelphia. Wow, that is a lot of rain. You can see it. Yeesh. Hello. Zero visibility. All right. Now, we're not done talking about floods. Right before the fucking stream started. And I mean, like, literally as I was getting ready to sit down and start the stream, this came across my desk. So let's go back west from minutes before the stream started, where flash flooding hit a town in New Mexico. And this is, I mean, wild footage.
Hour, look at this. This is just coming into us. Some of these videos here. This one shot by a person named Charlie Rivers. Look at that. The water rushing past buildings and homes. You can see some of the debris there as well. Let me get right to Bill Karen. You hate to see this, Bill, as we are coming off of, the fourth day, now fifth day of that flash flooding in Texas. This is not.
Now, you look at how dark this water is, right? And this is due to, once again, super dry conditions, right? Rather than the soil soaking up the water, it just gets ripped off of these dry pieces of soil, dirt, mud, whatever. It just gets ripped from where it rests and dragged along with the water, turning into, basically just millions of gallons of fluid mud.
Bill, as we are coming off of, the fourth day, now fifth day of that flash flooding in Texas. This is not, first of all, it's daytime. It doesn't look as bad, but help us understand the risk here.
All right, so we're in New Mexico. We're in the mountains. This is near the Lincoln National Forest. And when I first saw this video, I was like, oh, this is old. This is last year. I believe it's almost from the same vantage point, the same person.
Wow.
They had a flash flood last year that was very similar to this. I was just on their Facebook group for the community there, and they're saying that this year was worse than last year. There was a fire upriver of this, and a thunderstorm, the fires take away all the vegetation. So when it pours and rains, you get these fast-moving debris flows. I did see a video from a different angle. We'll try to get that cleared and show it to you later, of a house, actually, that got caught in that flood water, went down, taking out trees. The house was getting destroyed. So I know at least of one home that just doesn't even exist anymore because it got caught in this flow going down the mountain. There is a river gauge further downstream that went from 2 feet to 15 feet in about 90 minutes. So another really rapid rise on a small river in a pretty rural portion here. Hallie, we have other stuff that's going on too I got to get to. We've had tornado warnings that have been in place outside the Philadelphia area. So this is that flash flood emergency which continues for the video you just saw there. Let me take you to the East Coast because these thunder.
Okay. So yeah, storms are threatening all sorts of areas from West Coast to East Coast, New Mexico to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We got more video from this New Mexico flood. This is wild. A family caught on video. A house being swept away in these waters. Look at this. Look at these freaking... Look at this. Looks like the goddamn Colorado River or something, like the Yangtze River going through this New Mexico town. Look at how torrential and like the speed of which this water is moving. It's insane.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my gosh! Oh my God!
Jesus Christ. That thing is moving 30, 40 miles an hour. This fucking house is like...
Oh no!
Oh my Jesus Christ.
Oh my God! Oh gosh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my gosh! Oh my God!
Like, you cannot... I mean, it's so hard... So hard to fathom just how much water is moving all at once. It is just shocking.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Like, that house is moving so fast, it is just taking out trees like bowling pins as it moves. Oh my God. Hold on, I'll be right back. Gotta do something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Now, amidst all of these horrifying weather events happening across the United States, Donald Trump has doubled down, tripled down, whatever number, 10x down on his ridiculous claims about renewable energy. Here's Forbes breaking news 7 hours ago.
Wind is a very expensive form of energy. It's very bad for your beautiful surroundings, the plains,
Very
and the
nasty.
valleys, and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is...
The planes are dying. The planes? I'm sorry. The planes are running into the windmills now?
And the valleys and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is a disaster. They're almost exclusively made in China.
China.
Not that I have anything against
China.
I don't have a great relationship with President Xi, but I asked him, how many wind farms do you have? He makes them, but they don't have a lot of wind farms, I'll tell you, very, very few. And wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half.
If you own a house inside of a windmill. What? What is he talking about? If you own a house inside of a windmill, then your house is worth nothing? We don't build houses inside of windmills.
Noises. And interestingly, in New England, you probably read, where for 50 years they had 2 whales washed up. 50 years.
50 years.
And last summer, they had 14 washed up.
And now all the whales are washing up.
I'm not saying that's the wind farm that was...
It's the windmill's fault. That's why all the whales are dying. It's not the destruction of the ocean, the warming of the ocean waters, or the unexpected migration of certain prey species that the whale happens to live on. No. It's actually maybe the wind. Could be.
But maybe it is.
Maybe it is. Yeah, right?
Probably is.
Right? Probably. Probably is the wind.
Tremendously
Wind is killing all the whales.
expensive. And it can only be done with subsidy. You know, I know a man that's in that business, and one of the biggest in the world actually runs a company that builds these stupid windmills. And he said, I hate the business because it's the only energy where you need subsidy. He said, energy shouldn't...
Donald Trump is just making shit up. Or hanging out with guys who are just making shit up constantly. Windmills, solar panels are actually the opposite of all the things Trump is saying. First off, definitely not killing the whales. Second off, they require much less inputs than drilling oil out of the ground. It's just an obvious fact to most intelligent people. You don't have to keep paying people to continue drilling on these oil rigs and then transporting the oil somewhere, and then whatever else you got to do to refine it and all these other things, burning it. Just one and done. Little maintenance here and there, and basically free energy.
Subsidy, you should make money with energy. So when the other one is the solar, those big solar fields, they're taking our farmland. Our farmers are
taking our farms.
Mortified by it. They hate it.
Farms have been taken over by nasty wind energy that's actually greatly subsidizing those farms. It's almost like Donald Trump doesn't know that landowners are benefiting from these windmills. Like, the more energy that those windmills produce, the more money that they make. But yeah, Donald Trump spends this entire time saying a bunch of lies and falsehoods, sort of fictions about renewable energy. By the way, the man's looking tired. Is it just me, or is Donald Trump looking extra grandpa? Like extra grandpa tired lately. Very glassy eyes. We know he doesn't do drugs or drink, so he's just his health must be waning.
Better than a windmill, but you go around and you see all these things that are 3 miles long by 3 miles wide.
Oh God!
What the hell
What is that?
And it's a lot of plastic from
Bunch
China.
of plastic.
It's
Chinese
black
plastic.
plastic from China. No,
Black Chinese
we want to
plastic.
be smart. We're going.
No, that's not what it is, but okay.
With Look, China right now is building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. They have 62 on the books to build. We've reintroduced clean, beautiful coal, because you can do a lot with coal now. Clean, beautiful coal, and natural gas, and all of the other things that we have. But we don't want wind, and we don't want solar, because they're a blight on our country. They hurt our country very bad.
They hurt our country very badly by giving us renewable, cheap, clean energy. It's destroying America. Cheap energy is terrible. Donald Trump is such a fucking clown. Dude has negative understanding. Right? Like say we would rank someone's understanding of climate issues in science, like on a 1 to 100 scale. Donald Trump knows so little about science and climate change and renewable energy that he has a negative score. It's like negative 20. Guy's a fucking idiot. So yeah, this government's just going to double down on all of its worst policies in the midst of horrifying natural disasters that are happening as a result of anthropogenic climate change. And, rather than shoring up resources for things like FEMA, NWS, NOAA, we're doing the opposite of that. Rather than moving towards clean energy, we are undoing all the clean energy subsidies that existed, all the tax credits, all the governmental sort of policies intended to shift our energy production away from fossil fuels and turning the hand of time back to when we were just 100% fossil fuels. That's the plan. It's a terrible, stupid, idiotic, baby-brained, anti-science plan of the Trump administration. Let's go across the Atlantic. We got more environmental stories over there, where in France, over Tuesday, wildfires cropped up in Marseille, shutting down the airport, causing evacuations in the region.
Marseille Airport has been forced to close after a wildfire broke out in southern France. According to local authorities, planes have not been taking off or landing since midday, and some flights have been diverted to nearby airports. Residents in the city's 16th district have been instructed to remain indoors. For more on the latest, we can bring in France 24's Chris Bachman. Chris, talk us through what exactly is going on in Marseille right now.
That's right. The area you talked about, just outside Marseille, was where the fires started, in a place called Mirabeau. It's only about 20 kilometers or so from Marseille. And on the edge, the 16th you talked about, some of it people will be familiar with because it's also quite, some of it's quite lawless. There's some big housing estates and a lot of drug dealings doing there. But there's also a lot of homes, and it's kind of there's kind of wild land there as well. It's very near a place called Estac, which is quite touristy as well. And the flames have started licking at the outskirts of Estac, which tells you that you're really on the edge of Marseille right now, which is, of course, the second city. I've just checked the airport, and, of course, nothing will be coming in or out for a long time. Everything is cancelled, like you said. It's a pretty severe situation, considering it's the second city, just over 1 million people, and it's a very congested, it's kind of a city which is kind of very compact, surrounded by hills and mountains, and a lot of wild scrubland as well. And so they're used to having fires, but they don't usually lick right close to the city centre, and especially this early into the summer season as well.
And Chris, this is not the only fire affecting the south of France, is it?
That's right. And just to return, the only glimmer of hope in Marseille is that they have the Tongue the Bear. It's a massive, anyone who's flown into Marseille know there's a massive sort of internal lake, so they can scoop up water pretty rapidly to get to those flames. Unfortunately, the wind's quite high. It's around between 40 and 70 kilometer gusts. And there's another major fire, just like you mentioned, near the town of Narbonne, which is in between Montpellier and Perpignan. It's a beautiful area. There's some amazing historic villages there called Bages and Perillac, and they've really been under threat in the last 36 hours, as scrubland there has gone up as well. The motorway's been closed between, it's called the A9, which goes all the way from Montpellier down to Spain. At this time of the year, the holidaymakers will be numerous. That's been closed, open and closed because of the smoke. And the prefect of the area, and there's hundreds of firefighters literally dealing with that one as well, says that this is not under control yet. The problem is that this part of the country as well also has strong winds on a regular basis, and it's very, very dry.
Alors attendez.
Yeesh. I think I got a couple more of this. Yeah, let's go back to France 24 English. Marseille, like they mentioned, is a rather large city in France. Over a million, I think like there's 1 million people that live there, something like that.
Southern France is in...
And these fires are threatening this city.
Southern France is in the grip of 2 wildfires, made worse by last week's heat wave. A blaze near Narbonne forced the closure of the A9 motorway. Land, the equivalent to 2,000 rugby pitches, has been destroyed in the wake of a fast-spreading blaze. Meanwhile, Marseille's airport's been forced to close by a wildfire that sent smoke over the port city. We understand this beginning when a car caught fire. James Vassiner has this.
Stay indoors and away from the roads so that emergency services can get around. The advice given to residents of Marseille this Tuesday.
Firefighters are working to protect Marseille. It's best that residents stay indoors to avoid the smoke. And please remain calm. Do not drive. Do not go and pick anyone up.
A thick cloud of smoke has surrounded the city and ashes are falling from the sky after a car caught fire on the motorway in the nearby town of Pen-Mirabeau.
The car set the whole hill on fire and then it spread to our homes, so we had to evacuate. The flames were 20 to 30 meters high. It was impressive.
While winds have caused the fire to grow quickly, authorities say that the situation is under control. Marseille's airport closed at noon, roads have been cut off, and some train services have been suspended. Authorities had already warned on Monday that the strong winds increased the chance of fires breaking out in the southeastern region, and over 700 firefighters are tackling the blaze.
James Vassner there. Let's go to the south of France. Chris Bockman is waiting in Toulouse for us. Chris, a very good evening to you. What is the latest you can tell us on this situation? 2 fires threatening the south of France.
Indeed, and Mark, more than 1,500 people are actually involved in these two fires, putting it on two fronts. They're only about 3 hours away from each other, but they're absolutely dangerous. The one in Marseille, the prefect has said in the last hour and a half that let the emergency services defend the city. Those are his words, not mine. That gives you an idea. It's literally licking the 16th arrondissement. Many people will know that part of Marseille as being an area which is considered kind of the Badlands, because you've got some pretty rough housing states with drug use and gang warfare. But it's not just that. There's a lot of individual homes near scrubland. There's even some farms there as well. It's not all just housing estates. And it's also going towards a small area called Estac, which is quite popular amongst tourists as well. These fires happen every year. They do come close to Marseille, but this is really early in the season. This is very big, it's very fast, and it's requiring enormous resources. Well, like I said, just 3 hours away, near Narbonne, the main motorway which links Montpellier down to Barcelona is closed because there's a massive wildfire which has been going on there for 36 hours, and hundreds of hectares of land has been destroyed there. And there's also some really amazing national parks and beautiful villages that tourists will know. If I mention Bages and Périac, everyone here knows about them. They're under threat as well. And what's really sad about this is that the one in Marseille was caused by a car, and the ones that were started here was also by initially someone who didn't put out their barbecue correctly. What we're doing with the barbecue out in this kind of heat wave, I don't know, but it's actually down to human nature.
And that is one of the very sad facts of the whole affair, Chris, isn't it? The weather is set to be hot again, having a renewal of the heat wave, not quite the same intensity, but nonetheless, this isn't going to help matters, is it?
No, it is not. Heat wave's not going to help with fighting a fire. Thank you. All right. Now, as this fire's been going on, there's another wildfire that's been going on in Syria.
Now in Syria, civil defense workers are battling wildfires near the coast in Latakia province. Officials say a surge in temperature and strong winds caused the wildfires to spread across large swathes of mountainous areas. Emergency crews face difficulty controlling the flames and are concerned about unexploded ordnance scattered across conflict areas. Muntasar Abu Nabut went to a village in Latakia region that's been evacuated and sent us this report.
We are now in the village of Qast al-Ma'af in Latakia. It's one of the most challenging locations for civil defense teams as they try to put out the forest fires. Civil defense teams are battling to contain the wildfires. They are facing many challenges, including very high temperatures, shifting wind speeds, and remnants of war, like landmines that occasionally explode. We can hear some of these explosions nearby. Residents have evacuated Qast al-Ma'af because of the severity of the situation. The fires have reached both sides of the main road. More than 60 teams from the civil defense are currently working to stop the fires from spreading through Latakia's countryside. Turkish teams have also joined the efforts today, along with helicopters that are providing aerial support.
Here we go. And, you know, Turkey said they would help, but they're just getting done fighting wildfires in the west of Turkey. Quite a situation we are all living through right now. The fact is, the United States is a pivotal player in solving the climate crisis that we are all living through right now. And unfortunately, we are doing the opposite of what we need to be doing to help as a global player. All right, we are almost 6 hours into the stream, which means we got to take another quick break. Don't worry, though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we need your help. Without space fams such as yourself, well, we would cease to freaking exist. Thankfully, we have a freaking butt ton of ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal, if you prefer to give directly to the stream. But of course, the best way to get the most benefits for your Earth dollars is to spend them on a Galactic Patron membership on Patreon. Only $3 a month. Get yourself an avatar on the stream. Ever wondered who all these people hanging out at the pool with me are? The patrons. People and or pets. Animals. Things like that. You too could have an avatar, dancing around, basking in the space glory, while also contributing to the stream. It's a best of both worlds situation. Shout out, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. Everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in those seats, Space fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the fourth half. Okay. Well, we left off talking environmental news. And are now going to start the aforementioned fourth half immediately, if not sooner, with a little bit of space news, talking about a story that we already talked about on Sunday. But the NZ Herald, New Zealand Herald.co.nz released an in-depth analysis of this interstellar object entering our solar system at an alarming speed.
A new and mysterious interstellar object has entered our solar system, and it's got scientists very excited. Say hello. What is it? We're not quite sure. It's only the third time that it's happened, so very rare occurrence indeed. Massey University's Dr. Preeti Cowan is at the desk to help us explain. Good morning.
University.
Oh, you're at Auckland University. Forgive me. Where in the galactical world are you? Good to have you at our desk anyway.
Thank you for having me.
It's a galactic
so
shout
please
out.
tell me, what are we looking at here? What are those images that we're seeing?
So what we're seeing is a new object, which is an asteroid. So a sort of asteroid-sized asteroid or a comet in our solar system. But the main thing about it is that it's from outside of our solar system. So it was actually born in some other solar system in our galaxy. It was kicked out of that solar system, and now it is, by a happy miracle, going through our own solar system. So we have a really unique opportunity to study something that's from an alien world. I mean, going to alien worlds is not really feasible for us. They're too far away. But here we have something that's coming to say hello, so we can have a look to see what other planetary systems look like.
How far has it travelled?
We don't know.
How far is the end of our solar system?
Oh, I mean, it could have been traveling for millions, possibly billions of years.
Okay.
So a very long time.
How do we know it's not from our solar system?
We know because it's really fast. It is going at something like 60 kilometers per second, which is really, really fast for an object.
And we're slow. Our stuff is slow.
Yeah. So everything, so the speed of the object depends on where it is in the solar system.
60 kilometers per second. Per second. My God. Which means, I'm trying to think. It's got to be like, no, it's going to be like faster than 20,000 kilometers an hour. What is the number on that? That's a fast moving asteroid is what that is.
So the further out it is, the slower it moves. So this thing is near Jupiter at the moment. We wouldn't really expect to see something going that fast. Near Jupiter, it would be half or possibly slower than that itself. For something to be going that
If I'm doing the math correctly, that's like 215,000 kilometers per hour.
fast, it's interesting.
What exactly is it? What is it made up of?
We don't know quite yet. So this is part of what we'll be doing next, is actually studying to find out what it is composed of, because obviously we're really interested in knowing, does it look like the asteroids in our solar system? You know, does it have water? You know, does it have the hydrocarbons? All the things that make up life. Because in the end, we want to find ourselves in space.
Christopher Tablante, you got halfway there. You got halfway there. I see what your math that you just did, and you forgot that it's seconds, not minutes. If it had been per minute, that would have been correct. But it's per hour. And we just got a 60 per second, 60 kilometers per second. So you multiply that by 61 times to get the per minute speed. And then you multiply it again by 60, resulting in 215,000 fucking kilometers per hour. It is wild. It's blistering speed. Ludicrous speed. We've been jammed. Sorry. Getting a little too jammed up into space references over here. Can't help it. Little galactic discussion. Everybody, don't worry, though. This incredibly fast-moving interstellar object that is going through our solar system is going to be passing between the Earth and Mars in, I think, the next couple weeks. I can't remember the exact date, but it is going to come nowhere near the Earth unless something dramatically changes in a short period of time for no reason. So rest assured, at least that particular galactic doomsday scenario, not on the table. All right, let's do some Earth geopolitics types news around here. Starting down in Brazil, where the 2025 BRICS summit was happening. President Lula da Silva had a few things to say as Brazil was hosting this summit. Brazil's Lula.
Emperor. Our countries are sovereign. If Trump issues tariffs, other countries have the right to do the same. There is the reciprocity law. I think it's irresponsible for a president from a country like the US to threaten the world with tariffs on social media. Honestly, there are other forums for the president of a country the size of the United States to talk to other countries. The BRICS group was not formed to confront anyone. It just wants to be another model, another way to do politics.
One more from President da Silva. Lula.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Boa tarde, né? Vai dar 2 da tarde.
Presidente da República. A president of a country the size of the United States to go around threatening the world on the internet, it's not right. He needs to understand that the world has changed. No. We don't want an emperor. We are sovereign countries, nations. If he thinks he can impose tariffs on countries, those countries have the right to do the same thing. Here we go. Speaking at the BRICS summit here, in his country, President Lula da Silva hitting back at Donald Trump's tariffs that he's imposing, including the proposal by Donald Trump to include an extra 10% tariff on all BRICS nations. And I think was Brazil on the list? I can't remember now. Yeah, earlier today, during the stream, we went through the list of but I think Brazil might have been one of the countries that got on the new Re-Liberation Day tariff list, if I'm not mistaken. Were they on there? Huh. No, they weren't. Strange. But they are going to have this added 10% tariff. So really it's 20% because there's already a baseline 10% across the globe. So it's going to be a 20% because they're a BRICS nation. God, it's a fucking headache just trying to think about what the tariff rate is on from one country to the next. But Lula hitting back at this BRICS meeting on Donald Trump's wild unilateral tariff policies. Now, let's go across the Atlantic, across the pond to England, to the UK, where Emmanuel Macron, president of France, came to visit. It was a big deal. People were talking about this for a little while. Let's go here. Reuters, 13 hours ago. Isn't the B in BRICS Brazil? Yes, the B in BRICS is Brazil. It's the BRICS letters stand for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Saudi Arabia. I think there's a couple of other countries that have signed on to BRICS. I should know this. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, not Saudi Arabia, South Africa. So why did I say Saudi Arabia? I don't think it's it's South Africa. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Saudi Arabia is not even in this. I shouldn't. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. South Africa is the S in the BRICS. Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the UAE are the 5 other nation states that are part of the BRICS membership organization. That is Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the UAE. So technically there's 10, but only the original 5 make up that acronym BRICS. Sorry about the Saudi Arabia confusion. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
To the UK. Britain's king welcomes French President Emmanuel Macron to the Windsor Castle during a state visit. It's the first post-Brexit state visit by a European leader and aims to celebrate the two countries' political ties. There we go. Emmanuel Macron walking around with the royals here in the UK in an important visit, undoubtedly, seeing as it is the first post-Brexit state visit by a European leader. I mean, there's certainly meaning behind this, right? Like, it's been 10 years since Brexit, and this is the first time. I mean, I'm sure that we can all figure out why this sort of thing might be happening right now, considering the current state of geopolitics and trade. It's almost definitely has a ton to do with Donald Trump and the genuinely shifting sands happening beneath everyone's feet right now as the Trump administration, sort of undoes decades of trade and other political military arrangements. Other countries that, were trying to remove themselves, perhaps like the UK, from things like Europe, I think are now looking less and less cogent. I think there's 8 or 9, 10. Right, yeah, there's 10. What did we say they were again? Indonesia, Ethiopia, UAE, Iran. There was one other one in there. I can't remember it now. I should commit that to memory. I really should. All right, more on this royal visit of Emmanuel Macron.
Much for being with us. The French President Emmanuel Macron received a warm and pomp-filled welcome from King Charles III. Macron's three-day state visit to Britain is the first by an EU head of state since Brexit, accompanied by his wife Brigitte. Macron hailing an important moment for our two nations after landing and heading straight for Windsor, west of London, to meet the British monarch. President Macron then speaking a little earlier in the London Parliament in English.
Every time Vladimir Putin's Russia advances in Ukraine, the threat moves closer to us all. We will never accept the theory that might is right. I want to be clear. This is why, together with you, Mr. Prime Minister, we decided to launch last February this coalition of the willing you mentioned. And this coalition was just the signal that the Europeans will never abandon Ukraine. Never. We are aware that a political way out is crucial. And I believe in the future of the two-state solution as a basis for regional security architecture, which will enable Israel to live in peace and security alongside its neighbors. But I want to be clear. Calling today for a ceasefire in Gaza without any condition is just telling to the rest of the world that for us as Europeans, there is no double standard. And as we are attached to human lives, as we are attached to territorial integrity, we want this ceasefire.
Emmanuel Macron speaking earlier to the British Parliament. Let's bring in Benedict Pavio. Benedict, of course, our correspondent observing all.
And that is one aspect of what I was referring to, right? Is the Ukraine situation, right? Donald Trump has completely upended 30-plus year-long relationship based upon a agreement signed into law, I don't know if law is the right way, but to put this, but you know, by U.S. leaders over 30 years ago in the 90s, which led to the Ukraine's denuclearization, and in this moment, like, European leaders are starting to get a little edgy because the United States has been basically the guarantor of some of these agreements and are now pulling back from all of that. And as the world's largest military, you know, that change is more dramatic than if there were this more multilateral, like if everybody had been spending, I guess, like as much as or at least on a GDP basis, as much as the United States or more this whole time, maybe that vacuum would not be as big. Although the United States does have the largest GDP on the planet, so it's not necessarily a one-to-one situation either. But you know, Donald Trump's pulling back and sort of targeting NATO nations, not being very clear on where we stand on things, is causing countries to, you know, check in with one another, like France and the UK. Canada making inroads in Europe as well, right? Everybody just sort of looking to one another in the vacuum that's been created by the Trump administration and saying, maybe we should be friends again, you know, maybe we should be better friends than we were, you know, with one another. Leave the United States out of some of this stuff. Because I don't see any other reason for Emmanuel Macron to suddenly show up to the UK, right? Like, can anybody else, like, put, for me, like, a reason for it? Because it's like, I mean, he's coming out making statements about Ukraine while he's there. This is the reason, right?
Matters for us in London. Benedict, a very good evening to you. What kind of an impact did the French president have?
Well, this was a very wide-ranging speech from the visit for the first time since Brexit of a European leader in a state visit, and to get to the privilege as part of that state visit when there are only 2 per year is considerable, and part of that is to address Parliament. And I think that you know, the room was packed. The speech was highly anticipated. The French president delivered the whole speech in English, and I think it was very powerful because it was very wide-ranging. And the key themes were really about the collaboration together. I could say we are stronger together. And that, you know, of course, we're 120 years into the Entente Cordiale, more than that, actually. And so, you know, whether it's about how to handle AI, whether it's about having a mobility scheme between youth, whether it's about the challenges that are posed by, whether Iran, nuclear, whether it's Ukraine, where we heard very clearly the French president saying, we will never abandon you. He kept on talking also about things that the two countries had in common, and it's almost as if I could summarize by saying, he's saying, well, look, if we don't work together, as we face the same challenges, surely we know that we will be better and stronger together. We're already doing that. Let us be stronger together. And of course, he's placing that in a context where there are many challenges, security challenges, for the first time a war in Europe, in Ukraine. There are big problems and challenges, whether it's for our economies, whether, of course, it's threats and cyber hacking. So very much saying sovereignty and our independence means that we are better strategically thinking together and working together, allowing for our differences. He regretted Brexit, but said that obviously he and the French people accept it, and that it has been implemented, and it's time for a reset, which is very much what Keir Starmer has been saying. And we'll remember very vividly the 19th of May when Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the EU Commission, came here, and that deal was struck between the United Kingdom and the EU. So I think.
What would we call it if the UK decided to re-enter the European Union? Would it be the RE-U? Get it? Why is that so muted? There we go. The RE-U? Re-entrance? The unbrexiting? I like that. I like unbrexit. The unbrexiting. It's got a certain ring to it. Re-entry. I guess we could do re-entry. I'm still a fan of, what was it again? I've lost it. Must not have been that good. Okay. So yeah, Emmanuel Macron made a visit to the UK, making more affirmative statements about France's support for Ukraine while there, and reiterating the need for partnership between the UK and France. All right, now France is dealing with some problems right now. Centrist government not really delivering on the French well-being, essentially, as the poverty rate in France has hit a 30-year high. This is as of 21 hours ago. France 24 English on this story.
It's a grim milestone for France. A staggering 9.8 million people live below the monetary poverty threshold. That's 15.4% of the population, according to INSEE's latest report on the country's standard of living. The income poverty threshold in France is fixed at €1,288 per person per month. That's 60% of the median income. Latest data shows that in just 1 year, 650,000 people have fallen into poverty. And among those living in poverty in 2023, half have a standard of living lower than €1,041 per month, or 19.2% below the poverty threshold. France's National Institute of Statistics and Economic Studies points at inflation and a decrease in government aid as the possible cause.
This increase can be explained by the end of exceptional assistance, notably the inflation allowance and the exceptional back-to-school bonus, which had been introduced in 2022.
When I look at numbers like that, I'm like, ah, damn. I'm still living under poverty right now, too. It reminds me that I still, even though we've come so far, got the channel monetized, still living under sort of tough times right now over here, galactically speaking.
This increase can be explained by the end of exceptional assistance, notably the inflation allowance and the exceptional back-to-school bonus, which had been introduced in 2022 to support purchasing power. The other explanation is an increase in the proportion of micro-entrepreneurs with low incomes among non-salaried workers.
The Foundation for Housing the Disadvantaged in France also noted that electricity and gas cuts for unpaid bills were skyrocketing, with the number of people claiming to be cold in their homes almost doubling and rental evictions numbers on a rise.
Yeah, things not so good in France right now. Centrist government basically not addressing the problems of the people. Housing problems, cost of living crisis, wages not keeping up with increases in cost of living. Sounds familiar. People living in the gig economy. Micro-entrepreneurship. Yes, I've never heard of that phrase. I'm fairly certain that just means you're a gig worker. Or like something similar to that. Maybe a YouTuber. Do I count as a micro-entrepreneur? I think I do. I think I'm a micro-entrepreneur. Teeny tiny entrepreneur. It could be worse. I could be a MAGA streamer. That's true. In terms of ethics, at least, that would be worse. Though I see a lot of people out there talking about a lot of nonsense, making more dollars than we are around here. Now, while we were just talking about Ukraine, and so let's go right back to that. See what Donald Trump had to say yesterday about Ukraine. A shocking turn. Multiple shocking turns from Donald Trump. Starting with this one.
We're trying to help out with a Biden-created monster, this whole thing that's happening with Russia and Ukraine. It's a horrible thing, and I'm not happy with President Putin at all. But this is something that would have never happened if I were president. This was a war that was never going to
All right, that wasn't the part that we have. We've all heard that one. But get ready.
happen. And if I can stop a war, because I have an ability to do so. I'm disappointed, frankly, that President Putin hasn't stopped. I'm not happy about it either.
Mr. President, are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons, primarily.
Listen to that. Donald Trump. Just last week, the Trump administration was halting weapons transfers to Ukraine. And here he is yesterday. And look at Ratcliffe over here. He looks beside himself. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Pete just looks dumbfounded. Ratcliffe looks half amused by the situation. But now Donald Trump is reversing course and suggesting that we're going to send defensive weaponry to Ukraine. He had a bunch more to say about this. This isn't the full statement. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into this because this shit is wild. I have the full clip. Here we go. I have a bigger, better clip here.
Any questions? Yes.
Yes, sir. You just said that you're not happy with Vladimir Putin. Is there anything that you plan to do?
Oh, sorry. This isn't the same. This wasn't the same meeting. No, this was... that other one was during the Netanyahu meeting. This is during the cabinet meeting.
Yes, sir. You just said that you're not happy with Vladimir Putin. Is there anything that you plan to do to act on that feeling of unhappiness?
Well, I wouldn't be telling you. Don't we want to have a little surprise? You know, one of the things we did with the attack is that, and you asked that question. I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in a rude because I'm looking at some of these crooked people.
How
up
rude.
here. So I'm rude, but your question was asked very nicely. But one of the things we did is we went over every fact. We wanted to get every fact straight. We wanted to have the distance straight, the number of pilots straight. Everything had to be correct. Because we want to be. This was a very important mission. If we failed on this mission, it was beyond the war that obviously we had with Iran and Israel. A lot of hatred, a lot of years and years of hatred, centuries of hatred. People have never seen anything like it. So we wanted to be correct with all our facts. So what I was doing is just asking. It would be great if the media would be correct with their facts. That's all we ask.
The media, but it's all we want.
Go ahead. So finish it up.
Oh, yes. Just returning back to Russia, if there's anything that you would signal about your displeasure with them.
Well, look, I'm very unhappy with them. There's no reason for this. It's turned out to be tougher, but it's only tougher. And I will say the Ukrainians were brave, but we gave them the best equipment ever made. We gave them the anti-tank busters that knocked out tanks. I mean, you just aim them in the direction of the tank and the tank is gone.
When Donald Trump starts talking like this, I feel like it. When he starts describing what the weapons do, it's there's something about that. It's like a shift. It's like a shift in tone for Trump.
We gave them missiles, the latest and the greatest. They were able to shoot down a lot of things that would have normally wiped out. Probably would have been a very quick war. It would have been a war that lasted 3-4 days. But they had the benefit of unbelievable equipment. And Europe gave them too. We gave them far more because Biden shouldn't have done that. He should have equalized. We should have given him the same, or we should have given actually less than Europe. It affects Europe much more than us, but we're in there for over $300 billion. Europe's in there for over $100 billion, but still, Europe gave a lot. And I will say this, the Ukrainians, whether you think it's unfair that we gave all that money or not, they were very brave because somebody had to operate that stuff. And a lot of people I know wouldn't be operating it. They wouldn't have the courage to do it. So they fought very bravely.
Like me. I wouldn't have the courage to do that. I actually lied about bone spurs so that I could get out of the draft. Didn't want to do that. Didn't want to serve like the rest of the old people like me. And I chickened out.
Gave them the best equipment in the world. We make the best military equipment by far. There's nobody close. You look at other equipment from other countries, it's not even close. That's why everybody wants to buy our equipment. And that's why we're going to step up these contractors now that make it. And they're brilliant, but they make it too slowly. And we have to step them up, Pete, and let them make it at a much higher rate. Unfortunately, we have to do that. But if you look at our Patriots, if you look at our Tomahawks, if you look at our, what we do.
The way he's talking about this, I don't know if anybody's picking up on this change in tone. But the fact that Donald Trump is talking about how effective the weaponry is that we're sending to Ukraine, I think it signals something, right? In terms of, because Donald Trump has now said it multiple times, that he is upset. He is upset with Vladimir Putin. He's disappointed that Vladimir Putin actually wanted to wage this war rather than stop it, like he had told Trump and lied to Trump about, that it was actually Ukraine who started the war and they were just defending themselves while also seizing territory simultaneously. And suddenly Donald Trump is starting to realize 6 months into this thing, he's like, maybe Vladimir Putin was lying. And that's when he starts talking about how great all the weapons we're sending to them are. The great Patriot missiles, they're the best in the world. We can send them all sorts of stuff. You don't know. We have great technology, better than anybody else, including Russia. They wouldn't want us to send them all this stuff right now.
Tanks is, you wouldn't want to be driving a tank. You would feel nice and secure.
What about that?
But they are javelins, they're called. And I gave them the javelins. Remember they said Trump gave the javelins and Obama gave them sheets. Right? They called Obama.
Is that what they said? I don't know.
Barack Hussein Obama, if you haven't heard.
That's what they said.
Did a terrible job. But that was a war that should have never happened. And a lot of people are dying. And it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, if you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move
I'm looking at it, yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Can you sign that?
It's an optional bill. It's totally at my option. They pass it totally at my option.
It's called a call option. They called the shotgun, and I can sign it if I want. I can send them more. It's like I feel like he's trying to talk directly to Vladimir Putin. He's like, look, I've got legislation. I can send them better weapons than Biden or Obama. I'll give them all of those great Israel weapons. I don't care. You're making me look bad.
We get a lot of thrown at us by Putin, if you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move ahead with that?
I'm looking at it, yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Can you sign that?
It's an optional bill. It's totally at my option. They passed it totally at my option and to terminate totally at my option. And I'm looking at it very strongly.
CNN's Kevin Liptak is joining us now to talk more about this. What's interesting, Kevin, is that yesterday the president announced these plans to send new defensive weapons to Ukraine. And in that same cabinet meeting that Kristen was just talking about, he talked about his displeasure with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Again, kind of moving away from where his base is on a lot of this stuff.
And moving away from where he has been really for the last 10 years. When you think about Trump's relationship with Vladimir Putin, it is one of the most fascinating relationships in the world. And for so long, Trump has taken this conciliatory approach to the Russian leader. That is changing very, very quickly. And you can hear President Trump growing more and more upset with Putin as he rejects his overtures to try and bring the war in Ukraine to an end, but also as he ramps up his attacks on Ukraine. He's also massing troops in the north of that country, really sort of putting back into Trump's face his efforts to bring about peace. Today, I think, were his strongest comments ever about Putin. Listen to what he said.
We're not happy with Putin. I'm not happy with Putin. I can tell you that much right now, because he's killing a lot of people. And a lot of them are his soldiers and their soldiers, mostly. And it's now up to 7,000 a week. And I'm not happy with Putin. We get a lot of thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move ahead with that?
I'm looking at it, yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah,
I wake up with sanctions there.
It's an option.
The sanction option is on the table.
Sanctions on Russia, which I do think leaves open the question is where he will channel this anger towards Putin. He's not saying that he's going to put sanctions on. What he is saying is that he will send new defensive weapons to Ukraine, which is significant. Because remember, just last week, the administration said that it would put a pause on those weapons as it did this assessment of U.S. stockpiles. President Trump, after talking to Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, last week, seemed to open...
We assessed for like 6 or 7 days, and we've come to the conclusion it's actually fine. We're America. We got more bombs than we have healthcare.
Helping Ukraine with its air defenses. Now he's saying he's approved of these new weapons. And actually, when our colleague Caitlin Collins asked him in that cabinet meeting who actually approved of this pause, he said he didn't know.
That's really interesting. And it also, too, because we've out of the Pentagon and the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, they've also been on the other side of this, in addition to Trump's evolving, take on this.
Yeah,
as well.
I mean, and Trump actually made an interesting point in there. Whether you think that the U.S. has supplied too much to the Ukrainians, whether you think the U.S. has spent too much money on the war there, which is his position. That was the position he took on the campaign trail. That's the position that a lot of the people around him in the cabinet took. He said, whether you believe that or not, you have to think that the Ukrainians are brave. They have held out.
I love this. I love this. Trump voters are getting exactly what they asked for, didn't they? Aren't they? All these anti-war Republicans, right? Who are like, Trump is more anti-war than Biden. And now, they were specifically most upset. They weren't very upset about the money we were giving Israel, but goddamn were they upset about the money that we were giving to Ukraine. And now Trump's turning that faucet back on, it would seem. As well as cutting the healthcare that he said he wasn't going to cut. And not going to release those Epstein files that his name definitely appears in. Huh. Weird. Weird how that goes. Now, let's go back to talking about those goddamn Re-Liberation Day tariffs that were announced Monday. South Africa had the response to Donald Trump's tariffs. South Africa was, of course, on the list with the same tariff rate that they had on the Liberation Day list. They got a letter.
South Africa's President, Cyril Ramaphosa, has pushed back against US President Donald Trump's imposition of a 30% tariff. On Monday, Trump ramped up the trade war he started in April, telling 14 countries, including South Africa, that they face sharply higher reciprocal tariffs from August 1st. In a statement late on Monday, Ramaphosa said the 30% tariff was, quote, not an accurate representation of available trade data. South Africa's interpretation, he said, was that its average tariff on imported goods was 7.6%, and that 77% of US goods faced no tariffs in his country. South Africa has been trying to negotiate a trade deal with the US since May, but it has yet to agree terms. For more than a decade, Africa's most advanced economy has struggled to grow. That's due to factors including rolling blackouts, crumbling rail networks, and chronically congested ports. The tariff imposed by its second largest bilateral.
Let's not forget, Reuters, that, a massive portion of capital and land in the country is still controlled by a tiny ethnic group.
Trade partner would hit industries ranging from car parts and other manufactured goods to agriculture. The citrus sector stands to lose around 35,000 jobs if the higher tariff takes effect.
Yep. Not going to be good. Not going to be good.
In Johannesburg, this man says they are already poor and have no jobs. And asks what happens if more people become unemployed. In his statement, Ramaphosa added that it was positive that Trump had said the tariff could be modified depending on the outcome of trade talks.
Yeah, I still feel like Ramaphosa even is not as optimistic as he's trying to sound. I mean, right now, South Africa's in a bad position on these tariffs, right? Because Trump is a madman who doesn't understand what tariffs are. And on top of that, Ramaphosa corrected Donald Trump about the fake white genocide earlier. And Trump's best buddy, who is the one who told him about the white genocide in the first place, is now on the outs with Donald Trump, leaving Trump with no reasons to give a single shit about it, the South Africa. So I feel like it's going to take actually quite a lot to get Donald Trump to drop the tariffs. I have no idea what South Africa would have to do. They'd have to drop all import taxes even though there's not a lot of them. Like they said, 7%, if you were to sort of average it out, and 70% of U.S. goods already exempt. So that would not make up for the 30%, because of course Donald Trump is calculating trade deficits as well. So somehow South Africa would have to come up with a bunch of money to buy U.S. shit, whatever that might be. I don't even know what it would have to be. Military equipment? I mean, what exactly would they need to do? All right, now let's go to talking about Israel and Gaza. Now, yesterday, last night, meaning Monday night, a large explosion was seen across the Gaza skyline from within Israel here, across the border. Jesus Christ. Looks like a fucking nuclear blast. Look at the size of that. That is unbelievable. That is unfucking believable. Look at it. Oh my God. Horrifying. There's nothing left aside from civilians in tents in Gaza. Why are they doing this level of explosives? It doesn't even make any sense. Even if you accept all their premises, none of that. That's nonsense. That is fucking nonsense. Now, we're going to go back to the United States, where President Benjamin Netanyahu, wanted war criminal, visited earlier, landed on Monday for his third U.S. trip since Trump came to office. It's truly, it's pretty incredible just how much he's made it to the U.S. I mean, I knew that Trump was going to be pro-Israel, like big time. That he was definitely not going to be any better than Biden. But holy shit, 3 Netanyahu visits in 6 months? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
That is too many.
That's too much, man.
That is way too many. This guy should be at The Hague instead he's hanging out at the fucking White House.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to have Bibi and Sarah with us, friends of mine for a long time, and we had a tremendous success together. And I think it will only go on to be even greater success in the future. So
great success.
It's really nice to have you at the White House. It's nothing like the White House, and it's great to have you both and all of your wonderful people. Ron, we've worked together for a long time, and we've done well together. We had a great time. I would say it's a lot of work, but we had a great result recently. And we're going to have a lot of great results. So it's great to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to express the appreciation and admiration, not only of all Israelis, but of the Jewish people. And
Jesus Christ.
Many, many admirers around the world for your leadership of the free world, your leadership of a just cause, and the pursuit of peace and security, which you are leading in many lands, but now especially in the Middle East. We have great opportunities. The President has an extraordinary team, and I think our teams together make an extraordinary combination to meet challenges and seize opportunities. But the president has already realized great opportunities. He forged the Abraham Accords. He's forging peace as we speak.
Is
in one
he
country,
really?
in one region after the other.
Yeah.
So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee.
Don't be creepy.
It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you. Thank you, guy who's been accused of war crimes, for nominating me for my favorite prize. I love that. I love that. A guy accused of war crimes nominates the dude providing the weapons for those war crimes the nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize. I love that. That's fascinating. Oh, God. We're living in some sort of insane Twilight Zone situation right now. What is happening right now? The guy who's planning out with the man committing war crimes and genocide, an ethnic cleansing and resort town on the land ethnically cleansed, and is providing the weapons for the man who just got done bombing and that. Oh, my God. And that's the guy. Oh. I'm sure he'll get it. I'm sure he'll get it. There's no way. Could Trump get a Nobel Peace Prize? Here's what we know as now Netanyahu nominates him. President Donald Trump and his allies are using the tentative ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran as a reason to argue that he should receive the Nobel Peace Prize, an award Trump has been angling to receive for years. In a meeting with Trump on Monday, July 7th, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave Trump a letter nominating him for the prize. Writing, Trump has demonstrated steadfast and exceptional dedication to promoting peace, security, and stability around the world, primarily for facilitating the Abraham Accords, which established diplomatic ties and normalization between Israel, the UAE, and somebody, I forget who else. Who was it? Bahrain and Morocco, right, okay. Representative Buddy Carter from Georgia nominated Trump for the prize, crediting Trump with preventing the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism from obtaining the most lethal weapons on the planet, referring to the U.S. strikes against Iran's 3 nuclear facilities over the weekend, though the impact of the attacks are unclear. It's lovely. So all these people that are nominating him for these things, you get how do you get a peace prize for doing a illegal strike, doing a war crime? You get peace prize for that now? Is that it now? That's how that works? It's a fascinating situation we find ourselves in. Okay, let's see here. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Trump and Netanyahu both asked, what is the holdup? What is the holdup currently preventing a ceasefire with Hamas? Huh. Great question. Great question. Yeah, why is there no ceasefire with Hamas?
Tomorrow.
Mr. President, what is the holdup currently in a ceasefire with Hamas?
In which?
In the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, what's currently the holdup?
I don't think there is a holdup.
No holdup.
I don't think there's a holdup. I think things are going along very well. They just, left each other, and it was not a pleasant period of a few days. It was a little longer than a few days, but this was not a pleasant period of time.
What?
We were.
Uh-oh. Grandpa's having a senior moment. Does Donald Trump think that Hamas is Iran now? Anybody hearing the same things I'm hearing? Donald Trump, it was clarified to him twice. She said Hamas. Donald Trump says, okay, well, there's been a few days of nastiness between those two, but really there's no holdup. I don't know what you're talking about. There already is ceasefire.
But this was not a pleasant period of time. And, you know, we were, at the end, 14 missiles were shot, and every single missile was shot out of the air. It was pretty amazing. That was sort of the end. And they told us they were coming and where they were and what time they were coming. And they said, if you'd like to have a different time, we'll do that. And that's...
Pete looks a little disturbed right now. Is it just me, or does Peter Hegseth look slightly disturbed by the fact that the commander-in-chief doesn't seem to know the difference between Iran and Hamas? He's just describing what's happened with Israel and Iran. This is not a response to anything to do with Hamas.
Respect when they do that. I appreciated that they did that.
They
It
did
was no
that. They were
surprise.
very
We got the
respectful.
soldiers out of the base in Qatar, in this case.
These are all things
but
that
they knew
happened
they
that
were
lead up
coming.
to the
14
Iran strikes.
missiles were coming. 1 o'clock, they said, would you like to make it later? I said, no, let them come at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, let them come.
At 1 o'clock, everybody was, as you
Hamas,
know,
they
over
came,
5,000 people left the
missiles
base.
they shot.
And we had 3 gunners and 3 assistants. And out of the 14 that were shot, all 14 were knocked down. And that was the end. That was about it. And we had a rough time, but sometimes, you know, sometimes you need the rough time in order to get. I think things are going to be really settled down a lot in the Middle East, and they respect us, and they respect Israel. They respect a lot of things that took place.
Hamas, they respect us and Israel, and they're great. And the ceasefire is great with Hamas. And we shot down all those nasty Hamas missiles. It only took a few days. And we evacuated Qatar and Iraq. And then everything was fine. And Pete looks fucking disturbed right now. He's like, oh my God. I think the president has Alzheimer's. Sir, do you know where you are right now? And the answer is no. Donald Trump does not know where he is. He's an 80-year-old man having senior moments all over our trade and foreign policy. That's what's happening. Okay. Competence, merit. Thank God we got rid of that DEI.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plan still on the table? Is there a plan? Has there been any progress in finding countries to accept?
Bibi, why don't I let you answer that question?
Bibi, why don't you answer that question about our ethnic cleansing plans?
Illegal.
I let the war criminal answer the war crimes ideas.
Wait, he's got to answer the question.
I think President Trump had a brilliant vision. It's called free choice.
It's called free
choice. If people want to stay, they can stay.
This is perverse.
But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison.
Perverse.
It should be an open place.
The fact that we have this happening right now, the man accused of war crimes by the International Criminal Court, who's committing a genocide, that's being funded by the man seated across from him, openly discussing ethnic cleansing the same way you would talk about what's for lunch, it's horrifying to me. And hopefully other people share this sentiment, but I'm truly just utterly beside myself watching this. It's just like, what is happening right now? What timeline do I find myself in, and how do I go back to the old timeline?
Give people a free choice. We're working with the United States very closely about finding countries.
Chatters are right. Marco is looking extremely tense. Extremely tense. There's varied amounts of tenseness about this. I feel like Mike Huckabee seems fine with it. Ratcliffe seems a little uncomfortable. Pete's barely here. He he just managed to get enough Excedrin in his body to stay sitting straight up here. Donald Trump, he's not even fully engaged in the situation. He's sort of slumped in. But Marco looks incredibly tense and uncomfortable.
That will
don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen, say that they want to give the Palestinians a better future, and those who, and I think we're getting close to finding several countries, and I think this will give again the freedom to choose Palestine.
The freedom to choose a different place to go. I know that you like where you live, but we don't want you to live there. So we've got some options for you on your ethnic cleansing package. You could go to Jordan, maybe Egypt. Have you heard of Syria? It's pretty nice in the summer. I mean, that's basically what we're getting right now. It's horrifying the way that they're talking about this ethnic cleansing plan. Really was troubling, to say the least. When asked about the two-state solution, Benjamin Netanyahu had some more troubling things to say, making it pretty clear that he does not actually believe in a true two-state solution, even close.
That was the end.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that creates an independent?
I don't know. I'd ask Bibi that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question.
The greatest man.
Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
You could ask me, the President of the United States, or you could ask the Prime Minister of the country that's committing a genocide right now. He's the greatest man to ask this question. What do you think, Mr. Genocider-in-Chief? Is it good? Is it good or bad to do an ethnic cleansing?
I think
do you think that the two states, one state? What do you think?
Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers to threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands.
That is really all we need from this statement from Benjamin Netanyahu. Sure, two states. If you count being a state, when you don't have any ability to guarantee your own security, and that security will be completely in the hands of the occupying nation Israel. That's what a two-state is in Benjamin Netanyahu's mind is, right? It's a two-station without any of the. It's one state with a separate non-state state that would still be a state, so that they could, justify certain things, legally speaking. So basically, no. The answer is no. Benjamin Netanyahu wants a continued occupation until the end of time, till every Palestinian from Gaza and the West Bank leave. That's the plan.
Illegal.
I love how Donald Trump just keeps deferring to everything that Benjamin Netanyahu has to say. Like the man is somehow the arbiter of this situation. Even though he's like accused of, I guess it's the same thing. It's lawfare. It's just lawfare. Nasty lawfare against Benjamin Netanyahu. Woke International Criminal Court coming after poor Benny, who's just a guy committing a genocide, hanging out with little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Look at these two, hanging out, gripping one another's hands, very sexual ways, really enjoying each other's company. Steve Witkoff getting in there for the bro hug. Look at them all smiling and enjoying each other's companies. No sound for that clip. Would want us to hear what's being said.
It was supposed to be a private dinner, but inevitably the doors were opened, allowing cameras in time to capture the Israeli Prime Minister presenting President Trump with a letter nominating him for the Nobel Peace Prize. Earlier, the Israeli Prime Minister had held private talks with the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as President Trump's special Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. Before dinner, the leaders appeared to be upbeat about achieving a ceasefire in Gaza and securing the release of those still being held captive there. But they also implied they see the possible relocation of Palestinians to other countries as part of this process.
You know, if people want to stay, they can stay. But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison. It should be an open place and give people a free choice.
The U.S. president indicating there has been discussion about relocation with a number of countries, including some in the region.
We've had great cooperation from surrounding Israel, surrounding countries, great cooperation from every single one of them. So something good will happen.
Groups of protesters gathered at several points near the White House, calling for an end to the war in Gaza, the volume of noise belying the relatively small number of demonstrators. Back at the dinner, President Trump expressed gratitude to Iran for the timely warning it gave before attacking a U.S. base in Qatar, saying the time of the attack and the number of missiles to be fired had been shared beforehand to limit casualties. And without giving details, the president said a meeting had been scheduled.
They want to meet. They want to work something out. No, they're very different now than they were 2 weeks ago.
The U.S. president also praised the new leader of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, who he'd met during his visit to Saudi Arabia early in this year, and added that sanctions against Iran could be lifted just as they were recently lifted on Syria. The Israeli Prime Minister is also to meet members of Congress, including the Speaker of the House. He's in Washington, D.C. until Thursday this week, an unusually long period of time for such a visit.
Yeah, Netanyahu really sort of getting a little too comfortable here in the United States, just hanging out. But it was fascinating. That's a fascinating development that sanctions could be lifted from Iran. Something that hasn't happened in quite some time. It's not clear that that's actually going to happen, but if it were to, it would be certainly quite a development for sure. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu was asked a question about Israel's desire for a certain piece of U.S. military equipment, one which has been in the news recently, that B-2 stealth bomber, which was used to carry out those illegal strikes on nuclear facilities inside of Iran by the United States.
There's a conversation to legislate the ability for the B-2 bombers and the big the bunker-busting bomb to be allocated directly to the Israeli military. Is that something that you would like to see from the United States?
Would I like to see that Israel would have the capacities that the United States have? Yeah, of course we like it. Who wouldn't want it? But we are appreciative of what the assistance we've received. And I think it's served not only the interests of Israel's security, but American security and the security of the free world.
Of course we would. We'd love a B-2. Yeah, send us one. We're very appreciative for all the bombs that we already have. We wouldn't want to ask for too much, says BB. We'd take it, sure. I mean, if you're giving out B-2 bombers, we'll take them. Okay. Thanks, BB. That's great. Can you imagine Israel with B-2 bombers? Oh, God. No one would be safe. Now, the defense minister of Israel has been saying some very problematic things, like explicitly calling for ethnic cleansing, just as Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump have been doing.
Illegal.
He's forging peace as we speak, one country and one region after the other. Those are the words of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he presented the US President Donald Trump with a letter that he says he sent nominating him for the Nobel Peace Prize. Donald Trump replying that he thinks things are going to be really settled down a lot in the Middle East. The highlights then as the two men met for dinner in the White House. Netanyahu saying he's working on plans to give Palestinians a better future and even suggesting that the residents of Gaza should be allowed to move to differing nations.
I think President Trump had a brilliant vision. It's called free choice. You know, if people want to stay, they can stay. But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison. It should be an open place and give people a free choice.
It shouldn't be a prison.
We're working with the United States.
Literally, Gaza is a prison that's created by Israel, and Benjamin Netanyahu is here fucking, just gaslighting the shit out of us. Shouldn't even be a prison. It shouldn't even be prison. Okay.
Very closely about finding countries that will seek to realize what they always say, that they want to give the Palestinians a better future.
Shouldn't even be a prison.
And we've had great cooperation from surrounding Israel, surrounding countries, great cooperation from every single one of them. So something good will happen.
Well, international affairs commentator Doug Herbert is joining me here on set. Doug, we're going to talk about that dinner in just a moment, but perhaps events in Israel even more significant. Israel's defense minister laying out plans for the forced transfer of Gazans to what he called a secured city built on the ruins of Gaza. Already legal experts describing it as a blueprint for a crime against humanity, Doug.
So yeah, Stuart, if I were to stand here and say to you that these plans are essentially plans to build a concentration camp in occupied territory in the southern tip of Gaza, you might be a little shocked. You might roll your eyes. Some of our viewers might say, come on, that's a bunch of hyperbole. What's he talking about? Not my words. The Israeli newspaper, Haaretz, has explicitly used the word concentration in saying that these plans call for concentrating hundreds of thousands, if not potentially millions, of Gazans in Rafah. Remember, Rafah is right abutting Egypt there at the very southern tip of Gaza. It's been all but razed in this war. Now, you see an arrow up there on the screen. What this is it's summing up plans by the Israeli defense minister, Israel Katz, who has basically instructed the Israeli Defense Forces to bring forward a plan to transfer in a first phase up to 600,000 Palestinians. Here's the arrow part, right? Al-Mawasi is a coastal area. You can see it right there on the Mediterranean, in which hundreds of thousands.
This is just so wildly, just ridiculously twisted.
This is ridiculous.
I can barely fathom the words that I'm hearing as I'm listening. And I already heard this earlier today. This is the second time I'm hearing it, and it's still fucking breaking me. The schism is occurring inside of my mind right now. A rift has ripped itself through my brain. Listening to this, this just open discussion of this. And even France 24 seems to be completely appalled. And they've been incredibly pro-Israel this whole time. And even they have to be like, wow, this is Holocaust talk, isn't it?
Illegal.
Already displaced Palestinians have been crammed in, evacuated there from other areas. They would, under this plan, be coming in an initial phase from Al-Mawasi, transferred to Rafah. Now, here's where there are a split screen of what the Israelis, how they build this plan, and what legal experts, what international rights groups looking at the details of this plan, as so far proposed, are saying. The Israelis say this is merely a plan to get all the Gazans in one place. They're calling it a humanitarian zone. Israel's defense minister calls it, quote, a humanitarian city. The caveat being it's built on the ruins of a razed city of Rafah. The other caveat being is it's a small city. Cramming in 600,000 Gazans, let alone ultimately the entire population of Gaza, over 2 million people, that would be, to put it mildly, extremely cramped conditions there. What the legal experts say is it looks like, and it's not a far-fetched to speculate this because The Israeli right-wing government of Netanyahu has explicitly talked about this type of vision. It looks like the prelude to a mass deportation, if you will, of the Palestinians concentrated in this zone in Rafah, out of Gaza, out of the Gaza Strip, to other neighboring countries willing to take them. We talked at the meeting, Donald Trump, Netanyahu, and Trump talked about a brighter future. You quoted Netanyahu saying that for Palestinians. That's how he sees it. The Israelis are not billing this as a forcible transfer, a forcible deportation. You said at the top that would be under international treaties seen as a crime, a war crime, a crime against humanity.
Illegal.
Yep, bunch of crimes against humanity here. Israel looking to do something which has historic parallels dating back to their own creation, really. And it is horrifying. Everything about this is horrifying. I remember people saying that Donald Trump was going to be better than Joe Biden and or Kamala Harris. I don't remember them ever suggesting that we should do an ethnic cleansing or actively supporting that idea in any way. But that's what we're about to get. We're going to about to, I mean, we talked in the past about those fake ass red lines that didn't exist. There's no red line. There's beyond no red line. There's genuine support from the U.S. government right now for this plan that involves actual crimes against humanity, right? In part or in whole, they are trying to get rid of Palestinians from this territory, which is both a war crime, a crime against humanity, and is laid out under the definition of genocide, right? They are like we are fully supporting this genocide right now, you know, in spirit and in dollar terms. We're giving them the weapons, we're paying for the weapons, and we're actively supporting in rhetoric the genocide itself. And the Israeli officials just seem completely emboldened by it, right? They're like, "Oh, good. The guarantor to our security is hourly supporting our ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, something that's been explicitly denounced by International Criminal Court, and they're not going to stop us. They're going to actively help try and sell this ethnic cleansing to neighboring countries. The biggest military on the planet is basically guaranteeing this plan for us here. It is horrifying to think about it like this, but that's where it's at right now, and there's nobody to stop it. Who's going to stop it? Are the NATO countries going to band together and launch some sort of, you know, multilateral mission to stop this? Are the BRICS nations going to do it? I mean, who is going to go up against the United States and Israel? Two nuclear powers. That's my question. Nobody. That's maybe I'm wrong. Honestly, in some ways, I hope I'm wrong. But I just, you know, at this point, I feel like that's wildly naive to think that somebody's going to step up to stop this in some sort of a military fashion. Let's see what Channel 4 had to say about this ethnic cleansing plan.
Washington, D.C. last night. Guess who's coming to dinner? Once at the table, man wanted for war crimes proposes war ally for Nobel.
Bad reference. Bad start, Channel 4. Do not use that reference when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu. You've soiled the name of Sidney Poitier.
Washington, D.C. last night. Guess who's coming to dinner? Once at the table, man wanted for war crimes proposes war ally for Nobel Peace Prize.
It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know.
Benjamin Netanyahu is wanted by the International Criminal Court as, quote, allegedly responsible for war crimes of starvation, attack against civilian population, murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts. He denies the indictment. But back home in Israel this morning, MPs gathered at Parliament in Jerusalem, already absorbing a new plan for Gaza, widely condemned as a war crime. Outlined in a briefing to Israeli media by the Defense Minister Israel Katz, the government insists it'll protect people. The plan is reverberating globally, revealing as it does Israel's long-term thinking for the Gaza Strip. Specifically, what is planned for the far south of the Strip. Centering on Al-Mawasi, the plan is to move 600,000 people from this area to Rafah to be confined in a camp from where they will not be allowed to leave. The idea is widely endorsed by the ruling Likud party, including the chair of Parliament's Foreign Affairs and Security Committee.
Because it's not about camps, it's about protecting civilians. I don't want any casualties. I'm at war against terrorists. I'm not at war against civilians.
Why are you going to lock up 600,000
Israel is not locking
Gazans?
up. Israel is
Yes,
securing.
it is.
No, it's not. This is what you think, and I'm answering. You can say 10 times, I will answer you 10 times. Israel does not want to hurt civilians. Israel wants to secure civilians. You don't want, I don't want civilians to be hurt. I'm fighting terrorists. I'm not fighting civilians.
The far right, gleeful at the prospect, say these people will be getting heavy.
These people are lying to themselves and to the broader community.
I don't want reality.
They're just full on the gaslight. They're like, Israel is just like constantly pumping out this propaganda, saying, look, you think this thing, you see this thing that you think is a thing, that is definitely a thing, that you're just making it up. Just making up with your stupid eyes and brain. Okay?
The far right, gleeful at the prospect, say these people will be getting heaven.
They'll get heaven. They'll get everything that they need. They'll get all the supplies, all the treatment that they need. Everything will be given to them there.
And to be clear, they can come and go.
Just a second. Not at the beginning.
So they can't leave.
That's, as I've said.
So they can't leave. So it's a concentration camp. Interesting. So there'll be a forced internment.
Beginning, no. As long as Hamas is there, and we want to differentiate.
Like I said before, if there were still trains in Gaza, they'd already be loading them up onto the fucking train cars.
Hamas from the population.
Some centrist politicians were only just becoming aware of what was planned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing.
I hope this is not true.
Hope it's not true.
I hope this is not true.
Why?
Well, I think we have to find a solution for everyone and every civilian in Gaza that will have to end this war as soon as possible. I don't.
The Nazi talk is just it's just so prevalent at this point. It is truly just despicable and shocking to me just how many parallels there are now to the Holocaust at this point. It's too much. This is really starting to get to me. Not gonna lie. But even Channel 4 and France 24, both picking up on the fact that this suggestion of ethnic cleansing is clearly a fucking crime against humanity. They've both been very pro-Israel for so long. Maybe not as pro-Israel as like an ABC or a CNN, but the coverage has been wildly biased. And even they are being forced to recognize the inherent cruelty and criminal nature of what's being suggested right now. Shocking.
I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is in Washington this week. On Monday, he met with President Trump and other officials at the White House for their third face-to-face meeting since Trump's new term. Ahead of dinner, Prime Minister Netanyahu told a reporter Israel and the U.S. are speaking to third countries about relocating Palestinians from Gaza. Netanyahu said it would give Palestinians free choice.
Give me a joke. Had a brilliant vision. It's called free choice. You know, if people want to stay, they can stay. But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison. It should be an open place and give people a free choice. We're working with the United States very closely about finding countries that will seek to realize what they always say, that they want to give the Palestinians a better future. And those who, and I think we're getting close to finding several countries, and I think this will give, again, the freedom to choose. Palestinians should have it, and I hope that we can secure it.
That's Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, saying Palestinians should have the freedom to choose. He wasn't talking about a two-state solution or a one-state solution. He was talking about leaving. Netanyahu also took the opportunity to announce he has nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize and presented him with a nominating letter. The audio is a little hard to hear, so listen carefully.
So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it. Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Thank you very much.
That was Prime Minister Netanyahu presenting President Trump with a letter he sent to the Nobel Prize Committee nominating him for the Peace Prize. Hopes around the world are high. A ceasefire in Gaza could come out of this week's talks. Outside the White House, though, demonstrators gathered to protest the visit of Netanyahu, who's been accused of war crimes by the International Criminal Court, as well as U.S. support for the war in Gaza.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Get this war criminal out of our streets. Get this war criminal out of our streets. Say it loud and say it clear. Say it loud and say it clear. Bibi, you're not welcome here.
I can't stand the fact that people are suffering and being killed the way they are. It's unbelievable that this is happening in this day and age, and I feel helpless, and I feel like our country is hijacked by people who want this to continue and are making it possible, and that's not what I want my tax dollars to go to.
To discuss U.S.-Israel relations and more, we're joined by Peter Beinart. He is an editor-at-large at Jewish Currents. His most recent book, Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. He's also a professor at the Newmark School of Journalism at the City University of New York. His new opinion piece for the New York Times is headlined, Democrats Need to Understand that Opinions on Israel Are Changing Fast. He joins us here in our New York studio. So first, Peter, if you can...
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier in the week, but the shift in Democrats' opinion on Israel has gone... I mean, we saw the poll on CNN, Harry Enton.
Awful. Weak.
Is now like a plus 40 to Palestinians versus Israelis among Democrats. And the time is well come at this point to wake up. But Democrat politicians continue to take this AIPAC money, continue to just ignore this thing is glaring them right in the face.
Start off by responding to this third little summit in Washington between Trump and Netanyahu, where Trump is saying that with the negotiators in Doha, Hamas and Israel, and his meetings with Netanyahu, that they are close to a 60-day ceasefire. What this means, and Netanyahu talking about finding the third country where they will relocate Palestinians to, and assuring people that they have freedom to choose.
Right, this phrase freedom to choose is so Orwellian. First of all, what kind of freedom is it when you have a territory where most of the buildings and the hospitals and the schools and the bakeries and the agriculture have all been destroyed, where you have more child amputees than any other place on earth, and now you're talking about people's freedom to choose? The deeper irony is that Palestinians have actually been, in Gaza and beyond, have been asking for the freedom to choose, the real freedom to choose, since 1948, because the vast majority of Palestinians in Gaza are not from Gaza. They were expelled from their homes in what's now Israel. Many of them can see the lands from which their families were expelled in 1948. So they do want the freedom to choose. They want the freedom to return to the places from which their families were expelled. But that's, of course, not the freedom they're being offered. The freedom they're being offered is to be made refugees again, because Gaza has been utterly destroyed, to go to some other place around the world so Israel can continue this process of ethnic cleansing.
And Peter, the fact that here we see Netanyahu for the third time this week coming to the United States, the idea that even Democrats would meet with a leader who the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for. Your reaction?
It is really remarkable. I mean, the line from the Biden administration was that the Democratic Party believed in the rules-based international order. The United States actually worked with the International Criminal Court on the indictment of Vladimir Putin. So here you have Benjamin Netanyahu having been indicted by the International Criminal Court. Even some of America's partners in Europe have said that because they believe in international law, they would carry out that arrest warrant. In the United States, instead, Netanyahu is celebrated in a largely bipartisan way, including by Democrats, even though the man has been indicted as a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. What does it say about the Democratic Party's stated belief in the rules-based international order and human rights that they would do such a thing?
And could you talk about the growing opposition to Netanyahu's government within Israel, and many believing that he's continuing these armed conflicts precisely to prevent his day of reckoning in the Israeli courts and among the Israeli people?
Well, I think something may have changed here now. I think it is widely believed in Israel that he was continuing this assault on Gaza because if it ended, it would be clear that Israel had not achieved its goals. It had not destroyed Hamas, and then his government would fall apart and he would go to elections, which many thought he would lose. I think what has shifted is since Israel's bombing of Lebanon and Syria and Iran, Netanyahu's popularity has increased. He may now believe that he can agree to a ceasefire, even though it will be clear that the war has failed, that Hamas is not actually destroyed and defeated. But because what he did in Iran and Lebanon and Syria is popular, that he may be able to go to an election and think he can win. That, I think, is the reason that there could be a ceasefire now.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video.
Of course, I have my notifications turned on. That'd be ridiculous. Okay. There we go. I felt like that Peter Beinart interview was quite good on Democracy Now! Yesterday. He's got a very clear view of all of this. The way he describes it is exactly how I think it in my brain. And it's refreshing to have it so well spelled out, honestly. You know, we don't think about that enough, honestly, is that the people in Gaza are living in homes that can view the land where they were expelled from and are now being asked to self-deport and to become refugees once again. Basically across the very border that would look over the same land that they were expelled from to begin with. You know, if they're in Lebanon or in Syria or in Jordan or Egypt, it's gonna be the same goddamn situation too. It'll just be slightly further away. It's fucking terrible. Let's quickly go to some of the online takes that have been going on with all of this. J.D. Vance, Vice President Couchfucker, went on to the Theo Von cast.
We got one more clip of Theo Von talking about Gaza. Again, it's sort of like good for him to bring this up. But
well, he kind of has to, because his tears about it, despite, you know, going to Mar-a-Lago, his tears saying, how are we letting this happen? Like, ask Eric Trump. But
Mr. Witkoff,
can you just pause it for a sec? I don't need you to. This is the problem with this platform. Like, you guys aren't shooting the shit in your basement, Theo. There's a difference between you having an opinion that it's genocide and the vice president of the United States having an opinion that it's genocide. It's not an opinion. He's one of the most powerful people on the planet. He has the ability to stop it, or at least put pressure on Trump to stop it. This is the problem with this format.
Due for it to be a genocide. Now, people play this game all the time, where it's like, if you haven't killed every single Palestinian, then it's not a genocide, right? Even though it's ridiculous. Nobody would ever accept that. That's not the definition of genocide. You don't have to succeed for you to be committing a genocide, right? Like, you don't have to succeed in having killed all of those people. And that's this ridiculous claim that's been brought up by sort of baby-brained Israel defenders over this last 21 months.
I just think that, like, if you're going to have, if you think something's a genocide, you should have the commitment to it to sort of be able to say, like, well, for it to be a genocide, it doesn't necessarily involve the Israelis going in to do it. And they don't really have the capacity. They have the literal capacity to go in and kill just about every Palestinian. But if they did that, there would be much more repercussions than we see right now. Instead, what they're doing is they're doing it bit by bit, and they're doing it slowly, and they're doing it in such a way that they are causing people and immiserating people, and they are destroying the sort of the fabric of any type of Palestinian society, literally wiping all of their housing off the face of the earth.
They're bombing rubble now.
So this is a moment where, like, if you're going to bring this up to the second most powerful person in the country, who's going to, push back and has a different opinion, you got a responsibility. Like, I know you're just a regular dude, except for the fact that regular dudes don't have millions of people watching them. Regular dudes don't get to sit down with the vice president. So if you're going to braise this, you have a responsibility. There is a legal concept, like, you're not legally responsible. If you walk by somebody who's injured on some level, you don't have the same legal responsibility if you start to engage to help.
But you can see,
because there's an implication that you know what you're doing.
You can see that he has the impulse to ask about it because he knows it's on his mind and he knows he's covered it before.
But we're bros.
But bro.
Hey, you're a good dude.
Well, this is just a response. This is just the point. Is that there's no sense that they have a responsibility to do this. And I get that he's a comedian. I used to be a comedian. He may have been funnier than me. It doesn't matter. I
don't think Theo Von ever was a comedian. Or maybe he was for a moment, but his fame comes, I'm sure the Sam was not, this was not his age demographic at the time, but Theo Von came out of, like, what was it, like the late 90s, early 2000s, with like the reality TV, like the Road Rules, like that was his, how people found Theo Von. It's just like a weird sort of hick that we found on our TVs. What was it, 99? I think it was like on Road Rules 99 or something.
He did more sitcoms. It doesn't matter. I have no idea what his career was. That doesn't matter. The bottom line is, if you're sitting there and having an interview with the vice president and you're bringing up these issues, good for you for bringing them up. But you also got to be able
He's not
to
capable.
push back
Stand
on
on business.
But he's not capable. This is not a show that is like meant for this. This is the problem with the format. This is the problem with like I don't know. I mean, the Rogan has the same issue.
Conflict.
Hamas.
Is it just Hamas?
Huh.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
That is weird. It is weird. I think this is Theo Von from Road Rules. I think it was Road Rules 99.
That's what I think people think of me when they first talk to me, get to know me. They don't really understand me. Because, I mean, a lot of times I don't even understand myself, you know. I'm surprised as other people are at some of the things that come into my head or some of the things that I think about. Why do you do it? Why do you play rugby?
Rugby just fits me to a team, man. It's one of those sports that just works out. It's about brotherhood and camaraderie. Rugby doesn't care if you get hurt, if you have a sprained ankle. It wants you to keep playing. And I love that about this sport. I love it how it just kind of tells you to deal with the pain and you know.
Yeah, I don't really have a sport like that. I'm a slender guy.
You know.
I don't need to snap anything. I mean, I need everything I have.
Kid is a genius. It's obvious why he became famous. He's a goddamn genius. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's see what else we got left to talk about here. All right, let's talk about Iran. Number of things to discuss when it comes to Iran. Let's start here with this troubling story. As apparently Afghans are being expelled from Iran, creating a refugee crisis.
They arrive with what little they can carry. The latest wave of Afghan refugees expelled from Iran. For decades, Iran has been a lifeline for those fleeing war. But that welcome is now wearing thin. After 12 years building a life in Iran, Said Amin Husseini thought he was safe. A blacksmith with official documents, he believed his registration papers would protect him and his family.
We were given a formal warning. Even though we had valid registration papers, they were cancelled, and we were issued exit documents with a deadline to leave, which was on July the 6th.
An estimated 4.5 million Afghan nationals live in Iran, many undocumented. But Iran's economy is struggling under international sanctions. Unemployment is high, and public patience with hosting refugees is being tested. Tehran has responded with mass deportations, expelling thousands monthly. But some decided to leave voluntarily. Habibullah Qasemi lived in Iran for 15 years, working in construction. He describes the treatment many Afghans face.
Iranians treat Afghans very poorly. One of my relatives was caught by Iranian authorities. They threw him into a garbage container and placed a heavy sack of rice on top of him. That's the kind of abuse Afghans face.
The timing couldn't be worse. Afghanistan's aid program has dropped from $3.2 billion 3 years ago to just $550 million now. The country these refugees once fled remains in economic freefall. As Iran shuts its doors, these Afghan families find themselves trapped and unwanted.
Terrible.
Come on!
Terrible. But Iran is forcing Afghans out of the country. To where they will go, I don't know. I guess back to Afghanistan under the rule of the Taliban. Not sure which one's worse, Taliban or the Ayatollah. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu was asked whether or not he believes regime change is still necessary in Iran. Let's see what he had to say.
Bad surprises.
Mr. President, again, real quick, on Iran, in your view, is the war between Israel and Iran over? Or do those talks need to happen before you can...
Well, I would say that the best man to answer that is the Prime Minister. But I will tell you that, in my view, I hope it's over. Yeah, I think Iran wants to meet. I think they want to make peace, and I'm all for it. Now, if that's not the case, we are ready, willing, and able. But I don't think we're going to have to be. But I think Bibi would answer that question very well.
I think the partnership between Israel and the United States, the partnership between President Trump and me, produced a historic victory. It's an incredible victory, actually. It brought the greatest capabilities of the United States that are unmatched with the great capabilities of Israel and the army of Israel, pilots of Israel, soldiers of Israel, and the Mossad. And the combination of these two extraordinary capacities produced a decisive result. It set back the two tumors that were threatening the life of Israel. The nuclear tumor and the ballistic missile tumor. Because they were planning to build 20,000 of these things.
There is sickness, ballistic missiles, and nuclear weapons, things that Israel both has. I wonder if anybody's ever going to do a surgery on those capabilities. I wonder.
And launch it on a country the size of New Jersey. And no country could withstand that. So what do you do when you have two things that are going to kill you? You have to remove them. With our combined effort, we did. But when you remove a tumor, doesn't mean that it can't come back. You have to constantly monitor the situation to make sure that there's no attempt to bring it back. So we've had a great achievement, and I think part of the effort of consolidating this and ensuring that we don't have to repeat this is to monitor this carefully. Of course, the President and I are talking about it, our teams are talking about it, but there's no question this is a historic victory, and I think, as was said here today, this has already changed the face of the Middle East.
But it's not over in your view.
But I think that there is an opportunity here to create a historic expansion of the Abraham Accords, which were themselves an act of history, that deserve a Nobel Prize for the President. But I think the opportunities are much bigger, and I hope, I'd like to believe, that Iran would not test our fortitude.
So yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu not really making clear whether or not he thinks regime change is necessary in Iran. Sort of dodging around the questions, basically leaving it open. Now, Donald Trump had some things to say about the news media's coverage of Iran.
So-called enemies were watching. They watched every minute of it. There was very few people that weren't watching, actually, but they watched every minute. It was a perfect military performance, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time.
It's perfect.
I mean, if you compare that to the same country, the hostages from years ago, Jimmy Carter, it was unfortunate for Jimmy Carter. He was a nice man, but with the helicopters going down, the sandstorms, the prisoners, they got captured, then the election and the prisoners and Reagan and all the problems. It was nothing but problems. And that was a failure. And ours was not only the pilots. I mean, those machines flew for 37 straight hours. They didn't stop. They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. They dropped the bomb.
You heard that word before.
Somebody said skedaddle. Let's get the hell out of here. And every bomb hit its mark. And hit it incredibly. And as you know, the Atomic Energy Commission said it's gone. That place is gone. We had a lot of fake reporting, mostly from CNN.
Fake nasty reporting.
The scammer writer, a writer for CNN, who should be fired, by the way. She was involved with the 51
She should be
fake
fired.
intelligence agents, if you remember that.
Fake
She did that
intelligence
story,
agent.
created a story out
What's
of
a
it. She
fake intelligence agent?
created a story out of the laptop from hell, saying it came from Russia, but it actually came from Hunter Biden's bedroom, or worse.
Or worse than Hunter
and,
Biden's bedroom. Some say my bedroom's up there. It's pretty nasty.
She's just a scammer, and she's still at CNN, which is pretty amazing. But we'll ask you a question about her. But they came up with this concept that maybe the attack wasn't that good. Maybe it, and I saw it happen right after the attack. I saw this person on CNN. I like to watch the enemy. You learn from the enemy. And I watch, because you have to know where they're coming from. And I watched her say, Anderson, you know, I'm hearing stories that maybe they didn't hit their target. Maybe it wasn't that good a hit. And they were hearing stories. The next day it was a little more, and the next day.
Very upset, Donald Trump, by the news media's coverage of the Iran strikes, suggesting people should be fired for their coverage, and they're not heaping praise on him for these strikes. What is this message? I'll tell you this, if Trump don't confess the stolen throne of Jesus, there will be more floods. Huh? What's she talking about?
A what now?
What does that even mean? I'm very confused. I'm very, very confused. Trump stole Jesus' throne in heaven, I guess? Is that what you're saying? Donald Trump went to heaven and stole the throne, and then now he sits on the right hand of God? How does that work? Very confused by the multiple situations in that sentence. Okay. Oh my God. Second to last story. Penultimate video of the night. That's right, chat. You made it all this way. Made it to the very end of the stream. We made it almost exactly 8 hours. Let's talk those tariffs once again. Re-Liberation Day is, of course, here, but also not here. But nations across the globe are finding out about these reintroductions of the Liberation Day tariffs.
Donald Trump on Monday began telling trade partners what tariffs they will face from August 1st. That's later than the original July 9th deadline, and the president appeared to suggest the new date wasn't totally set in stone.
I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now. Yeah.
So far, 14 letters have gone out to other countries. Investor attention focused on the 25% levies set for major trading partners Japan and South Korea. However, the new tariffs do not add to previously announced duties on specific sectors. That means the rate for cars, for example, stays at the existing 25%, rather than hitting a cumulative 50%. The letters say that any retaliatory tariffs will trigger further US levies, and Trump says it's the least he could have done.
We've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint, because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years.
South Korea and Japan both said they would continue talks.
Yeah, I think BCAT made the right decision here. You were spamming. You were spamming, you were out of control. You were saying a bunch of nonsense things. That'll get you timed out.
Ahead of the new August 1st deadline. Among the other letters sent out, Laos and Myanmar were the worst hit nations, with tariffs set at 40%. EU sources said they did not expect to get a letter and aimed to reach a trade deal by Wednesday.
There we go. Asian nations preparing for these tariffs that are apparently going to be coming on August 1st. Finally, we're going to end this in South Korea, where a crackdown on balloons is causing some people a great deal of distress. That's right, we're going to talk the North Korean, South Korean balloon war.
Activist Lee Min-bok is known for sending balloons into North Korea, where he once defected from. They carry leaflets against leader Kim Jong-un into the isolated country over the border from the south. But Lee hasn't sent them for months now, for fear of a potential crackdown closer to home, as newly elected president of the South, Lee Jae-myung, has been pushing to ease tension with the North. The president says activists should be severely punished if they keep sending balloons. For years, police have monitored Lee, the activist, from next door. One plainclothes officer told Reuters they're there to protect him from North Korean threats. But now, he spends his days writing online posts criticizing the South Korean government instead of planning balloon launches.
I've been doing it quietly, and what's wrong with that, provoking North Korea? No way, I want to continue it.
I gotta say, the Korean balloon wars are real childish. They don't. I don't understand it. I don't see what either side. I don't see what this achieves. I find it funny. I find it amusing, honestly. I just don't understand how many people are these balloons actually? You get what I'm saying? Like, per balloon, how many people you think you're getting defecting from either side? Because North Korea does the same thing.
North Korea liberalizes its press. Our government should be ashamed of itself.
Balloon activists like Lee, many of whom are also defectors, are no strangers to political attention. A previous Liberal president tried to ban their activities, but that was declared unconstitutional.
Illegal.
Last year, North Korea expressed its anger over the balloons by launching waves of its own into the south, some carrying garbage. Since taking office, the new president has ordered measures to stop leaflet launches. Officials discussed deploying police to border regions and using aviation safety laws to punish activists, according to the Unification Ministry. One police official said that in the last year, authorities have investigated 72 leaflet-related cases, including some involving American activists, and sent just over a dozen to prosecutors.
Wow. I'm not sure these balloons should rise to crimes either. But hey, you do you, Korea. You do you. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also a bit arduous. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Robin, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes.